Yeah, I don't think that's a place I'm never going to see.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Unless
die.
you go to a Spurs game.
Yeah, I'm just not. But why?
I don't know. Why not?
Because it's in San Antonio and I don't care about the Spurs. And Wembanyama's out now. So why would I ever do that?
Well, not this year, but maybe next year. Who knows? You never know. You never know where your travels are going to take you.
Yeah, San Antonio's not the place. All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Quick break. Sports Minute. Come right back right after this.
All righty. When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, FanDuel is your home for the NBA live betting. So if you have missed the first few minutes of the game and you want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Imagine you were betting on the Cleveland Cavaliers against the Boston Celtics the other night. That would have been amazing. So you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at an even bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers do get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet does win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Boomer to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Boomer for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. So you can make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of WFAN as well. 21 and older, physically present in New York, first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that do expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. See all the terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, you can call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Odyssey Sportsmen are brought to you by London Jewelers. They've been around for 96 years, independently owned and operated. You can visit the engagement experts at any one of their 7 locations. This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Deebo Samuel got his wish to be traded, and no one could be happier than Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels, Commanders All-Pro wideout Terry McLaurin, who will be even more scary, and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. This is Christmas to those guys. Meantime, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy is losing one of his most dangerous weapons, although there's going to be more money available now for Purdy's new deal. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Bettering your business takes working with the best. With the James Hardie Alliance, you gain access to leads, training, networking, and support from the #1 brand of siding in North America. Achieve new levels of success by joining the James Hardie Alliance today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live full service, real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Professionals spend nearly half the work week on written communication, so focus is important. With Grammarly as your AI writing partner, focus and quickly get through work with relevant real-time suggestions. And it works across 500,000 apps and websites, so you can sound more confident and persuasive wherever you write. 93% of professionals report that Grammarly helps them get more work done. Download Grammarly for free at Grammarly.com/podcast. That's Grammarly.com/podcast.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/stream to join today. That's FanDuel.com/stream for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 plus and present in New Jersey. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
WFAN, WFAN-FM, WFAN-FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, Boomer and Gio coming to you live from the Bill Ford Tough Studio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. A good weekend for New York basketball. The Knicks win on Friday and Sunday, and then St. John's on Saturday wins the Big East tournament Big East regular season title by beating Seton Hall, and now they'll see if they could win the Big East tournament. And, that's one of the things where it's kind of stinks when you're a really good team and you have your conference tournament, and you don't need your conference tournament necessarily to get into the tournament. You know you're going to be a pretty high seed. Oof. It's like, is it the worst thing if you don't make it all the way to the end in that tournament so you guys could get some rest, especially when you have a bunch of banged up dudes on the team? I
know. I was thinking about this for St. John's, for their sake. I think because they haven't won the Big East in so long, that it would be nice to have what I would consider a double-double. You win the regular season and you win the tournament and you go in as either a 1 or a 2 seed. I think it's going to be hard for them to get to a 1 seed.
Yeah, I think so too.
But I definitely think they can get to a 2 seed at least. And it's been an incredible year. And when I look at the rankings, I mean, the top 10 are all right there with each other. Maybe Auburn and Duke are a tick higher than everybody else, but because it's a 1 game and you win when you get to the tournament, and you lose and you're out, everybody in that top 10 I believe everybody in the top 10 has a chance to win the national championship, especially if they're seated in the right spot.
Yeah, it's one of the toughest things to predict. Of course, it's a one-and-done situation. I mean, this team gets off to slow starts. There's 3 issues with them, and there's so many great things that they do, but if the 3 issues that could hold them back in a tournament situation is they get off to slow starts, their free throw shooting isn't great, and their three-point shooting isn't great.
Well, that ain't good.
Yeah, well, those are 3 things that but there's so many great things about them. I mean, they care so deeply about winning. They are focused and go balls to the wall every single minute that they're out there. They play unbelievable defense. They out-rebound everybody. I mean, they're just and they come back, so it's like, okay, you get off to a slow start, but they're always winning the games. So there's a lot more positive than negative with the team. But those are, if they're going to lose and get knocked off before the Sweet 16, it'll be one of those 3 things or a combo of one of those 3 things that'll hold them back.
It seems to me like it is like your classic Pitino team, where you're going to be playing defense and rebounding win you games. There's no question about that. But the thing that does cost you games is your free throws, especially in these games, especially late in games. And, when you get against the better teams, those are the moments where you really got to knock down free throws. And look, as a Maryland fan, somebody who's been watching Maryland basketball my entire life, I mean, that's usually what kills us is the free throws, or we can't get the ball inbounds on a crucial possession for some reason. It's just the thing that, as a Maryland fan, that I kind of feel like has always been like that way with us. And, we got a good team this year, too. They're going to be a top 15 team, and we'll see what happens with them in the Big Ten tournament. But maybe St. John's and Maryland will end up playing again.
Yeah, St. John's, this season is already a humongous success. I mean, it's the best season that they have had in decades. The fan base is inspired. They're selling out the Garden. It's just been amazing. I mean, of course, the passing of Lou Carnesecca this year, too, and honoring him. I mean, this has just been overwhelming for a St. John's fan that's been through such sludge for the better part of, these last 3 decades. But with the Knicks, it's a little bit different. So, like, St. John's going to go to the tournament. If they make it to the Sweet 16, maybe they don't make it out of the Sweet 16. People are going to remember this season forever because this was the first time that they came back and were a legitimate top 10 basketball team and may even be a 2 seed in the tournament. With the Knicks, it's like if they don't make it out of the second round and lose to the Celtics in the second round, it's just going to feel like a dud. Even though that they're 20 games above 500 and there's the best offensive Knicks team we've seen in a very long time. Like the way that these seasons are going for both of these teams, like the ending is going to feel so different. You know, obviously barring championships for both of them, but the ending is going to feel so different. Like it's just like the Knicks are having like a Yankees type season, where it's like, okay, you know, they're really good, but can they beat the Astros? You know, like it feels like that. You know, where St. John's is everything feels new again. Everything is awesome. Every win is special. You know, the confetti coming down and everything. And you haven't seen that in a while. You know, last year's Knicks team felt like that was the first foray into it. And, you know, Jalen Brunson doing what he's doing and all of that. But this year's different. You got to be better this year.
Well, the expectations, especially when Leon Rose makes the trade for Mikal Bridges and, of course, Karl Anthony Towns. Those are big moves. They were monumental moves. They were brought in to try to improve the team from last year. The team from last year, as we all know, we all love that team. And we all love Dante DiVincenzo and Hartenstein and everybody else. And it's those guys are missing. There's a little bit of that edge. It feels like it's missing. These guys are, you know, especially OG, the way he's been playing lately. I mean, it's nice to see him back playing at that level that he was when he first got here. But, you know, if they don't get past the second round, it's almost all for naught. Like this, we expected that this was going to be the year with these new guys here. And you have 5 legitimate starters. Some of, you know, and Mikal Bridges has been on a little bit of a slump. But, you know, there's a long way to go. And they finally got Mitchell Robinson back. So now they're finally whole. And Miles McBride is whole. They're back together. The question is can they beat the Celtics? Because that's who they're probably going to have to play in the playoffs. I was looking at them. They're 2.5 games behind the Celtics right now. And I was kind of comparing the schedules. And the Knicks, obviously, Tuesday night, they had the Warriors at the Garden. And this is where Jalen Brunson has got to shut down Steph Curry. Don't let him drop 50 on you in the Garden. I mean, like, can we just, and then they go out and they got that West Coast trip and they start with the Lakers. This is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, for the Knicks in their scheduling. They won these 2 games on the road at Memphis and at Miami, which were great wins, important wins, especially when you beat Memphis in Memphis and you win the way that you won against the 7-seed Miami Heat last night. But this next 8 games here is going to determine where they're going to end up in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just then you're talking about barring a disaster with the Knicks in the first round and losing in the first round, just having home court advantage against the Celtics in the second round. It's basically what you're looking at.
I mean, like, look, I know what MSG wants. They want both the Rangers and the Knicks in the playoffs because that's where they make $1 gazillion, and they need those teams to make it to the playoffs. And even when you're in the midst of trading people like Chris Drury is right now, that doesn't mean that this team can't get to the playoffs. I mean, they won at least one playoff round, even though they're not a cup-ready team right now. They're in the midst of being a cup-ready team, and somebody's going big game hunting this offseason or maybe next offseason for a guy who wears number 97. Who knows? But anyway, saying that, look, the Garden wants deep playoff runs for both of these teams because that's where they make their money.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean, and you're going to be guaranteed home playoff games with the Knicks. You're not sure about the Rangers yet, but I mean, getting that home court advantage helps you out a little bit more. But at the same time, I mean, I got to see them play better against Boston to even feel like they have a chance in the series.
I actually watched some of this Celtics and the Cavaliers on Friday night, going back and forth between them and the Ranger game. And it was like 25-3 at one point for Boston. They got out to a 25-3 lead. I'm like, this game's over.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden I flip back in the fourth quarter and I'm like, Jesus, what the hell happened here?
Well, it's your classic. You don't have to watch an NBA game until the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, right?
It was crazy and it got intense, which was, that was the best part about it. It was a really intense game against 2 really good teams or with 2 really good teams. I think the Cavaliers proved something to themselves.
Well, I think they've been trying to prove something to everybody throughout the entire year. I mean, it's like people haven't necessarily taken them as seriously as the Celtics, thinking they're going to fall off at some point, and they haven't. They've gotten better. They made the trade for Hunter. I mean, they are right there, man. They are right there as one of the main contenders. I doubted them for the longest time, too. I thought it was going to be a little bit more of a flukish thing, and it was going to be the Knicks and the Celtics. Well, no, it's not. That team is legit. They're for real. And they are probably, well, I got to see what the odds are, if they're still the favorites to make it out of the East or not, or the Celtics are still the favorite.
The crazy thing is that the Knicks and the Rangers both wiped out the Cavaliers and the Capitals last year in the playoffs. And now the Capitals are one of the best teams, and the Cavaliers are one of the best teams in their respective sport.
Yeah, that is true.
What the hell happened? And the Knicks should have improved.
Well, they did. You know, record-wise, they have. Let's see, conference. Yeah, the Celtics are still the favorite to make it out of the East. Minus 150 to the Cavs, plus 280.
And what are the Knicks?
Plus 750.
750. Whew.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And the Knicks to make it to the finals, plus 2,200. Celtics, plus 170. Oh, this is the winner, sorry. This is not to make it to the finals. This is the winner of the finals. Knicks plus 2,200, Celtics plus 170, Thunder plus 190, Cavs plus 700. So FanDuel Sportsbook's got the Celtics and the Thunder, with the Celtics winning it right now. It's the best odds.
Gil, let me just ask you a quick question also. What's the deal with the Clemson sweater?
Oh, the deal is that you know Chris Vinay of Baiting Hollow in the Rock, who is a friend and just an amazing guy and just so generous. He had a bunch of goodie bags for Al and Jerry because he wanted to have them give them some stuff.
Oh, nice.
Giving us so many things. And his daughter Isabella goes to Clemson. He was down there visiting her.
Oh.
And she told him, I'm going to do like 8 more years of school because I want to be a vet. So he's like, can you believe that? Animal science, 8 more years. So anyway, he wanted to bring something back for me because he's a great friend and he's generous. And he said, I got this for you because of the purple for the Vikings, and I wanted you to represent Clemson with Isabella.
He knows how I feel about Clemson, right? I mean.
Well, that's that. I mean, he wasn't thinking of you at all.
I'm sure he wasn't.
He wasn't. It was his daughter goes there. He's not thinking of Boomer when he's down there. He's thinking of his daughter Isabella, the whole thing. So.
He is a kind guy. He's a very, very nice person, and I just wonder if he belongs to IPTAY. IPTAY is their alumni association that raises money for the school.
IPTAY for Clemson?
Yeah,
okay.
IPTAY.
I mean,
I'm not really sure what it means, but we at Maryland thought that meant I pay 3 athletes a year.
Oh,
or I pay 10 athletes a year, at least when I was in school.
Ayo.
I remember they had a quarterback. I want to say his name was Homer Jordan, I think his name was.
Homer Jordan.
Right, and he was a really good player, and he was one of these dual threat quarterbacks. And when they came to play us at Maryland in 1982, when they introduced them, the entire stadium, Bird Stadium, took out their keys and shook their keys because there were reports that he got cars and cash and everything to go to Clemson.
Yeah,
and I think they were coming off of a national championship. I think.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's the story of the Clemson sweater. Everybody was shocked that I was wearing the Clemson sweatshirt. But, yeah, it's from the great Chris Vinay. I saw the legend Mike Patty out there as well, who you know.
Yes, the legend.
The legend Mike Patty. He's an ultimate legend. But, yeah, that's where it comes from. But, I mean, it's the first thing Perloff said to me, too. He's like, Clemson?
We don't usually see that around here.
Yeah, okay.
I figure St. John's or something.
Well, I wear a bunch of St. John's stuff all the time. I got that sweatshirt. I got that zip up or whatever. So
you do look good in purple, though.
Yeah, it works, right? Yeah. Al's got a St. John's sweatshirt on.
Al's a front-running son of a bitch.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. You blame him?
No, I don't blame him at all.
I mean, this stage of life, why you got to watch crappy teams?
So I didn't get your take on the whole potential Aaron Rodgers to the New York Giants. Did you have a take on that?
I love it.
You do?
Let's get him here.
Makes a ton of sense.
Because if
him and Davante Adams?
No, I don't need Davante Adams here. Okay. But Aaron Rodgers, if the Giants win, we make fun of the Jets. And if the Giants lose, we make fun of the Giants. It's a win-win situation every week with Aaron Rodgers behind center.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen. That is true. You got to factor in the Jets angle of this, that if he goes to the Giants, then he'll be an all-pro.
Highly motivated, that's for sure.
Because it couldn't happen with the Jets. Same with, like, Sam Darnold. So Aaron Rodgers will go to the Giants, and it'd take him to the playoffs and the whole thing. Stay healthy, look like he's 25 again. That is true. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people and quarterbacks out there that were disappointed that the Rams stayed with Matthew Stafford. What's going to be interesting, I was thinking about this. If it was reported that, obviously Tom Brady and Matthew Stafford were talking and there was a possibility that, Matthew would go to the Vegas Raiders, that whole deal started there and there was no way he was going to come to the Giants. It was either the Raiders or the Rams. And the report was now the Raiders have to, change direction like the Giants do. Like, all right, what do we do now? What are the offings? And supposedly, like, Tom Brady is not high on all these other guys that are available, including Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Okay. So that means now in the offseason, or during the season, Tom Brady is going to have a Sam Darnold game, and he's going to want to meet with Sam Darnold.
Well, he can't meet with Sam Darnold. It's not allowed.
But the point being, like, this is another reason why. Like, when reports are out there that Tom Brady is not high on Sam Darnold, and then Sam Darnold, let's say, goes signs with whoever, out of the Titans or whoever he signs with, and then Tom Brady is doing one of their games.
That's where Burkhardt's got to say, and you don't like Sam Darnold, right, Tom?
Exactly.
I remember those reports being out there. Were they true or not?
I mean, it's out there, man. It's like, because now, like, he was obviously, just like everybody else was really high on Matthew Stafford and acquiring him.
What it sounds like is Tom Brady wants to be Woody Johnson, just controlling everything, making all the decisions, stepping all over the GM. I mean, why even hire that?
You got to remember, that's his buddy.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, why even hire Spy Tech if he's going to be doing all the stuff? I mean, he hired the coach. He's picking quarterbacks. He's taking them out to Montana.
Spy Tech and Pete Carroll very careful, making sure that they are lauding Tom Brady and how involved he is.
Well, of course. I mean, you think Mark Davis, I bet you my man, our leader, my king, Mark Davis, is probably getting a little jealous of this.
You think so?
I think so. I think he likes his attention, and I don't think that he, like Tom Brady, is coming there to save the Raiders, and Tom Brady's making all the decisions. That's going to start bothering him. And I'm being obviously facetious about he's the king.
Yeah, no.
But I'm not being facetious about that take. I could actually see there being some consternation there. Like, wait a second, you got a piece of the team. This team has been in our family for a very long time. I'm the man here. Like, chill out.
There's no way. I mean, he just bought 10% of the team, gave him $700 million.
Okay.
Or whatever, however
and
much.
Mark Davis owns how much? Not the other 90%?
No, I don't know. I think he is one of these general partner owners.
Or whatever.
He is the controlling interest of the team, but not maybe the biggest money behind the team.
Okay, but when the owners' meetings happen, who goes?
Well, it's Mark Davis.
Damn right. Damn right, with that bowl haircut. He's there representing the Raiders because his dad was the man. So I could see him getting a little jealous, a little upset. Telling his buddies at PF Chang's.
There is no way he is upset with Tom Brady being involved. No way.
I mean, he's getting his poo-poo platter at PF Chang's, sitting there crying in it, going, "Oh, should have never done this. Tom Brady, what am I, nuts?" But he is the guy. He's controlling everything.
Well, I don't know about controlling everything, but definitely has an opinion about everything, for sure. And they have to respect it for two reasons. Number one, he was the greatest quarterback of all time, so you obviously want to listen to him. And number two, he just spent $500 million to buy into the team. You better listen to him.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. We'll listen to Jerry Recco next. Boomer's got something for you. Come right back right after this.
All right, this may not fit for right now, but maybe later on in the week it will. That winter's bitter cold is finally behind us. It's time to look forward to spring and enjoying the great outdoors, and that's exactly why Ford built the new 2025 Ford Explorer. Redesigned inside and out, the best-selling SUV features more refined cabin with 3 rows for your crew. Of course, a terrain management system to help you venture confidently and safely. And for the first time ever, you can enjoy the convenience of Blue Cruise hands-free highway driving. So why not gear up for the spring with a new Ford Explorer? Stop by your local Ford store for a test drive today.
A new season creates new opportunity.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it's a huge honor.
It brings new names, new faces, and poses new challenges.
Rowdy crowds and the high expectation.
And your defending American League champion New York Yankees take on those challenges all season long.
It's go time, and this is the start of the grind, the start of the journey.
On your home for Bronx Bombers baseball, WFAN. Starting March 27th, catch every pitch, every home run, every historic moment on the home of New York Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM and always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol. Half hour in at the GW Bridge from 8095 approaches, 20 minutes from Route 4 and 46 approaches, and 15 from the Palisades. The Lincoln's only 20, and the inbound Holland Tunnel has got a 25 to 30 minute delay. Your East River crossings are not doing badly right now. We've got westbound Del IE heavy traffic from Lakeville Road to Francis Lewis Boulevard, from Casino Boulevard to Woodhaven Boulevard, and from 58th Street to the BQE westbound. The westbound Bell Parkway is very, very busy, traveling from Springfield and getting out into Cross Bay Boulevard, but then you're good from Cross Bay out to the Verrazano Bridge, and the eastbound Staten Island Expressway has got delays getting out into Ocean Terrace from back off the Goethals Bridge and off of the West Shore Expressway. Traffic and transit, I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol.
In honor of cold and flu season, Instacart presents the perfect sick day. Picture this. You're on your couch in your coziest sweatpants, watching that 90s sitcom you've seen 57 times. Your Instacart order, complete with cold medicine, tissues, and your comfort soup, will be at your door in as fast as 30 minutes. And all you have to do is exist on the couch and let yourself heal. Sounds too good to be true? Nope. Sounds like Instacart. Download Instacart and enjoy $0 delivery fees on your first 3 orders. Excludes restaurant orders. Service fees and terms apply.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Thumbtack presents the ins and outs of caring for your home. Out. Indecision, overthinking, second-guessing every choice you make. In. Plans and guides that make it easy to get home projects done. Out. Beige on beige on beige. In. Knowing what to do, when to do it, and who to hire. Start caring for your home with confidence. Download Thumbtack today.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. You know, because
Be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins...
Can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the...
Extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Click the banner to discover more. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth-quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/stream to join today. That's FanDuel.com/stream for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 plus and present in New Jersey. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day. and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Ready to explore Europe the striped way? Then fly with Condor Airlines. With nonstop flights to Frankfurt, Germany, there are great connection options to several cities. Whether it's the romantic streets of Paris or the stunning beaches of Barcelona, Condor will start your vacation by offering comfortable and spacious cabins. Fly the striped way. Visit condor.com today.
Want to tell you about Raised Right human-grade pet food. They're a family-owned company that works with world-renowned veterinarians to make fresh, home-cooked style whole food recipes for dogs and cats. Their recipes are high in protein, low in carbs, with simple ingredients, as many of their recipes have just 10 ingredients or less. With Raised Right, you can enjoy peace of mind with every bite, since each batch gets lab safety tested. Get 20% off your first box today at RaisedRightPets.com. The website again, RaisedRightPets.com.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's so complicated. But it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services. I work with small businesses to expertly handle all your HR needs. Do you feel like you're always interviewing new talent? At Clear Employer Services, we have the secret to retaining talent for you. Don't watch your good employees walk out the door. Talk with me directly about keeping your employees happy. Go to hruncomplicated.com so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit hruncomplicated.com.
It's the morning show with Boomer and Gio.
Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Got in the car this morning. I took a picture of what the temperature was in the car, and I was going to send it to Jerry Recco. But then I said, you know what? I don't want to argue with him anymore on this because it's just... argue. It said it was 18 degrees in the car this morning.
My mistake.
No,
I apologize. Your fat thumb on the button.
Oh, wow. I'm telling you, somebody's all fired up here.
I won this.
No,
I don't know what you're talking
about.
You look at the
winter
temperature.
was over. It's 18 degrees.
I played golf yesterday. I don't know what your issue is.
I played Saturday, too, but it's not over.
It is over.
18. Okay, so what is 18 degrees? What season is that?
It's a chilly spring. All right, so on April 15th, when we get a cold front in, am I supposed to say it's not springtime? Cold days happen. What was Saturday?
You said winter was over.
Winter is over.
It's not
Collectively,
over.
It's been over for a month.
It'll be... No, it's
Yesterday
not over
it was
for a
20
month.
degrees. This morning was 16 degrees.
I'm sorry. Is there a blizzard coming anytime soon?
That's not all about the snow accumulations.
That was the conversation we were having.
No, you pivoted to that.
That's wrong. No.
You moved the goalpost.
No.
You did.
No, wrong.
Yeah, you
because
did.
I remember saying to Al, by and large, the temperatures when you're looking long term are much warmer.
18 degrees!
You're going to have cold
touched
days.
the money, Jerry.
I didn't touch
Your
the money.
fault.
When was the last time it snowed?
What are you, like a groundhog or something?
Come on. By the way, better than the groundhog, because I ended winter a month ago.
Jerry,
golf on Friday.
All I know is
Saturday
that
was 64.
Opening day for the Mets and the Yankees,
over.
like early May. I mean, late March, early April. I mean, there's going to be.
But that's spring. That's not winter. That's not my problem.
And isn't there snow like in Detroit?
Yeah,
we don't
like
live in
every year
Detroit.
there's
I'm not
something.
worried about Detroit.
I mean, like winter doesn't really end around here until like June. That's when.
And then it goes right to middle of August when it turns to 100 degrees.
Right, and then that's the end of it. Spring is just it's a thing of the past.
I mean,
But it
look
is
at
your
these
fault,
temperatures.
though, Jerry.
51 tomorrow, 55 Wednesday, 54 Thursday, 50 on Friday. I mean, if you think we're still in winter, I'm sorry. That's your problem.
This morning we were still in winter.
It was chilly this morning.
I mean, the ground was frozen again.
This morning, yes, we had one tee box yesterday. It was like hitting off of a plank of wood. Couldn't get the tee in the.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Couldn't get the tee in the ground. Yeah. I mean, these long-term temperatures are fantastic. No more snow. Winter's over. And that was what I predicated it on. And I remain and stand here as a winner.
You also
champion.
You missed one of the worst weeks.
That's your problem, not mine.
The winter when you were out on the West Coast, we had like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And
didn't experience
single-digit wind chills.
Can't help you. It was 54 where I was.
Yeah, 54.
By the way, Jerry, what are your Dallas Cowboys doing? Nobody seems to know what they're doing.
Neither do I.
By the way, how about this Worlds Collide? So I see on Instagram yesterday, so Jordan Davis's latest song, I Ain't Sayin', got to #1. And he was playing down in Dallas, or Fort Worth to be more specific. And Dak Prescott came out as a surprise on the stage and announced for the first time this song went #1.
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
It's amazing to me. Like, you knew Jordan before Dak Prescott knew Jordan.
Just
like,
so
you're the one. You're the
so
but
Jerry. So that.
Yeah, well, I mean, but you became really close friends with him, and you're the one who propelled his stardom.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. You know, that's a little much, propelling his stardom.
I think once you saw him and you got to know him at that boat party, man, all of a sudden his entire career has exploded. You know that, and I know that. There you go.
You should get like a manager's fee.
I'm working on it. Trust me. I do send texts all the time.
I'm sure.
I mean, he won like Song of the Year twice. I mean, he didn't thank me in either speech. Just sort of really embarrassing. Yeah, that's funny.
Well, you know how it is.
And we had a great.
We'll see him on the way down.
All right, Jerry, what's going on, man?
What's going on? Your Knickerbockers are going on. Nice win on Friday in Memphis. They go to Miami last night, and maybe not so good for much of the night, but the second half, pretty impressive.
In the lane, finds Hart. Slips inside, banks it home.
Yeah, that was in overtime where the Knicks wound up beating the Heat 116-112. Tyler Murray on MSG. They came back from 19 down for the win. That was Josh Hart with 2. He scored 14. Jalen Brunson, 31. Here was Tom Thibodeau on Brunson's game.
I thought the thing that I liked was, and obviously he's such a huge part of it, but his teammates also liked finding a way to win.
I mean, you know, he could say the same thing every night.
Of course he could, especially when they win games.
He kind of does. He's repetitive in the way that he discusses things, and he knows, just like everybody else knows, it's going to come down to Boston and Cleveland, and what are you going to do about it?
All true. And the Knicks were not playing well at halftime. What kept them so positive and upbeat? This was Brunson on MSG.
It doesn't matter what the score is. We got to come out and play Knicks basketball. We got to fight. You know, we didn't do that in the first half. They got the best of us, but I mean, we're going to keep fighting no matter what. I don't really care what clicks. You know, that's what we're going to do.
Knicks now 20 games over, 540-20 on the season. They will take on the Warriors tomorrow night after their win in Miami. Also from the NBA, the Cavaliers, you mentioned Cleveland. They beat the Blazers in overtime 133-129. Cleveland's 50-10. Celtics won earlier in the day, beat Denver 110-103. And how about this blast from the past as the T-Wolves win a game?
And a great offensive rebound by Randall. Wonderful hustle by Randall.
I tell you what, a welcome sign for the Timberwolves to have Julius Randle back in the lineup, not only because of his scoring and playmaking, but effort plays.
Oh, what a dime drop inside. And Randall with the punch.
That was T-Wolves TV. How about that? Effort and hustle and heart from Julius Randle.
Grit, baby, grit.
Yep. T-Wolves beat the Suns 116-98. Anthony Edwards had 44. I think Randall had 22.
What disaster that Ishbia, he's the guy who bought the Suns?
Yes, Matt Ishbia.
Yeah, what a disaster that turned out to be, huh?
Yeah. I mean, and everybody thought that getting Durant out there was going to solve all their problems. It did not.
No, it's gotten worse, actually.
Kind of creates problems everywhere he goes, it seems like.
Except for Golden State.
Yeah,
he was the added piece. They had all those young guys there. Everybody was at the top of their game.
Well, he was supposed to be the added piece in Phoenix.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be an added piece here when he came to
was supposed to be the piece here, but you know what they did? They paid him a year to not play. Not sure if you're aware of that.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. And
forgot about that.
I did forget about that. Man, how much did they pay him that year? Like
a lot of money.
$50 million?
Yeah, a lot of money. A lot of cash. Yep.
And speaking about cash, give me cash. How about Joel Embiid now? Shut him down for the year. And there's a chance he may never, ever play again.
That stinks. But he had no problem playing the Olympics.
Yeah.
No one complained about that at the time.
Nobody did.
Like they did World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, or the Four Nations tournament where a bunch of guys got hurt. Chris Kreider hasn't been the same since.
But no one's complaining.
Okay.
Odd that we just rip on baseball players that want to play for their country.
I think it was the being out for the year thing with Edwin Diaz. That was
every hockey player took that risk in that tournament.
And then look at Charlie McAvoy out. You know, Matthew Tkachuk out now. He's on LTIR, so Florida's going to play that financial game within the NHL that the NHL allows every team to play. So they're going to play that now.
I want to hear from BT.
Oh, love to hear from BT.
Saturday, St. John's.
Uh-oh.
A win over Seton Hall.
Buckle up, boys.
Outright Big East champions.
Well, I got to tell you here, Mink, you just said it, man. It's taken nearly 40 years to get this thing done, but the Johnnies are back. Rick Pitino has single-handedly resuscitated this program, and I got news for you, New York City. Right now, it's not the Knicks, it's not the Rangers, not the Yanks, not the Mets, not the Jets, not the Giants. The Johnnies are the biggest story, the hottest story in New York City. This is absolutely fantastic.
There you go on St. John's.
We are unkillable! By the way, Rick Pitino on with those guys, BT and Sal, 1240
today.
Nice.
1240, Rick Pitino on BT and Sal.
Very good. Look forward to that. St. John's 26-4 and 17-2 on the season. All right, a couple of other things for football. You guys talked about the whole Jet thing, listening to offers on Devontae Adams. Friday, Stafford and the Rams agree to a restructured deal, and Deebo Samuel goes from San Francisco to Washington. Spring baseball today, Mets and Marlins. You got Kodai Senga on the mound, and then the Yankees tonight will take on the Pirates.
So you were saying that Senga's going to pitch one inning.
He's going to start the game, pitch an inning, then go to a backfield and throw 2 simulated innings, I believe, for live BP.
Well, why do they do that?
I don't know.
Maybe to get other guys, because they got so many guys now that they're trying to get work. So it's like, put these other guys in a game, real game situation, and get Senga out of there. I have no idea. It's stupid. What do you want me to say? Halfway through that, I was like, well, I'm even trying to justify this.
Yeah, it is kind of what it is, I suppose. All right, so I'll take you to the hockey then, where the Rangers played the Predators last night, and all was good for your Blue Shirts.
Here's Panarin. Down low, they score! J.T. Miller. It's a power play goal.
And that is the great Sam Rosen on MS. Those games are winding down for Sam.
Yeah, they are, man. They really are. And hopefully they'll make the playoffs, and he'll get a chance to do at least one. I hope so. We'll see. But Brett Berard gets a goal last night, and then, of course, Calvin DeHaan gets an assist last night. His first assist as a Ranger. So, who knows? You never know.
They win 4-0. That was the J.T. Miller goal. Artemi Panarin also scored. You mentioned the Miller goal. And Jonathan Quick had 34 saves, 63rd career shutout. Here is Peter Laviolette Loving. First, about how J.T. Miller plays the game.
He's been fantastic. I mean, he's a north-south player. He does everything the right way. He competes hard in the battles. He changes the right way. He's physical. He's offensive, and he's come in and fit really well.
And then here's Miller on what Quick was doing.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I've played against him a long time out when he was out west, and he's one of the greats for sure. And he just keeps adding up these milestones, and he's an awesome guy, too.
That was the goalie that beat the Rangers in the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, I remember.
That guy, he was unbelievable in that series. And last night, he was just as unbelievable. He made at least 10 incredible saves last night.
Don't care.
Oh, shut up.
Rangers Islanders coming up later tonight. As for the Devils, they had a later start in Vegas. Things did not go well.
Vegas digs it out. Hanifin, slap shot, they score! Well, Vegas was able to grab the puck at the top of the circle, and Hanifin just moved to the center of the ice and pounded it home.
With the pound town.
Yes. You think Matty gets after it there in Vegas when he goes out there?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. I think he's getting after it.
Like he's getting loose and getting drunk.
Oh,
yeah.
No, I think he probably is in his room preparing for the game. He goes to the afternoon skate.
I feel like him and Chico are out till like 6 a.m.
Maybe they are. The night before?
Oh, yeah.
That's possible.
Just getting after it.
They're ripping it up. They were in Pound Town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they were in Pound Town. Well, they did lose 2-0, and worse than that, they lost Jack Hughes. Left the game late with what certainly looks like a shoulder injury. One big Devil fan that didn't take it well is Frank the Tank. It was the loss that got him and also the Hughes injury. Eddie, I've had my issues with the clipping stuff, so make sure I got everything here, please.
There's no harder fight in this team. It's over. It's over. Jack Hughes, another shoulder injury every year.
Yeah, he's a little upset after this one. So.
Yeah,
I mean, they are still locked into the playoffs.
Yeah, I know, but they have not played well now in 2 months.
Oh, well, they lost their goalie.
I understand. Well, he was back, but still
Markstrom
not
was
great.
back last night?
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah. 2-0 was the final. And then finally, in golf, Joe Highsmith posted 64 on Saturday, followed that up with a 64 on Sunday. He wins the Cognizant Classic in Palm Beach Gardens. So after the win, he's in, I don't know, like under a tent or something, and they're having a celebration and some drinks, and like speech, got to talk, and you talk about him being the most boring winner you've ever seen. His speech was boring. And then his mom took the microphone, or at least got up and wanted to offer some words of inspiration, because she was reverting back to Thursday when Jake Knapp shot the 59.
Joe said to me at dinner, I'm just going to try to sneak a top 3. And I said, no, it's early. You can still do this. Let's go. I know how much he loves this golf course. So this was such a treat today to get to watch this play out.
Thank you, Mom. Isn't that nice?
There you go.
Since she was supposed to leave after 9, she changed her flight. This is funny.
Now, Gio, when you first started playing golf, I told you many times, don't try to do things you're incapable of doing just yet.
Right. That's why I took my clubs and went home. Couldn't do anything.
Just keep hitting the ball straight.
Yeah.
And if you're in a bad spot, take the penalty, move the ball, whatever.
Yeah, if you're
Jake
behind a tree,
Knapp,
move the ball.
But Jake Knapp was like tin cup. Like he hits a ball that is sitting in the water.
Couldn't even see it. If you look at the video right now,
there it is,
CBS
right there.
Sports
Okay,
Network.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's still got the club on the ball,
But
or at
still,
least
but
enough
then
of
he
the
hit
water
it
to push
into
it
the
out.
water again.
No,
I'm
I
like,
know.
you gotta be smart, man. Take the penalty, get out of there, and go do it over, and don't put yourself in situations like this. And I know he was right off the green, so he probably felt that, I could just pop it up here and get it onto the green. But you start bringing water into it, a hill, your foot in the water.
Yeah, he was leading
crazy.
the tournament, the entire tournament. He was 18 under at that point, and he had a triple bogey, and that was the end of it.
He blew it.
He blew it.
So a 2-shot win for Highsmith.
You blew it.
Yep.
All right, Jerry, good stuff. We'll see you next hour. It's Boomer and Gio coming to you live at the Built Ford Tough Studio.
Gotta think, Gio. You gotta think. All right. For over 100 years, Sloman's Home Security has been the trusted name in protecting what matters most. That would be your home and your family. With 24/7 monitoring and a responsive customer service, they provide real security powered by real people, because when it comes to safety, the difference is going to be human, and the difference is Sloman's. So whether you are at home or away, feel peace of mind knowing that Sloman's has your back. From smart home integration to professional installation, they tailor their services to fit your needs. Join the countless homeowners in the tri-state who do trust Sloman's. Call Sloman's today at 833-933-SAFE. That's 833-933-SAFE. To find out more and to secure your home with Sloman's Home Security, it is Sloman's Home Security, where your safety is their priority. Real protection, real people. Call them today at 833-933-SAFE. That's 833-933-SAFE.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
I do want to draft a young quarterback and develop that guy and possibly go the same route you were involved in back in 2004, where that veteran's actually playing reasonably well, but he gets benched for a young quarterback.
Stream Evan and Tiki live or on demand with the Odyssey app, and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart with thesupplyhouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol. The inbound George has an upper level wait of 40 minutes because an accident now gone from under the apartments. The inbound George lower is 35 minutes. The Lincoln's only 20, and the inbound Holland Tunnel has a 35-minute delay. The outbound Pulaski Skyway in Jersey still has an accident blocking a lane mid-span. And over at the East River, the Queensbound RFK Triborough Bridge has an accident. 2 lanes on the Queens span are blocked right now. We've got heavy traffic there. The inbound Gowanus delays are slow coming off the Verrazano Bridge and getting up into Fort Hamilton Parkway. Then really tied up from the Prospect up into the Brooklyn Bridge with westbound delays into the Brooklyn Bridge as well. And westbound LIE is now very, very slow from 164th Street out into Woodhaven Boulevard. Mass Transit's not bad, that's for sure. I'm Karen Stewart with thesupplyhouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Lowe's knows that free is just better. That's why MyLowe's Rewards is free to join. As a member, you earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases, get exclusive free gifts, and earn free shipping at Silver Key status, all on top of weekly member-only deals. Don't wait. Join MyLowe's Rewards for free today and start saving more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live full service, real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/stream to join today. That's FanDuel.com/stream for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 plus and present in New Jersey. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Morning Show with Boomer and Gio.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. So this was a discussion on the Pardon My Take podcast with Big Cat and PFT. But this reporter fight that happened between Jordan Schultz of Fox and Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network has still got layers to it. And the latest layer is that Jordan Schultz reportedly accused Ian Rappaport of saying Schultz, offers Uber stock in exchange for scoops. Rappaport denies this. This was all a discussion on Barstool's, as I mentioned, Pardon My Take podcast. So Rappaport, I guess, at this Starbucks or at some point, says that Jordan Schultz gets scoops only because he offers Uber stock to people.
Wow.
I mean, that
is like the weirdest thing I've ever heard. I mean, so maybe there's truth to it. I don't know. The interesting thing is that Jordan Schultz wasn't wrong.
No.
About Brady and Stafford. That was where the whole thing emanated from, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I saw where Adam Schefter tweeted out something, head on a swivel, and then had a picture of the Starbucks logo.
That is right.
As, things got pretty tense in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Measuring hands and waist and
slap
speed.
fights.
Yeah.
Definitely slap fights between those guys.
A lot of slap fights between the Norps.
You know, there really is only one NFL or MLB insider who could beat up the rest of them. I mean, it's obvious who this is, and that's Jay Glazer. Guy's an MMA guy. He'd take out everybody.
He would be, Dr. Klickenstein.
I mean, think about Glazer against Tom Pelissero.
No, not a shot.
Rappaport.
Nope.
Schefter.
Nope.
Who else am I missing in here?
Jonathan Jones.
Jonathan Jones. He's
athletic,
tall, right?
Big. He's got reach. But I know Jonathan. He's the media,
docile in a way,
kind of a media type guy. Yeah. I don't know. He may be doing yoga. I don't know.
Well, yoga's not MMA.
Right, that's true. I told you I went to his first MMA fight over at Bayonne High School.
Did you?
Yeah, Jay Glazer's.
Oh, wow.
Didn't I tell you that?
If you did, I don't remember.
Yeah, so Jay and I worked together at CBS initially with Dion and Dan Marino. And Jay was getting ready to go into his first fight. And he told me that he had to stay away from the fighter that he was fighting because the fighter that he was fighting was more of a wrestler, grappler type.
Oh, like Jerry Recco.
Right. And Jay was more, he was going to go in there and try to throw some punches and stuff. And the fight started, and 30 seconds later, I thought Jay was dead in the middle of the ring. Because, unfortunately, as Jay pointed out to me, his scouting report was, I have to stay away from him. I can't get caught up into him. And the guy just got on him immediately, wrapped his legs around, I guess, his stomach area, and squeezed so hard that it knocked the wind out of Jay and knocked him out.
Yeah,
and he was laying down and says, Jay dead? Jay dead?
Yeah, getting the wind knocked out of you is scary, man.
That was a tough opening fight for him. But I'm sure a lot of guys who go through it for the first time have similar situations.
Yeah. Like when I got the wind knocked out of me by Kebra Johnson.
Yeah. Well, that's a little different story.
In the Oklahoma drill.
Yeah, that's a little different story. But I just think that Jay stayed with it all those years afterwards, which I thought was, you got to give him credit.
Yeah, of course. Are you kidding me? I mean, the fact that, he's not as involved like on social media as it comes to like the posting stuff and the scoops that way. These other guys are always putting the stuff out there first. But then when he pops up and he has something like on Fox you always believe it.
On Sunday, he'll have something. He'll always have something.
Yeah.
And he's good at that. There's no question about it. He was good at that when we were at CBS. I mean, he got a lot of phone calls from a lot of players after games. And that's the one thing I could say. I saw him getting calls and talking to players.
And he started out on like New York 1 or News 12.
But he's also a New York Post, too.
Yeah, and he really worked his way up there.
FAN intern.
FAN intern as well.
Well, there you go.
How about that?
Greatness starts here and ends here.
Yeah. Although if you think about, of all the people that have gotten internships, and our big boss, the architect, was denied an internship here.
Which is even more amazing.
Which is incredible. Yeah.
That's a testament to his focus, his dedication to the craft.
Oh, yeah. And it probably put that chip on his shoulder. Yeah. Don't doubt me ever again.
Yeah, when I see him, that chip, he's got a pretty big chip on his shoulder. There's no question about it.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just still, from that day, that disappointment. You're not the one who told him no. It was Spitz, right, who told him no?
No, I think I was the one who delivered the message.
But you weren't the one who made the decision.
Probably it was more Eric than me, but I'll say it was a joint decision.
Oh, okay.
We had discussions, but it was really just me really saying yes, sir, to whatever he said.
Oh, okay. So this is why you have a file back in his office and no one else does, do you think? That the grudge is still being held against you?
Perhaps.
He's a grudge holder, the architect.
Evidently, yes.
Yeah.
He always brings it up.
Yeah. Well, that was like the moment for him. That was the thing that inspired him. Without that, he's probably not in the position he's in. Quite frankly, made him work harder, made him focus more. And also, he didn't fit the type of intern you liked, which was heavily flawed.
Yeah, the ugly duckling.
Yeah. That's what Eddie would always, you could tell whose Eddie's interns were and who Spitz's interns were. Because the Spitz intern would be a kid who would show up in a tie and fresh haircut and, khakis and tucked in shirt with a nice belt and yes, sir, what could I get you? And then Eddie's intern would show up with like holes in a Motley Crue T-shirt. He was 45 years old. He had dirty sneakers.
Be like
jeans
Gallo.
With paint on them.
Be like Gallo.
Yeah.
Gallo would be the signature guy for that, right?
Yeah, he would be up there, but Eddie also brought in a lot of older people.
I did.
Really, like, there was one guy who was he in his 60s you brought in once as an intern? Yeah. 60-year-old intern.
Retired teamster.
Who brought you in?
Eddie hired me.
Eddie hired you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're part of the Eddie draft class.
Yeah, but Eddie at that time was hiring everybody. Like, Spitz wasn't hired interns.
I know, but,
Eddie's
smart, though. But Eddie's smart because, you got to take a lot of shots on goal. You never know who you're going to find. Do you have, like, your all-time draft intern team or no?
I mean, just Fliegelman, me, McMonagle, me, Gio, me, Sal, me.
Jerry?
Yes.
Okay.
But with Spitz.
Okay.
Wow.
But still, let's see.
Ian
was before me.
Oh, okay.
Was the year before me.
I mean, the fact that all of these guys are still here at the station, I mean, that's a credit to you and your vision.
Morash?
Yep, me.
Oh, wow.
Tommy Lugauer?
Me.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake.
Craig?
Before me.
Okay. Glazer?
Yeah.
You have Glazer, too.
I don't know if I was doing the internship hiring at that point, but I remember him as an intern. I don't know if I could.
Listen,
this is Howie Roseman.
That's what I'm saying. He's the Howie Roseman of, like, interns in the radio
if you look at the full-time employees here, I think it's like 65% me.
Man, what would we do without you? And what would have Mark Chernoff ever done without you?
Fair question.
That is a fair question.
He swung and missed a couple times. It wasn't at 100% rate. Brought in a couple of weird ones.
Oh, yeah. Well, I would again, the Ugly Duckling. I gave him a chance, and I had a few swans in there.
The Ugly Duckling? Who's the Ugly Duckling?
Well, that's what he would bring. There would be a bunch of guys that were
ugly.
No.
No.
Not your typical...
Like misfits, if you will.
Yeah, but that's what makes great radio. The
Island of misfit toys situation.
Yes, exactly, yeah. But I got to say, you have a damn good track record.
Yeah, if there's an intern hiring Hall of Fame, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I would say so, yes. I mean, I would say this about hiring interns, because we've done it ourselves, is that you want to see self-starters. You want to see people who really want to dive in, right?
Absolutely. But I also want to give a chance to someone who maybe had a few bad breaks in life, Brian Rascona, and really wanted to make something positive. Also, any ex-veterans always got a nod from me.
I'm sure Rascona loves that he's a pity case here that you brought up.
Man, I didn't realize he
charity case. Yeah,
I didn't realize he was a victim.
We used to call him CC, charity case. That was his nickname, Rascona.
I have to remember
CC.
that.
Yeah.
Well, you know his story.
Of course I do. And trust me, he's been a friend of mine for a very long time. I find it funny when people do that.
Or something? What happened?
No. They'll tell you off the air.
All right.
But he, but like when Boomer would do this with Eddie, like, we got to make sure that we take care of Eddie because he's got all his comorbidities and he's got the diabetes and he might die. Like, it's like when people do that, like, I love that. Like, people really had some bad breaks and it's a horrible life like Brian Rascona. And names get, it's just that makes me laugh.
Yes,
that's all.
Okay.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Quick break. Sports Minute. Come right back right after this.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just cared a little bit too much about you, Ed, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. All right, the Folsom Restaurant Group, home of Tellers and Islip H2O and Smithtown and Prime in Huntington, is celebrating the anniversary of their three beloved brands. You can come and enjoy a three-course prefix menu and optional three-course wine pairing this week at Prime in Huntington. Now, to make your reservation, visit brgroup.biz. That's B-I-Z, and tap on the anniversary event. And while you're at it, reserve your table at Tellers, celebrating 25 years of gilded excellence starting on March 9th before it fills up. And I'm telling you, it's going to fill up if it already isn't. I'm telling you, folks, these are three of the best restaurants you will ever experience, and what an experience they are. To join them for these very special celebrations, visit brgroup.biz and tap on the anniversary event.
All right, when the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you missed the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, You can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now's the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 of bonus bets. Your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Geo, that's G-I-O, to join today. FanDuel.com/Geo for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Alrighty, Odyssey Sportsmen are brought to you by London Jewelers. They are the engagement experts. You can visit them at any one of their 7 locations. This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. To kickstart your day, Wrangler for the ride of life. Well, that was something you don't see every day. In fact, it's only happened 27 times in 16 years, folks. And it hasn't happened in more than 6 years. Steph Curry threw down a dunk Saturday in Philadelphia. After the game, he said that was probably going to be his last. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Lowe's knows that free is just better. That's why MyLowe's Rewards is free to join. As a member, you earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases, get exclusive free gifts, and earn free shipping at Silver Key status, all on top of weekly member-only deals. Don't wait. Join MyLowe's Rewards for free today and start saving more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
When the game tips off, the NBA action is just beginning on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because FanDuel is your home for NBA live betting. So even if you miss the first few minutes of the game or want to bet on a fourth quarter comeback, you can make your picks from the first whistle until the final buzzer. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. New FanDuel customers get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/stream to join today. That's FanDuel.com/stream for your shot at $150 in bonus bets. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 plus and present in New Jersey. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh, hi, G.
My computer stopped.
Al's computer froze up in the middle of the rejoin.
Oh,
so
nice. This was a perfect confluence of events here.
Yes.
It's Boomer and Geo coming to you live from the Build Ford Tough studio. So Boomer's showing me this funny video, and I go, we're coming back here. Boomer goes, it's okay. Just watch the end of this. And then the music dies.
Go. Yeah, the music dies.
It shows you just got to come right back out of it. Okay, so we'll get the computer stuff figured out and all of that coming up. We did open with the football stuff with Matthew Stafford staying with the Rams, and if the Giants are going to go the route of Aaron Rodgers, and then the basketball stuff as well we got to with the Knicks and St. John's. If you want to join the show, 888-808-1019, you can always go back on the free Odyssey app and listen to all of that. More injuries in spring training. Luis Heel, we find out, is having to get checked out, MRI, bad news there, could miss some time. I still cannot and I will not understand why there are so many unbelievably, confounding injuries during spring training. I mean, it's just one after another, after another, after another with the baseball players. But that's another thing that the Yankees are going to have to deal with as this guy wins the Rookie of the Year last year is a big surprise, going to be a huge part of the rotation, and now we got to wait and see if he's going to miss a significant amount of time.
Well, and the other thing, too, for them is that they still haven't seen Giancarlo Stanton since he left. And maybe he'll be back this week. Maybe he'll be back today. I'm not sure. Supposedly got PRP injections in both elbows. He is going to be shut down, and he is not going to start the season with the New York Yankees. He'll start on the injured list. And I don't know what to tell you about why these guys all get hurt, but it is the longest of the preseasons, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe just because they play so many games.
Yeah, but all these happen right in the beginning, it feels like. I understand we're going to have our injuries during the regular season.
Right? It's about 6 weeks of preseason, right?
You figure middle of February till the end of March?
Yeah. So I'm trying to think. Football is, they don't even play. They play 3 games.
Yeah, but they have 3 weeks of training camp, right?
Right. And then, but I feel like it's 4.5 weeks to get ready for the season. Maybe 5.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe this is one of the reasons why spring training is so long. To get these guys up and running, especially the pitchers, especially early in the season when the weather is cold in a lot of these opening cities.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's crazy for the Yankees to go through what they're going through right now. And, of course, the Mets have lost 2 starting pitchers already.
That's right. And we don't know exactly the extent of this shoulder injury for Luis Heel, but any time that, they have to get an MRI and he's feeling tight and all of those things, it could end up being okay, but I
don't want to hear about impingements.
No. Who had that impingement? That was Jacob deGrom had that impingement.
You
Didn't he
get
have
that
an
impingement, man. It's impossible to throw with an impingement.
Yeah.
Impingements are tough, and because you never know. I mean, it could be, in and around this whole shoulder area where I swear to God, and I think Phil Simms would concur with me on this.
Yeah.
We used to have those 2-a-days where we would practice in the morning. The ball would be so heavy.
Yeah.
And we'd be out there throwing comebacks and throwing all of our different route tree stuff. And then you'd get into, your 7-on-7 drills. And then you get into your team drills and you're throwing the whole day. And then you got to come back in the afternoon and do it all over again. And I don't know. I don't know if I ever had an impingement, man, but my elbow was screaming at me.
Tennis elbow?
It must have been.
Football elbow?
All I remember is after morning practices, it'd be the first couple of days I'd feel pretty good. I'd have pretty good liveliness in my arm. And then all of a sudden you get dead arm in the middle of 2 to 3 weeks into it. And I'd be sticking my arm down into a sleeve of ice water after the practice was over. And you couldn't go to your coach and say, I can't pick up the ball and throw it.
Yeah.
They didn't want to hear that.
Sure. Especially back then.
Ugh.
No, I don't care. Suck it up, Buttercup. Go out there and throw the ball.
Suck it up, Buttercup is right. But, I don't know what's going on with baseball, man. I mean, with all the soft tissue injuries. And, I understand the football thing with the knees and the elbows and the shoulders.
Contact sports and all of these things.
Yeah. And I think the rash of Achilles injuries over the last 2 years has been significant.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in at high levels and quarterbacks and running backs.
That means it's got to have something to do with the shoes, and it's got to have something to do with the turf.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I can think of. But guys actually get hurt on grass too.
Well, of course. I talked to the equipment manager of the Eagles that day that we did the game, and I asked him about the MetLife turf because, we were talking about everything. And he said the reason why the players don't like that turf is it grabs like the normal cleat. They have to go to a different cleat now. So this is what they've learned after all these injuries. But that turf grabs more than normal.
But didn't they change the turf?
Yeah, but it's not as good. It might have gotten a little bit better, but it didn't get all the way better. So they switched to a completely different cleat now to deal with the MetLife turf. It says it's been better. So it's a combination of the turf and the equipment, all that. But the NFL makes sense why guys get hurt. Like a million different injuries with pitchers. I mean, this is one of the main reasons why David Stearns doesn't give long-term deals to pitchers.
Smart.
It is smart, but then again, when he brings in a couple of guys, with injury history, mainly Frankie Montas, and then he ends up getting hurt because he got him on a short deal and not that expensive, then, that could blow up in your face too.
He realizes that, and plus they seem like they have a nice group of young pitchers behind them coming up behind, this group of older pitchers that they do have. And maybe some of these guys are going to get an opportunity early here in the season because of these injuries. And quite frankly, you got to have 1,000 pitchers in your organization. I mean, you just never know when one of these guys is going to go down, or maybe when you actually find a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, 24 days till opening day. It is this month. I flipped my Jerry Recco calendar over this morning.
Yep,
and it's a picture of a hawk in the sky. And it says, it's still a bird and you're still a moron. Which made me smile today.
See, that's why Jerry does these things.
To make people smile.
Right, because when you flip it over and you see it, you say, oh, I've heard that before.
Yeah. March 27th in Houston for the...
Well, at least the Mets know that they're going to be indoors.
That's right.
Or they'll have that thing open because I'm sure it'll be warm in Houston. It was warm in San Antonio this week.
Oh, it must have been great. Did you walk around? What's that little area that they have?
It's the Riverwalk.
Did you walk around the Riverwalk?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No.
You should have.
I didn't.
That's the only thing that place is even known for, right? That
the
Riverwalk,
and they got the Alamo Dome.
Right, and the larger women.
I guess they have larger women, I guess.
Well, that's what Charles Barkley says.
I know that, but you keep reiterating.
Well, that's the only thing I know about, It's the only thing I know about San Antonio. The Riverwalk, the Alamo. Is the Alamo there?
Yes, the Alamo, yes, of course.
So the Alamo, the Riverwalk, larger women.
Right.
And the Spurs.
The Spurs.
That's all I got. Yeah, I mean, that's really all I got.
See, this is my room. I took a picture out of my room, and there's the Alamo Dome.
Look at that.
The dirty window, huh?
It's really, they really hooked you up there.
Yeah, they did. Yes, it's a filthy window. But how about that view, though?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for the train tracks.
That's a lot of concrete. The train was on the other side of the hotel, and I can still hear it. But that's that convention center I was telling you about.
Who did you speak for?
PPG out of Pittsburgh.
Get out of here,
yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Because PPG Arena is the name of the hockey arena now.
Yes.
PPG Paints.
I thank those folks in Pittsburgh that they actually hired an ex-Cincinnati Bengal to come and speak at their at one of their conventions. So it was great.
Wow. Why would they go from Pittsburgh to San Antonio?
You know why? Because it was a group of all of their platinum dealers for this one part of their company.
Yeah.
And they're from all around the country and Mexico and Canada, and I guess that's a central location, and was reasonably good weather. And I know that they were going to a rodeo on Saturday night.
Nice. Did you go to the rodeo?
I got invited, but I didn't go to the rodeo.
Have you been to a rodeo?
I have been to a rodeo, yes.
Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, it was fine.
Like all the bull riding and the whole thing and the...
Yes.
What did they do the rodeo clowns? Did you see rodeo clowns?
Saw rodeo clowns. Yeah, I did it once.
You got on a bull once?
No, I didn't get on a bull. I got on a bull in a bar. That was the dumbest thing I ever did.
Did you stay on there for a while?
Maybe for about 5 or 6 seconds.
It's harder than you think, right?
No, yeah. And then I came down on my shoulder. Thank God it was my right shoulder. And I was actually playing at the time. I was still in the NFL at the time.
What hurt more, getting thrown off that bull on your shoulder when you slipped on the ranch in the bathroom of White Eagle Hall and hurt your shoulder?
The White Eagle Hall.
Yeah.
Slipping on the ranch, dressing.
Occupational hazards of Boomer.
I could have sued somebody, but I didn't.
You could have. That is true.
But I'm not. I don't do that kind of thing.
Hidden Valley Ranch. You could have gone after for everything they were worth. Chris and Hal, what's going on, Chris?
Hey guys, I'm in talking about the guys getting hurt at spring training. I'm in construction and I work with guys that eat pork, leg, and cheese every day. They drink energy drinks. They don't stretch or anything, and they never get hurt like these baseball players do.
Now, but let me ask you a question, though, Chris. I mean, the construction workers aren't running. Are they? Like, there's no soft tissue injuries. I mean, you could lose a finger, maybe you smash a foot up or something like that, but you're not pulling a hamstring, are you?
No, I mean, you can get a finger cut off accidentally, but these guys also work through little pains like that. They're not soft like these candy-ass baseball players.
Yeah, it's an impossible thing to argue, Chris. It really is. I mean, and I don't know how much it is with the players or the teams holding these guys back. Maybe some of these guys want to play through these things, and the teams are saying, no, don't, because you have these guaranteed contracts. We got to make sure we get this thing right before we throw you back out there. But nevertheless, it's really annoying. Every day there's some other issue with some other guy.
And for some reason, it feels like the last 10 years, the teams here in New York have been dealing with just like a litany of injuries, like things we've never even heard of before.
Do you see the window washer guy that got
hung up there? Yeah. And they had to go rescue him.
Oh, I want to talk about a straight-up nightmare.
I was talking to you about turbulence on that plane that I was on the other night.
Uh-huh.
There was a plane going into Houston the same day, dealing with mad turbulence.
Mad turbulence?
Mad turbulence, and 5 people got injured. See, that's no joke when that pilot comes out there and he says what he said.
Yeah.
That's no joke, man. You gotta take that stuff seriously.
Do the people not have their seatbelts on?
I didn't get that far into the article, but I will say that there were 5 people injured due to severe turbulence going into Houston.
It wasn't who had the upside down flight?
That was Delta up in Toronto.
Oh, it was? Was this a Delta flight, too? They get them lawyers ready.
No, this is a United flight.
Get them lawyers.
I was on United, and United was great.
Oh, yeah. Newark's a big United hub, right?
Yeah, and that Terminal A over there is awesome.
I know. You got to. I mean, every time I've flown out of Newark, handful of times. It's been a really nice experience, I got to say. Doug in Morganville. What's going on, Doug?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Doug. What's up?
Not much. Listen, you're talking about all these injuries in football and stuff. I was watching a program the other day with my son-in-law, and it was all these highlights of, like, Lawrence Taylor and everybody. And I said to him, look at the shoulder pads that these guys are wearing today, back then, as opposed to what they're wearing today. And you always see during these games, these guys are getting shoulder injuries. And they're all sticking their hands up their shoulder pads because they're getting all these injuries. You think it's because they're taking impacts right on their shoulders now?
Yeah, I don't know about that. We see a lot of triceps and biceps injuries, tears, and things of that nature. That's for sure.
Get some of those
the pecs go. Yeah, I mean, I think that was Michael Bennett. You said,
yeah, who had the smallest shoulder pads. Yeah,
or didn't even wear shoulder pads.
Yeah, they were like.
And if you watch a college football game, the guys don't even wear thigh pads and knee pads anymore, and most of the football pants are cut as if they are tight shorts they're wearing.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day when I was wearing those giant shoulder pads for Bellport football, I mean, that's what the pros were wearing, too.
I was wearing big pads.
Big-ass pads like
I actually took my pads from Maryland with me to the pros.
Did you?
I did, and I think I wore them almost my entire career.
Wow. I remember if we didn't, get physical enough for the Bellport football coaches, they would put a monetary value on our pads that was, ridiculous. Get your head in there. You're wearing a $7,000 helmet, $14,000 shoulder pads. That girdle's $500 with your tailbone pad in there.
Did you have one of those suspension helmets when you first started? No, you're much younger than I did. I had a suspension helmet.
What is that? I don't even know what it is.
Right. So it's a helmet just like we have back here, but inside of it was like you wore it like a headband, and it sat on your head with no pads in it.
Oof.
So if you actually hit your head, there would be like a plastic knob in the center of the helmet that would dig into the top of your head.
Oh, my God. How stupid.
Oh, yes. I had that when I was in 9th grade.
Wow.
It wasn't until I got to 10th grade that we actually have a Rydell helmet as we kind of know today.
Yeah.
And it's obviously been vastly improved over the last 30 years. But, yeah, that was the first time I actually had a real football helmet was when I was a 10th grader.
Yeah, back when I was playing, we even had the pumps. You pump it up.
Yeah, we had that, yeah.
That was great, nice and tight. Go out there.
Slam your head.
Yeah, right. Slam my head into some dude from Deer Park. Let's go. Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Got some weather for you brought to you by SupplyHouse.com. SupplyHouse.com carries a wide selection of heating parts from the top brands. So whether you're Servicing an old boiler or a modern heat pump, you get the same right part right on time. Save time and shop online at supplyhouse.com. Sunny today with a high of 38. It's 24 right now in the city.
Hey, you think about taking some days off? Not when you're your own business, because as soon as you get one thing done, there are 5 more things to do. Isn't that always the case? And that is why Ford has designed the Super Duty truck. It's engineered to help you tackle your never-ending to-do list with innovative features for hitching, trailering, and maneuvering. Not to mention colossal capability, incredible power, and of course a work ethic that matches your very own. Discover all the ways owning a Ford Super Duty will help your business get ahead. Just visit your local Ford store today for a test drive.
Your chance to experience the ultimate college hoops tip-off weekend is at Odyssey's Buckets and Bets, happening March 20th to 23rd at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood. Listen each day for the daily keyword to enter at WFAN.com for your chance to win. You and a friend will fly away to Florida to watch every upset and buzzer beater on massive LED screens and enjoy real-time betting action. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Hollywood.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol. Let's go to Brooklyn, shall we? Eastbound Bell Parkway coming off the Verrazano has a broken down car. This person broke down in the center lane, so expect delays there. As we check what you need to know about the bridges and the tunnels, the inbound George is 45 minutes from your 8095 approaches, 30 minutes from the Palisades and Route 4 approaches, 25 in at the Lincoln, and 40 in at the Holland Tunnel. Northern suburbs, the southbound Hutch is at it again in Scarsdale at exit 12 from Mamaroneck Avenue. The second unauthorized tractor trailer of the morning. This one's in the right lane. Take the NET instead. And in Jersey, eastbound 280 at exit 12 for the Parkway in East Orange. We have an accident blocking at least one lane. While the eastbound Newark Bay Bridge has a crash, they've kept it over to the shoulder, though, but you can expect delays there. And on Long Island, the westbound LIE after exit 32, disabled tractor trailer, that's in the right lane. We're sponsored by Robert Half. 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. They're recruiting professionals utilizing award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Lowe's knows how to help you get the most out of your store run. That's why members save more with MyLowe's Rewards. Earn points towards MyLowe's money on eligible purchases. Get access to member-only deals and free member gifts. Plus, unlock free standard shipping when you reach Silver Key status. So what are you waiting for? Join for free today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to explore Europe the striped way? Then fly with Condor Airlines. With nonstop flights to Frankfurt, Germany, there are great connection options to several cities. Whether it's the romantic streets of Paris or the stunning beaches of Barcelona, Condor will start your vacation by offering comfortable and spacious cabins. Fly the striped way. Visit Condor.com today.
Step into a world of possibilities at Resorts World Casinos. Whether you're a seasoned player or trying your luck for the first time, our casinos offer something for everyone. Spin and win on the hottest slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City and Hudson Valley. Looking for live table game thrills? Head up to Resorts World Catskills to play blackjack, baccarat, roulette, craps, and so much more. Visit Resorts World Casinos today. Go to visitrw.com to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. Must be 21 plus to gamble with the Catskills and 18 plus to gamble in New York City and Hudson Valley.
What can you expect at Adelphi University Graduate School? Don't expect ordinary, because this is where extraordinary happens every day. Affordability, scholarships are available. Graduate level academics, world class. A U.S. News & World Report best college with over 40 exceptional graduate programs, 7 prestigious doctoral programs, plus advanced certificates. Explore career-boosting graduate learning in healthcare, STEM, arts and humanities, social work, psychology, and the business and teaching professions. Expect extraordinary. Visit adelphi.edu/be extraordinary.
Power outage? No big deal. Unless you're into things like lights, functioning appliances, the internet, and, oh yeah, heat. That's why smart homeowners trust W. Danley to install a Generac automatic standby generator. When the power goes out, it kicks on automatically, within seconds, powering your home so you're never left in the dark. And with 0% financing for 18 months from W. Danley, staying powered is easier and more affordable than ever. Visit Danley911.com today. W. Danley. Stay powered, no matter what.
It's the Morning Show with Boomer and Gio.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. After we talked to CeeLo about not raising a lot of money for the bike tour, actually it was $0 at the time on Friday. The listeners who heard about that donated so much that he is over $6,000 now. So
that is amazing.
Amazing. Yes.
Hasn't done anything. Hasn't lifted a finger.
Doesn't even have a full team yet.
And all you have to do is ask me. The fact that we had this discussion on Friday was amazing because I wasn't even thinking about it. And then you asked me about it, and then I checked the website, and I was like, I see he has raised up to $75 at that point.
Which is the fee that you have to pay to join.
Yeah,
so it's not it's not even raising money. He had to do that. $6,663.
Wow, that is amazing. How many donors?
93.
Very nice.
That is awesome.
Yeah, now he moved up his goal to 10,000.
Good.
It was like, what was it, original like 1,500 or something, 2,500?
Yeah, hopefully you got in touch with Katie in Staten Island. You think that happened, Al?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say he called right after he walked out of here.
Yeah, he was a little nervous on Friday.
Did you hear what CeeLo did, Jerry, on Friday?
No, Al filled me in this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, so you did hear about it then.
Yeah, but I didn't hear it. But yes, I heard what happened.
Oh, my God, it was so funny.
I heard he had a tough time.
I was like, do not say anything about this.
That too.
Yeah, I was having a big fundraiser at Briley Beach.
I live close. When? I'll go.
Yeah, what are you going to announce? That you and Jerry could do it together?
Well, I don't have it set yet, but I am working on something, and I hopefully something happens. But
it's out of your control, really.
Well, it's it's in the preliminary stages.
Yeah, CeeLo dimed him out in the worst way on Friday. So bad.
That's not smart.
He's like, and I find out this morning that Al's working on a fundraiser. And Al's face was like, you son of a bitch.
Oh, that's great.
That's funny.
Okay, Jerry, what's happening in sports?
We are brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. First, the nuts and the bolts of the Knicks, then a couple of things from the NBA, sort of. Knicks beat the Heat in overtime, 116-112.
Half a minute to go. Knicks can Tire take the lead.
Brunson in the lane. Running layup is good. We're tied.
And that was pretty much the story of overtime. Every time the Knicks needed in the fourth quarter, every time the Knicks needed a big shot, number 11 to the rescue. Jalen Brunson scores 31. Knicks battled back from 19 down in this game. They had a big run in the third quarter and then win in overtime 116-112. Here was Brunson on MSG. You played lousy in the first half. What did Tibbs say at halftime?
We know we're capable as a team, and Tibbs knows that. So he just had to remind us. And then, when we take a slow start like that, obviously we got to come back with some fire. And we decided to do that a little late, but it helped us get a win.
He shot 13 of 25 on the night. Karl Anthony Towns, 19 points, 16 rebounds, and Josh Hart had 14. Speaking of Hart, you have the Roommates podcast between these two guys. They do it together every week. And so at one point during the course of the conversation, Hart has to get up, probably use the bathroom or something or whatever, as he exits stage left, as they would say.
You guys can have fun for the next 2 minutes.
You want to wait till he gets back?
No, I don't.
How much better of a team are the Knicks when Josh Hart shoots and makes open threes?
You picked a great time to talk about this.
He'll hear it when it comes out.
No, he won't, because we'll stop it by the time he gets back.
And what he didn't want Hart to hear was him basically praising him.
It's two different teams. Like the willingness, him shooting it. Like I've said on the pod, the many times I've yelled at him to shoot the ball. I've seen him work out. I've seen him shoot. Right? He puts in the work. It's crazy to say that.
You wouldn't say that if he was.
I would not say that if he was there. But like he shoot. I'm like, yo, shoot the ball.
So do you think we'll see a different Josh Hart come postseason? That's interesting. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I mean, they're going to need him to do that in the postseason. I mean, I think that if he could do what Dante DiVincenzo was doing last year, or even a slice of that, that's going to be a huge deal for the Knicks.
Didn't he also get hurt didn't he play? He was playing hurt in the playoffs, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I think everybody else.
I think it was, yeah. And, look, he's a great teammate. He's you got to have a guy like that on your team that is going to do all the dirty work, going to get the rebounds, especially the offensive rebounds that he gets. Yeah, his shooting is good. I wouldn't say it's great. It's not Dante DiVincenzo type of shooting. That's what Miles McBride is supposed to be doing.
Yeah, well, he's not doing it enough, Josh Hart, according to Jalen Brunson.
Right.
So
that was the point.
Yeah, but I mean, like, how many shots are you going to take, and who are you taking shots away from? That's really what it comes down to.
There's only one basketball.
You know it, and I know it. Mm-hmm. I think everybody else knows it, too.
Yeah. Knicks 2.5 games behind the Celtics, who beat the Nuggets 110-103. The Knicks are 40-20. They'll take on the Warriors tomorrow. All right, elsewhere from the NBA, kind of. So George Karl, Hall of Famer, had a monster NBA career as a
got
coach.
His face bitten by a German Shepherd.
No, but close.
No, he did.
He did?
Yeah, back in the day. It's why that huge scar.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that was what that was from. That you were just...
No, that happened.
Wow, crazy. So on the Gil's Arena podcast with Gilbert Arenas, Kenyon Martin is, I guess he's on there a lot. I don't know if he's on it for every episode. And why this came up, I don't know. But very clear, again, Eddie, you're going to have to listen here, make sure I got everything. Very clear that Kenyon Martin, very unhappy with Karl from his releasing of DeMarcus Cousins 10 years ago in his last stop. Again, why this came up, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's Kenyon Martin. He played in these parts. It was kind of fun. Here's Martin going after Karl.
When the fat motherfucker got the job in Sacramento, and he tried to get rid of my man before his ink was dry. But you know what I'm talking about. Say it. Put a address. Oh, they know everybody. Everybody watch this show. The whole world knows. My kids know. George Karl. Right?
All right, so bleep George Karl because of his release. I'm getting to something. That's why I'm playing this. One more. He says, it's not just us. A lot of people didn't like the guy.
Never had a conversation with this man about nothing. Didn't get a chance to know this man. He just judged this man from afar. And that's why it ain't just, I'm not just saying George Karl for me. I'm saying George Karl for the people that really feel like George Karl.
So it's a whole movement.
Right? It's a whole movement of George Karl people out here.
I don't know why.
How do you feel about George Karl?
Exactly. But the funny part is they know Kobe, not Kobe Bryant, but George Karl's son.
Oh, no. I had to let Kobe know, I ain't got no problem with you, boy. I'm saying I ain't gonna hold you for your sins of your father, dog. I ain't got no issue with you, man.
But bleep your dad, essentially. Kobe Karl, I didn't know was a coach on the Sixers.
Oh, okay.
I had no idea. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of funny.
So this was when he was coaching. What team
I think
was
the
this?
Kings.
The Kings.
I
So he
think
went
the
to the Kings and they got rid of DeMarcus Cousins.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's had to be a reason why they were
calling it that he went there and because of reputation just got rid of him without
even getting to know him or anything.
That was their point. So, but Kenyon Martin speaking.
It wasn't like Cousins went on to have a Hall of Fame career, right?
I would say no.
Right.
But still very interesting. Saturday, St. John's beat Seton Hall, and the reason why I play this is because they did clinch the outright Big East title, regular season title. Here was Rick Pitino post-game press conference. Nice to celebrate on Saturday.
But for St. John's, it's a special night. It's been 25 years. For our student body, it's really, really special. Our university's done a tremendous job getting them back involved, and it's going to pay huge dividends down the road. Kids are going to want to come to St. John's now because they're going to be part of our team again.
And they went 26-4. Well, they got one game left, but they're 26-4 through 30, 17-2 in the Big East. Next up will be the Big East tournament.
I was just looking at DeMarcus Cousins. I just wanted to refresh myself. So he played 7 years with the Sacramento Kings, and then George Karl sent him away.
Right.
I'm assuming, right?
That's what it sounds like. I don't remember
that's what it sounds
specifically.
Like. So he played 2 years with New Orleans, 1 year with Denver, 1 year with Golden State, 1 year with Houston, 1 year with Milwaukee, and then 1 year with the LA Clippers. I mean, he played a long time, I guess, but played 654 games in 11 years. So maybe George Karl wasn't wrong.
I don't know. I have no idea. I just thought that was funny listening to Kenyon Martin.
Yeah, you hear someone say F George Karl 15 times in 16 seconds. It's funny.
I thought it was funny. Anyhow, baseball today, you got the Mets taking on somebody. They are playing the Marlins. Kodai Senga to start. Here is Carlos Mendoza explaining the plan that we were talking about last hour.
He's doing good. He's pitching in games tomorrow. He's probably going to go just 1 inning on our game. But overall, it's good to see him healthy, throwing the ball the way he's capable of, and I'm excited to watch him tomorrow.
And it'll be more than the 1 inning. He will apparently go to a backfield and throw a couple of either simulated innings or live BP innings.
Hey, by the way, speaking of the Mets, did I see that Keith Hernandez's condo's up for sale?
Yeah, he put that up on X. I was going to bring that up later. I mean, I don't know if it's genius or weird or both, but yeah, he put that up on X.
I thought it was a joke.
No, definitely not for Keith. I mean, it's,
Yeah, I was surprised.
He puts up, lots of interesting things up there at that X account from time to time.
His condo for sale?
Yeah, he's trying to get some people interested. He figures, hey, got fans out there. There's probably some Mets fans with some loot.
Yeah.
Put it out there for everybody to see.
Where is the condo, by the way? Do you know where it is?
It's right on the water, though.
Know something?
No, it is.
I mean, that was the photo I saw. Was it 2.3, Al? 2.3 million?
Yeah, 2.3.
Beautiful looking condo.
Yeah, Keith.
Yeah, it's in Juneau.
Something
Juneau. I looked, the HOA fees, though, very expensive. $1,500 a month, just HOA fees. A little pricey.
I think Florida's trying to do away with property tax. No sales tax, no property tax. Let's go, boys.
I do think okay. I do think, though, if you're worried about the HOA fees, you probably shouldn't buy the place.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 beds, 3 baths, 1,700 square feet. 2.3. Juneau Beach. If he does put his address out there, though, like if he doesn't sell this and he goes back, it's a little strange,
I'd rather buy his house in Sag Harbor.
Okay.
Is he selling that one?
Probably not.
This needs a little work, a little outdated. Brown kitchen cabinets. You'll have to do some work when you get in there,
So it's 2.3 and then a investment when you get in.
Yeah, it looks very 90s in there. Yeah, I would say so, unless you want to keep it as is. Depends on who you are.
I mean, it's Keith Hernandez's place. How do you not keep it as is?
Have you met women? They're going to come in there and be like, no. And I got to put my own time. I don't care who Keith Hernandez is. I'm putting my own flair on this thing.
We are different, are we not?
Oh,
my
of course.
God.
Yep.
Also of note, you guys were talking about how long spring training is. Well, here's Aaron Judge, either yesterday or Saturday, talking about what it takes for him to start to feel really regular season ready, how many ABs he wants.
40 to 50 is usually a pretty good number. I think I had 30 last year, and I think that wasn't enough, especially how April started. So we're going to kick that up a notch a little bit and really get it ready for opening day.
And that was on the Yes Network. Yankees take on the Pirates tonight. Max Fried on the mound for New York. The Rangers with a 4-0 win over the Predators.
There's a 3-on-2 Rangers. Quick transition. The lead to Keandre Miller. He scores! Ooh! Oh, yeah! That's a beauty.
Oh, it was funny. That was Sam Rosen on MSG and Boomer chiming in, apparently. 4-0 the final. Miller, Panarin, And Keandre Miller scoring goals in this game. Jonathan Quick, 34 saves for the shutout win. Here was Peter Laviolette. A couple of shaky games coming out of that break. Are you trending in the right direction now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the first one out of the break for sure, and so that was tough. I think the other ones were hard fought, and I do think it's gotten better in the last couple of games.
And so now there are 4 games over 500. Well, sort of 30, 26, and 4. Rangers take on the Islanders tonight. The Devils lost in Vegas 2-0, and they lost Jack Hughes late in the game with what looks like a shoulder injury. Here was Jacob Markstrom on the Hughes injury first.
You never want to see your teammate go down, and you just hope for the best, and that's all you can do.
But it did not look good at all as he went essentially headfirst into the boards. Did get off the ice, but was holding the shoulder. You were asking about Markstrom last hour. This is Sheldon Keefe on his return.
Yeah, I thought he was excellent. Looked like a guy that didn't miss any time. So credit to him and the work that he put in to be ready. He was great.
And Keefe was ejected in this game after the injury and the hit on Hughes. And then in golf, you know how I don't know this feeling. I don't know if you do, G. Boomer might. Some people can just roll out of bed and hit a golf ball. Have you seen the video with Horvat, Mickelson, John Daly, and John Daly's son yet?
No, it just dropped early this morning, so I didn't get a chance to see it.
So this was like the little trailer. You got Horvat and Mickelson going back and forth. You think we can get in this guy's head and kind of just, knock him down a peg. And then they pan over to Daly, who was wearing a crazy outfit, the Santa Claus beard, lights himself a cigarette, and does exactly what you think he'd do.
It's a beautiful day.
What do you think's in there?
To play golf my way.
What's in there? I don't know. That's,
Ain't nobody getting in my head today. Take that Earthlings and I'll be on my way.
Right down the middle of the fairway. He looks like a mess.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Imagine
just hit the ball.
Like all the money. I mean, I'm sure he's made a lot of money, but the amount of money he has lost. I mean, because he should have been great.
He was for a little while.
Well, yeah, for a little while. And he was the personality.
Yeah.
He's everything that the guy who won the tournament yesterday, Highsmith, isn't.
That is true. You think he still signs at Hooters before the Masters? Isn't that where he does it at?
Yeah.
But I think Hooters is going out of business.
Yeah, they are.
We
unfortunately.
We got to the bottom of that. Not all of the Hooters. There's two different, right? Explain this, Al. They sell.
Yeah, there's the people who originally invented Hooters. They own the Hooters in Florida and Chicago. They're good. They're thriving. They sold the rights to Hooters for this other company, Hooters of America, to take it nationwide. They're screwing it up.
So there's 2 Hooters.
There's 2 different Hooters.
2 different Hooters. Okay.
Yeah. So maybe, but then again, bankruptcy doesn't mean you're going out of business.
True.
Reshuffling some debt, maybe.
Long live Hooters.
Right. So, and the Masters coming up in a few weeks, so maybe he'll be out there at Augusta, outside the gates.
Well, no, he'll be inside the gates because he won Augusta.
But does he play anymore? I didn't think he participated in that anymore.
He might go to the Champions Dinner, but I don't think he's playing.
Right.
Then again, maybe he is. Who the hell knows?
All right, very good, Jerry. It's Boomer and Gio coming to you live from the Built Ford Tough Studio. The Long Island Boat and Fishing Show is back at the Nassau Coliseum March 7th through the 9th. Long Island's top dealers will be there with huge savings on boats, tackle, personal watercraft, and the latest electronics. This show has it all. Children will be entertained by Twiggy, the water skiing squirrel. Enjoy free face painting, plus on Saturday and Sunday, the first 100 kids get a free life vest. Free parking all weekend, and Friday, free Heroes Day admission for military and first responders. 3 days only, March 7th through the 9th. Visit nyboatshows.com for details.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
You were texting Boone about Franco's performance. Yeah. So was I.
About the same thing?
I will show you the text message.
We probably should just be on a group one at this point, because it's weird that...
Well, no, we want to talk about the Mets, and me and Boone got to talk about you sometimes, so we did have our little private Yankee chat.
I'm working my way up before I ask him how Soto looks in camp, and then be like, oh, sorry, wrong number.
Stream BT and Sal live or on demand with the Odyssey app, and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart with SupplyHouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol.
Long Islanders, we still have that disabled tractor trailer on the westbound LIE. After exit 32 for the Little Neck Parkway. It's in the right-hand lane. You can take the Northern State instead. The Northern State's very nice. In New Jersey, eastbound 280 at exit 12 for the Parkway in East Orange. We have an accident blocking the 2 right lanes. We have heavy delays on eastbound 280 from the Parkway to 21. Over the Hudson River, the George is the worst with a 45-minute wait. The inbound Lincoln is 25, and the inbound Holland Tunnel's got a 40-minute delay. And that one disabled vehicle turned into 2 in Brooklyn on the eastbound Bell Parkway coming off the Verrazano Bridge. Somebody hit that poor guy. And the disabled are over in the left-hand lane, so you can expect delays there. And with mass transit, we've got delays on service on the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, CEFM, and the R subway train delays. We're sponsored by Patino, Red Storm Rising, only on Vice TV. In an exciting new docuseries, Vice Sports is following legendary head coach Rick Pitino, featuring behind-the-scenes access and exclusive interviews that provide an intimate look at his coaching style and Red Storm basketball. Patino, Red Storm Rising airs Tuesdays at 10 p.m. only on Vice TV. Check out vicetv.com to find your cable channel. I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com fan, Highway.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Step into a world of possibilities at Resorts World Casinos. Whether you're a seasoned player or trying your luck for the first time, our casinos offer something for everyone. Spin and win on the hottest slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City and Hudson Valley. Looking for live table game thrills? Head up to Resorts World Catskills to play blackjack, baccarat, roulette, craps, and so much more. Visit Resorts World Casinos today. Go to visitrw.com to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. Must be 21 plus to gamble in the Catskills and 18 plus to gamble in New York City and Hudson Valley.
What if the last thing a motorcyclist sees is you, multitasking behind the wheel, texting on your phone, driving while distracted? Now imagine giving these stories a happy ending, simply by slowing down, being alert, and staying focused on driving safely. You say this message has been life-changing. Visit DriveSafelyNJ.com to learn more. Brought to you by the New Jersey Department of Transportation.
What can you expect at Adelphi University Graduate School? Don't expect ordinary, because this is where extraordinary happens every day. Affordability, scholarships are available. Graduate level academics, world class. A U.S. News & World Report best college with over 40 exceptional graduate programs, 7 prestigious doctoral programs, plus advanced certificates. Explore career boosting graduate learning in healthcare, STEM, arts and humanities, social work, psychology, and the business and teaching professions. Expect extraordinary. Visit adelphi.edu/be extraordinary.
Power outage? No big deal. Unless you're into things like lights, functioning appliances, the internet, and, oh yeah, heat. That's why smart homeowners trust W. Danley to install a Generac automatic standby generator. When the power goes out, it kicks on automatically, within seconds, powering your home so you're never left in the dark. And with 0% financing for 18 months from W. Danley, staying powered is easier and more affordable than ever. Visit Danley911.com today. W. Danley. Stay powered, no matter what.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Professionals spend nearly half the work week on written communication, so focus is important. With Grammarly as your AI writing partner, focus and quickly get through work with relevant real-time suggestions. And it works across 500,000 apps and websites, so you can sound more confident and persuasive wherever you write. 93% of professionals report that Grammarly helps them get more work done. Download Grammarly for free at Grammarly.com/podcast. That's Grammarly.com/podcast.
What you're hearing is Hardy Fiber Cement Siding living up to its reputation as the siding that handles hail impact with ease. James Hardy knows how important a reputation is, especially when you're a contractor. That's why Hardy Siding withstands severe weather better than vinyl siding, with styles to match its strength. So you can be sure you're providing your clients with the best. Protect your reputation with exterior products by James Hardy.
The Morning Show with Boomer and Gio.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. So here we're accountability guys, right? Hands up accountability. That's what we do. So if we're wrong about something, we never say stuff like, oh, we never said that. Never said it. I didn't say it. So I didn't say it. So a couple of things I'd like to correct here. And I should have been on top of the one, which was John Daly never won the Masters. So my buddy Greg Noon, who I think he actually did win the Masters.
Nooner.
Yeah,
he came in third in the Masters.
Greg Noon or John Daly?
No, John Daly.
Oh, John Daly, okay.
But he did win the British Open?
He won the British Open, and he won the PGA.
PGA, okay.
Right. So we got to get that right. No green jacket, no Champions Dinner, no nothing for John Daly. And I'll be watching that video with him and Phil and his son and everything else later today. And then also, I kind of thought this was the case, but I didn't want to bring it up, and I looked it up. So I remember that Kenyon Martin, George Karl audio, and I'm like, man, did he go after George Karl again? And no, he did not. The audio that Jerry played was from 1 year ago, February 24th, 2024.
My mistake. I apologize.
Why would Jerry do that?
Well, he thought it was new.
He thought that was new?
He thought it was new.
It's not labeled. Was he listening to old podcasts?
I guess. I don't know. But, hey, we're just cleaning a couple things up. That's all. We all make a lot of mistakes.
Listen, we want to clean it up. We want to be accurate.
Yeah, so we're just cleaning it up. That's all. That was not a good update for all of us. We're all culpable.
Clean it up.
It's cleaning it up.
Yeah, well, I still stand by my statement that John Daly was so gifted and had the personality.
Yeah.
And could have been something that, unfortunately, I think he had, about a handful of PGA Tour wins and a couple of majors, and which I think exempts him for a lot of different things to a certain point.
Right.
So, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I think he's a great personality. I think he's great for golf. But, hopefully he lasts a long time, which I don't necessarily know that he's living the way that you would think that somebody who would last a long time would live.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying. It's like a delicate thing. You don't want to be like, oh, this guy looks like he's going to die anytime soon. You don't want to say something like that. But he obviously has lived balls to the wall for a very long time. I mean, I can't imagine that his liver is in good shape. I think he dealt with some sort of cancer recently, I think. Or something that was not good. So I do. He's an unbelievable character. He seems to be a great guy. But he lives his life a certain way. And when he did that, I got to be honest with you, when he did break 50 with Bryson,
yes,
it was tough for me to get through because he got so drunk towards the end. He was singing everything. So when the clip that Jerry played of John Daly singing, he's like, "You're not gonna get in my head." He did that for about a half an hour straight during that video. Everything he did, I'm going to put the tee in the ground, put the ball on the tee, hit my driver down the fairway. It's like, John, shut the hell up already.
So that's his thing then.
I guess so.
And by the way, he was the PGA Rookie of the Year back in '91 and the PGA Tour Comeback Player of the Year in 2004.
Yeah.
So, he's been a personality ever since. I mean, let's face it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's great.
He's kind of like, I don't want to say like the Charles Barkley of the PGA Tour, but he's that type of personality, bombastic and just doesn't give a crap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, true. He could never last on a broadcast, though.
No.
Like Charles Barkley's a professional. He could do his thing on a broadcast. He cannot. Maybe more Dennis Rodman.
Okay.
I'll say that because Dennis Rodman couldn't do a broadcast.
I mean, that would be interesting. listening to him do like an NBA championship series and being a guest analyst.
Is he still tight with Kim Jong-un, that Dennis Rodman?
Well, we're going to find out, right? The D-Train will let him know. Send him over there.
I mean, what a weird one that was. He went over there and hung out with him all the time. Dennis Rodman. It's just wild. But John Daly is just, I mean, he wouldn't be able to get through one of the broadcasts sober. There's no way.
Yeah, I'm sure people have reached out and maybe thought about that.
Having him be on TV?
I would think way back when, maybe not now.
Like they, in the world of PGA, having Kevin Kisner do the commentary is like controversial to them because he might, say the word ass or something. So there's no way they would put John Daly on there. No way.
I mean, I feel bad for NBC because and I'm happy for Highsmith who won yesterday. I mean, that's a great achievement for him as a young man, and his mom was there, and the whole thing it's great. But there was absolutely no excitement or juice, especially when the guy who wins the tournament is in the tent and it's done. And the guys behind him are all, falling off the lead.
He's got that giant hat, that sombrero thing that he's wearing.
That's what I got to wear.
No juice. Yeah, but I mean, you're also not a guy who's winning a tournament that's on NBC that people got to pay attention to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's just I get it. Looks silly, but I understand. You got fair skin. You got to protect yourself in the sun. I do understand those things, but when this guy that you never heard of is winning, he's got that giant stupid hat on. It looks.
I know it's nothing. He was just steady the whole tournament, just steady. Is where Jake Knapp was the kind of guy like the rest of us.
Yep.
Like we're going to try to do something that's impossible. You know why we've done this before? I'm sure. I bet you Jake Knapp has done that before.
I don't know, man. It's not something you practice, but I'm sure in a tournament he's probably ended up in the water at some point. I didn't hear what he had to say afterwards. But
I wonder what their ratings were yesterday.
I'm sorry. Like this yesterday made the TGL look like Oppenheimer. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I know.
This was brutal.
So you got Bay Hill coming this week.
Well, yes. Or is it is it Bay Hill this week? Or is there something in between? I know I might have been wrong about that.
Because when I was down in San Antonio, the driver who was taking me to the airport says they have the Texas Open down there.
Yeah.
The TPC, and I think it's probably either the tournament before the Masters, where a lot of guys don't show up because they're tuning up for the Masters.
Right, yeah, no, it is this week. I was right. I doubted myself after the whole, Jerry's audio and the John Daly thing. I started doubting myself.
We made mistakes, so what?
So, I've been doubting myself. I was right. Yes, it is happening March 6th through the 9th. It's an elevated event. The purse is $20 million, so you get all the... And then Xander's back, too. So Xander Schauffele, who won 2 majors last year, has been hurt. He'll be back playing his first tournament of the year. So this should be a good one. This is not you're not going to see Highsmith and Knapp and all these other guys. You're going to see the big boys. And this
big boys going to show up.
The big boys, yeah. All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. Ben Affleck and the Dun Kings are back at Dunkin' and better than ever because this time they brought breakfast at an incredible price. The Dun Kings themselves, the Dun Kings $6 meal deal, is an unbeatable collection of beloved classics. Every deal comes with a medium hot or iced coffee, a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich, and 6 crispy hash browns, all for $6. Become a Dun King or Queen with the Dunkin' Dun King $6 meal deal. Available now at your local Dunkin'. Order ahead and skip the line on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation may vary. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Alrighty, are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living may be the option you're looking for. Set on a beautiful 32-acre campus right along the Hudson River with breathtaking views of the New York City skyline. You know what? There are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. Explore which community is best for your loved one. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. So why not see for yourself what makes life at River Spring Living so special? Visit riverspringliving.org to schedule a tour today. That's riverspringliving.org. Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by my buddies, your local Tri-State Ford stores. This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. After leading his Santo Domingo baseball team to both the Dominican Professional Baseball League and Caribbean Series crowns, Albert Pujols was named a manager of the Dominican Republic team for next year's World Baseball Classic. His real goal is to manage in the major leagues, and I think he's on the right track. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Well, Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Feeling lucky, New York? Big wins are closer than you think at Resorts World Casinos. From Queens and Monticello to Newburgh, experience world-class gaming wherever you are. Cash out big on your favorite slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City or Hudson Valley. Want more? Test your luck on live table games at Resorts World Catskills. Luxury hotels, top-rated restaurants, monthly promotions, and more are waiting for you at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com to learn more.
Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. Must be 21 plus to gamble in Catskills and 18 plus to gamble in New York City and Hudson Valley.
What you're hearing is Hardie Fiber Cement Siding living up to its reputation as the siding that handles hail impact with ease. James Hardie knows how important a reputation is, especially when you're a contractor. That's why Hardie Siding withstands severe weather better than vinyl siding, with styles to match its strength. So you can be sure you're providing your clients with the best. Protect your reputation with exterior products by James Hardie.
What if the last thing a pedestrian or cyclist sees is you, multitasking behind the wheel, texting on your phone, driving while distracted? Now imagine giving these stories a happy ending, simply by slowing down, being alert, and staying focused on driving safely. You say this message has been life-changing. Visit DriveSafelyNJ.com to learn more. Brought to you by the New Jersey Department of Transportation.
What can you expect at Adelphi University Graduate School? Don't expect ordinary, because this is where extraordinary happens every day. Affordability, scholarships are available. Graduate level academics, world class. A U.S. News & World Report best college with over 40 exceptional graduate programs, 7 prestigious doctoral programs, plus advanced certificates. Explore career-boosting graduate learning in healthcare, STEM, arts and humanities, social work, psychology, and the business and teaching professions. Expect extraordinary. Visit adelphi.edu/be extraordinary.
WFAN, WFAN-FM, WFAN-FM HD1 New York, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Hi, Boomer and Gio coming to you live from the Ford Tough Studio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network.
You know, when you travel and you got to catch up on some things here and there, and I saw, and I didn't really read into it much, but DJ LeMahieu got hurt again?
Yeah. The calf thing.
This is a calf thing.
But this, that doesn't, I brought up the heel one because that actually matters. LeMahieu,
All right, so you got LeMahieu who's been injured like the last 3 years. I feel like there's always been something wrong with him. And I know that as I'm reading into this a little bit more now, how just, disgusted he is that he got hurt again, especially with what he said he did this offseason to try to curtail some of this lower body injury stuff that he's been dealing with. And then he pulls a calf like on his second at bat in spring training.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
Yep.
I mean, this 37 years old, and I this is why, if you got to be smart about who you're signing, how long you're signing them to. And I know when he first got here,
they had to sign him. We were screaming about signing him. They had to bring him back. They had to.
But this is what happens. Like this is why guys in their late 30s, no matter what sport they're playing, man, they just are not going to last.
No. I mean, and you kind of, it's not quite the same. But after a really, really great year and signing him to a long-term contract and then just watching it sort of go right down the tubes is sort of a Daniel Jones type of thing. Like, he came here, had that great year. It's like, you got to sign him now. You can't let him go. And you end up signing him, and he never gets back to that form.
You know, it was amazing. When I got traded to the Jets, I remember reading articles like, they're trading for a 32-year-old guy whose best years are behind him and everything. You know, I remember reading all that, and that 32 at that time was considered older in our league just simply because it wasn't a 24/7. We didn't have like freaks like Tom Brady who, you know, basically wouldn't eat a cheeseburger for God's sake.
That's right.
And it was year round. I mean, we were working out year round, no question about that. And now I think to today, and I think, you know, Aaron Rodgers at 41 is going to play again. And Matthew Stafford at 37 signing a 2-year, $100 million deal. It's amazing, but I don't know. I think general managers who really have their finger on the pulse do the right thing, and they know when to jettison people and when to, you know, try to get younger in certain situations. I think John Lynch is kind of like the perfect example of that. Now, they didn't have a great year this year. They had a lot of guys injured. You know, Brandon Ayuk was injured. Deebo Samuel was in a contract, standoff last year at this time. And, you know, 1 year later, he's removed.
Yeah. I mean, I also think Bill Belichick was the first to start doing that type of stuff, but there were times where he did it a little bit too early, and there were times that he did it right on time. I mean, remember the Ty Law one was a big deal.
Richard
Seymour was another one where it's like they'd rather get rid of the guy too early than get rid of the guy too late. And just from the, you know, you mentioned Aaron Rodgers again, just from that standpoint, because I'm curious to hear what you think, because you always talk about the Bermuda Triangle of the NFL that you played in. So, you know, Aaron Rodgers is part of one of the most iconic franchises in the NFL, the Green Bay Packers. Wins a Super Bowl there. He's a Ring of Honor guy there. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He won 4 MVPs there, right? So he's got that whole legacy wrapped up. Comes to the Jets because the Packers are done with him, wants to do something special, what he believes with a young team. Things just, it's a mess. Doesn't work out. So now he doesn't want to go out on that note.
I don't blame him.
Okay. But if the teams that he could win with don't want him, which is apparently, you know, the Steelers, the Rams, those are two out there. You know, the Raiders, I don't know if he's going to be able to win with the Raiders, but the teams that don't want him that he wants to be a part of are saying no. And he's really going to now bounce from the Jets to the Giants? I mean, that is just like reeks of pure desperation for a guy who shouldn't be desperate.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be. But unfortunately, what's happened to him over the last 2 years, and you saw the difficulties that the Jets had and some of the implied difficulties that the Green Bay Packers had later on in his career.
Yeah.
With Matt LaFleur, he won a couple of MVPs with him. You would think that he would have wanted to stay there.
Yeah.
But he got himself out of there, kind of like the way that Brett Favre got himself out of there.
Well, Brett Favre wanted to stay, though. But
it felt very similar to me that, like, the Packers said this is going to be Jordan Love. We got to give him a chance. And I guess Aaron recognized or read the tea leaves, or maybe he just got tired of the whole thing and they got tired of him.
What's going on with this Camry? You guys hear this? Put your micro. You hear that?
Construction.
I thought it was construction, not the camera.
It's construction.
You sure?
Upstairs, yes.
Well, the camera was moving when it stopped. That's why I thought it was.
Yeah, right now that the drilling has stopped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
God, I was scared the hell out of him.
Just to go back to Aaron Rodgers for a second, you know, what would be interesting to me, if he's going to be a cheap add-on for some team.
Mm-hmm.
Because once the Jets cut him, somebody will just get him for the veteran minimum or maybe a little bit more than that. Kind of like what happened with Russell Wilson and the Pittsburgh Steelers this past season. It would be interesting to me to see whether or not, maybe he goes to Minnesota.
Nah, stop it. You did this with Zach Wilson last offseason. I told you that was not happening. He's not coming to Minnesota. He's not. No way, no how. Nope.
You don't think so, huh?
I know so.
Okay.
Won't happen. You tried to mess with me with Zach Wilson last offseason. Zach Wilson's going to be on the Vikings. It ended up being Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones.
That's right. So now it could be Aaron Rodgers, J.J. McCarthy, and Daniel Jones.
No.
For the Vikings.
No.
Like, if I were Aaron Rodgers, that's where I would try to go.
Well, he wanted to be with the Rams.
Well, of course he would be right outside his front door. Just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then he is living the life of Brett Favre if he does this. It's the exact same situation.
Well, it's hard to let go, man. That's all I can tell you. And you could think about it any way you want. I'm just trying to think it from his perspective, that he probably feels that these last 2 years were such, a struggle, and to try to get through all of those things that, he'd like to be able to hook on with the team and hopefully have some success before he bows out. Kind of like Tom Brady did, kind of like Peyton Manning did.
Yeah, I know, but he's not. I never thought he was wired the same. That's why this is strange to me.
Yeah, I don't think he's wired the same either. That's why I say that I can understand why the Giants would have the conversation about him, but trying to bring him into the Giant offense without changing it to meet his, demands or needs, that would be really tough.
Yeah,
They start out 2-5, and he's your starting quarterback. What happens?
Yeah, it's a nightmare. But if you just think about him being a complicated fella, as we talk about, that's been one of his labels. I really thought, at least when it came to this, that I had him figured out, in the sense of when he thought it was over and teams didn't want him, he'd be gone. You wouldn't hear from him. He'd be doing other things, the things in life that he wanted to do, he's been doing in the off seasons, and he'd be totally comfortable with that. And it's just, that's not the case. Like, he apparently wants to hang on.
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
So the Titans have the first overall pick, and I'm sure that pick is worth a lot to them. And maybe they feel like there's something in Will Levis down there. I don't know. Why wouldn't they sign him in the AFC South? You're dealing with a new coach down there in Jacksonville. What's the quarterback situation in Indianapolis? And, you got to deal with C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans in Houston. I mean, that's a place where, the Titans were in a lot of these games. Could they go for him? And would he want to go to Nashville? I could see him going to Nashville.
We're talking about two teams that finished 3-14 last year.
I know.
Why would he do that?
Because
they're
that
both going to stink again.
That may be the only option for him.
But why would he want? It's just he's toiling now.
Like, I could see, remember when Brett Favre was traded here to the Jets? Everybody thought it was going to be great. He lasted 1 year. Mangini was out of here. The next thing you know, he's playing in the NFC Championship game for the Minnesota Vikings. That's why you never know. You just never know.
But we're not talking about the Vikings. We're talking, so that was a team that was building up. They had a lot of young players. They had Adrian Peterson and Percy Harvin and Sidney Rice and all of these guys. I mean, the Titans or the Giants, 3-14. It's insanity.
Yeah, I would think the Giants would only do that, and the Giants are going to have to do something. I mean, they may draft one of these two kids, and by all accounts, anyway, coming out of the combine, by all accounts, everybody thinks that Cam Ward is far and away the better of the two quarterbacks with the higher of the two ceilings between he and Shedeur Sanders. And I don't think anybody feels any differently than that. In other words, he looks like he will be the first quarterback taken, and it will either be the Titans or the Browns.
I mean, if the Vikings were serious about it, and I don't believe that they are or will be interested, then if I were Aaron Rodgers, I'd consider that. If the Rams had moved on from Matthew Stafford, I would definitely consider that. Other than that, with teams that had, kind of questionable quarterback situations, I'm not going to any of them.
The only other place that I could even
get your face kicked in at 41 years old.
The only other place sucks. Depending on what happens with the contract discussions, you never know. San Francisco.
If they wanted him, yeah, that'd be another spot. If they wanted him,
that would be a spot. But he would have to I'm assuming that Brock Purdy's going to get his contract, and I'm assuming that they are working on that contract, and it's going to be a big contract because he's already given them, $50 million a year performances 2 out of the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to have to give him a big contract. But if they don't, and they hang Aaron Rodgers over his head, could you imagine that?
That one I kind of could. I mean, we've seen some real ruthless stuff happen in the NFL. I think that would, yeah. I think that certainly would be a thing that they could do if they wanted to leverage. But there's a couple of places I think you could win. Tennessee and the Giants, there's just no way. No way in hell.
So where else? The Raiders?
I don't think he can win there.
He's got the AFC West, and you got to deal with those 3 other teams in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, I mean, what type of roster do they really have outside
Pittsburgh
of Max?
Steelers?
Yeah, but they don't want him. You see, every report is that they don't want him. So, doesn't sound like the 49ers want him either. I mean, the Raiders roster stinks.
I mean, at least, I think with the Steelers, at least you get defense and you get some stability.
If the Steelers wanted him, he add that to the list of teams that if they wanted him, I would say go and do it. The Steelers, the Rams are now done. So the Steelers, the Vikings, the 49ers. That'd be it.
Yeah, but in order to be the starting quarterback, it would have to be like the Giants or would have to be like the Titans. And maybe, I don't know if there's another team out there that I can even think of. You know, I don't see him going to the Colts.
This is sad. This is like Jerry Rice on the Seahawks. That's what this is turning into.
Well, I mean, a guy loves playing football, and he wants to be a quarterback, and he wants to go out on top. I mean,
that ain't happening.
At least, like, professionally want to finish the season strong. And
he finished this season semi-strong.
Yeah, and he got the 500 TD passes.
Yeah, I mean, it was the whole thing, Jet experience was a mess, but as you mentioned earlier, outside of that Buffalo game, he had played better down the stretch.
Yeah, man, I wonder what would have happened had they not fired Rob Saleh. You know, that's a big question for me.
Yeah, they definitely got worse, but I don't think they weren't going to the playoffs.
Who knows? He was hurt, didn't play well over in London. Didn't play well at home. It was against the Rams they lost at home, or was it? No, Broncos. The Broncos.
Yeah.
Those back-to-back games, I think it was the Broncos and the Vikings.
Yeah, the Vikings in London, and they fired him.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, and then that Patriots loss was as bad as it gets. That was
another one. That was a low point, yes.
Oh. Ryan in Putnam County. What's going on, Ryan?
What's up, boys? Love the show. So, diehard Giants fan here. Wouldn't it be the most Jets thing ever for Rodgers to have just like a great comeback year, regardless of where he goes, right? So, as a Giants fan, like, that's my only hope with Rodgers, that, like, it's the Jets. You just know that maybe even at 41, he's going to come back, have a good year somewhere. Why not the Giants? And again, it's because of the Jets. He's going to go somewhere because the Jets, they stunk there. He was hurt. Just because it's the Jets, he's going to go somewhere and have a good year. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it before, Ryan, and you have to factor that in with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, the fact that, Sam Darnold had the year that he had, the fact that Geno Smith won a comeback player of the year. I mean, this is something that happens. The fact that Brett Favre went from the Jets to the Vikings and had a 12-4 season and ended up losing in the NFC Championship game. Yeah, I mean, it would be very Jets for
especially
that to happen.
if it is true that the reports were that he wanted to come back and he wanted to play for Aaron Glenn. And they told him no. I don't think they told him no. I think Woody Johnson told him no when he went on Pat McAfee and said this would be the first getting cut by an 18-year-old, making a snide comment that, was in the newspaper about, or The Athletic about, Brick Johnson running the team and voiding trades and things of that nature because of Madden ratings. And all he did was exacerbate the problem by bringing it up on McAfee.
Yeah. And that's what you get. You get all that stuff. And I just don't see Brian Daboll and Aaron Rodgers getting along. I just don't. I don't. If things aren't going well, I can't see those two meshing.
When you start looking at what you think is going to, or who you think is your quarterback's going to be next year, right now the Giants' prospects are pretty dim as we sit here today because we don't know what their decision is going to be. We don't know what their decision is going to be in the draft, and we don't know what their decision is going to be in free agency. But I will say they're going to have to make it relatively quick. I mean, it's coming soon.
Yeah,
I mean, we are right around the corner from free agency starting, and these decisions are going to have to be sped up here.
Yeah, I mean, and if the Giants had lost a couple more games last year, they might have had Drake May or Jaden Daniels. If this were a completely different year with quarterbacks, or this were last year, that have a shot at one of the top three guys. There's a luck element to this too, that what year you're bad in matters, and the Giants have not caught a break with that either.
I would say the luckiest coach right now heading into this season that is a new coach. Like last year, it was Dan Quinn because he was able to get Jaden Daniels number 2, and as it turned out, it turned out to be the greatest thing that ever happened to the Commanders. They sold the team, they got new ownership, a new coach, and they got a franchise quarterback. So the guy that this year I think is in the best situation to have the most impact, but also is in a difficult division, is Ben Johnson in Chicago.
Yeah. I want that thing to fail, obviously, but it seems like they're on the right track.
They might have the right offensive coach with the right quarterback. Yes.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. If you're thinking about a bath remodel, well, you know, if you listen to this show, how much I love the experts at Bath Fitter. I would trust them with anything. I would leave my children with a couple of Bath Fitter experts because I know that they would just do everything right. Want to babysit my children, Bath Fitter experts? Yeah, go ahead. They've been in business for 40 years with millions of happy customers. I got my new high-quality bath for my mother-in-law in just one day, and there was no demo and no mess, and with a lifetime guarantee, there is nothing to worry about. Get a free consultation from my friends at Bath Fitter today. Spring ahead. Oh, yeah, I like the sound of that. And save up to 10% or get 0% interest financing. There's only one Bath Fitter. Visit bathfitter.com. Mention Geo Bath Fitter. It just fits.
24 days until the Yankees kick off the 2025 season on the home of Yankees baseball. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart. With the SupplyHouse.com, Fan Highway Patrol. New Jersey Transit has 30-minute delays on all rail service in and out of Penn Station. It's Amtrak switching issues at the Portal Bridge. Famously, the problems continued there. Northbound Meadowbrook Parkway on Long Island at exit M3 for Merchants Concourse in Westbury has a crash. It partially blocks the right lane. And the Southern State westbound at exit 39 for Deer Park Avenue has got problems there as well. Look for delays. We are looking at an accident there, blocking at least one lane. New Jersey, the northbound Parkway at exit 129 for the Turnpike and Woodbridge has a crash in the fast lane. And 280 is a disaster right now. From back at Route 10 on the eastbound side into exit 12 for the Parkway where there is an accident and a vehicle fire. Both directions of 280 are subject to closure at exit 12. We've got 45 minutes in at the GW for both levels from 8095's approaches, 25 for the Lincoln, and 45 minutes inbound at the Holland Tunnel right now. I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway Patrol.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. No one in the Big Ten is better at the free throw line than the Wisconsin Badgers. They also protect the basketball, averaging just 9 turnovers per game, the best in the conference. This team is built to make a deep run in March. Right now, you can get Wisconsin at plus 900. Mind-blowing to make the Final Four. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Taxes was taxing. Now taxes is relaxing when you file for free.
I can file for free? TurboTax Free Edition. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. I can file for free.
Now this is taxes. File for free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your maximum refund. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free.
These days, work is in trouble. We've outsourced most of our manufacturing to other countries. And with that, we sent away good jobs and our capability to make things. American Giant is a clothing company that's pushing back against this tide. They make all kinds of high-quality clothing and activewear, like sweatshirts, jeans, dresses, jackets, and so much more, right here in the USA. So when you buy American Giant, you create jobs in towns and cities across the country. And jobs bring pride, purpose. They stitch people together. If all that sounds good to you, visit American-Giant.com and get 20% off your first order when you use code STAPLE20 at checkout. That's 20% off your first order at American-Giant.com with promo code STAPLE20.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Step into a world of possibilities at Resorts World Casinos. Whether you're a seasoned player or trying your luck for the first time, our casinos offer something for everyone. Spin and win on the hottest slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City and Hudson Valley. Looking for live table game thrills? Head up to Resorts World Catskills to play blackjack, baccarat, roulette, craps, and so much more. Visit Resorts World Casinos today. Go to visitrw.com to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. Must be 21 plus to gamble with the Catskills and 18 plus to gamble in New York City and Hudson Valley.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Morning Show with Boomer and Gio.
All right, Boomer and Gio on the Fan and CBS Sports Network. What road is this? Is this actually the Belt Parkway that's moving? That can't be possible, right? No way.
Is that the Belt Parkway or is that the West Side Highway? I think that's probably
West Side Highway.
It looks like the West Side or Henry Hudson Parkway. As it's known up there.
It can't be the Belt Parkway. That never moves like that. There's no way in hell. I just saw the water on the right there, and it reminded me of that one area of the Belt Parkway, but it just doesn't move. It never moves.
I think I saw the bike path to the right there, so I've been on that bike path up there.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Did you bring your bike down to San Antonio? Or?
No, not yet.
You could have rode your bike Saturday, springtime in New York.
Oh, boy. But not this morning when it was
winter
18
in the
degrees.
rearview mirror.
By the way,
out there today. Here we go.
What?
This could be good. Well, when you can't get it out, that usually means something's coming.
Nah, just wondering. Any old podcast you're going to play today?
Yeah, I don't know why that was such a. I never claimed that was yesterday. I just thought it was really funny.
But if it's okay,
that's all.
If you saw that it was a year old, you still would have played it?
I did see that. I think it was 8 months. A lot of stuff comes through YouTube like that. Right. I'm just looking for sound. I understand. I honestly was contemplating playing parts of a Barbara Corcoran interview that I just watched because she was railing on marriage that I thought was funny.
No, I understand that.
So if I misled you guys, I apologize for that.
Okay,
I was just looking for something fun.
I hear you.
That's all. If not, I'll just play.
I mean, you brought us Rob Conrad last week.
Yeah, and I told you that was months ago. I told you. No, I don't think that interview was from 2015. That incident, I think, was in 2015.
Oh, it was, but the interview about the
was a few months ago or a few weeks ago. Yeah.
Okay.
That's YouTube. That's where you find a lot of fun stuff. The problem is it's coming through your page and you don't know when it's from. That's all. But I don't have to play that stuff anymore. I'll just keep playing Tibbs because he's exciting. I'll play more Ranger highlights. Whatever you guys want, it's fine.
No, I know I can
be as boring as you want.
No, it's not.
It makes my life easier.
Don't get upset.
Get upset. I'm not. You got coffee coming through your nose.
I know. Please don't get upset. I just.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
There's nothing better than upset Jerry, and I think
who's upset?
Both Al and Gio love to see upset Jerry.
You haven't seen me upset in a long time.
What I enjoy is. When you start going and then he starts barking back at you is one of my favorite interactions of all time. That's what I like to see. I don't want to see Jerry upset. I want to see you two guys battle it out. That's what's fun to me. But it's amazing. Like the listeners are all over this stuff. Like, this is where I get these tips from people. Send me these things. That's from a year ago. And then someone says, well, at least it's better than the Rob Conrad story from 10 years ago. I mean, that's what
now I will agree. I probably didn't position this one as good. On the Rob Conrad one, I specifically told you guys that it was from a long time ago, but I never knew the story, and I thought it was fascinating.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's the social media police that Gio's reacting to. They're all over.
You love the social media police.
Yes, they're
when
all
it benefits
over us.
you.
No, they're all over us.
I do appreciate people listening that carefully.
Oh, yes,
to
exactly.
things. I mean, that's
For
crazy.
Sure.
But
no question.
Yeah. All right. What do we have here?
Man. Clyde Frazier had 37 in this.
Okay.
This was last night. The Knicks played the Heat, and they went to overtime.
And the reset with Brunson. Three-pointer for the lead. He got it! Jalen Brunson puts the Knicks in front.
And that was Tyler Murray on MSG. The Knicks come back from 19 down and win in Miami, beat the Heat 116-112, 31 for Brunson. He pretty darn good, especially in the second half and overtime. He finishes 13 of 25. Not a great start to this game. If you watched it, the first half was terrible, actually, and defensively the Knicks were awful. But they clamped down. Things got better. As Tom Thibodeau says, they picked up.
It was slow in the first half. And some of it was, that we were missing, open threes. And we let that take away from, the intensity that we needed defensively.
Which they didn't have, and it looked like Miami had more intensity defensively, but they did come back and win. This was Jalen Brunson on MSG. A lot of clutch buckets. How does he do it?
It just happens sometimes, but I just stay focused, stay poised.
And here was, you were asking about Mitchell, we were talking about Mitchell Robinson earlier.
Yeah.
And he has impacted, I know he hasn't played a ton of minutes, but he has impacted these games so far in his return. Here was Tibbs.
Just help us win. And, he's working his way back, but his size is such a huge factor. And then he has the ability to get up on dribble handoffs. He's up on pick and rolls. He's, he was hustling.
Well, that's all. I didn't even realize they have a long road trip after tomorrow night's
that's
game.
what I was saying. They're 2.5 behind the Celtics right now. If you look at their schedules, this part of the schedule is going to be tough because they got the Warriors tomorrow night, and then they got to go on the road right to the Lakers.
Yeah.
And then, after that, they got the Clippers, then Sacramento, then Portland, Golden State. Then they come home for a game against Miami. Then they got to go back out on the road again.
So 7 of 8 on the road coming up.
Yes.
And
the thing about the Celtics, if you look at their schedule, their last 5 games, I think does include a Knick game in there at the Garden, but they play like Charlotte at the end twice.
Ugh.
I mean, like this, the back end of their schedule is relatively easy.
That's where your head goes. When you said Charlotte, I thought you were going to say they play like bleep. I thought that's what you were going to say.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You play like Charlotte. Yeah. I got you.
The Celtics did beat the Nuggets 110-103. Cavaliers over the Blazers in overtime 133-129. I give you this from the Thunder Spurs game. This was regulation. This was 4 quarters, 146-132. And in the middle of it, you had a little bit of a dust up.
Picks it up, gives it to Castle, finds a cutting Sochan with the hammer. And now we got a scuffle at center court. Kenrich Williams and Julian Champagnie. Dort mixing it up with Sochan.
And you had Williams and Dort from Oklahoma City get ejected. Champagnie he's from St. John's, if you remember him, also from the Spurs. They all got ejected for fighting. The Thunder did win the game, 146-132. Something happened out at midcourt. I don't know if there was an elbow or something. They got in each other's faces, and then it obviously escalated from there. Here was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He had 41 by the way, for Jalen Williams. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 31, talking about the scrum.
I don't know. It was a blur. I just tried to separate the blur as best as I could. But, yeah, I don't even know how it started, what happened. Figure it out.
And he was kind of curious. So Lou Dort was ejected, and as he saw it, made no sense.
I didn't understand it, but I also, didn't inquire much. I didn't ask too many questions. They had already made a decision. They're not going to change their decision. And we had a basketball game to go win, so that's what I was focused on.
And they did, 146 points. It's a lot for 4 quarters, no doubt. And then one from Kevin Durant. Things not going well in Phoenix. They are under 500. They lost 4 out of 5. They got beaten soundly by the T-Wolves yesterday. 44 for Anthony Edwards. Julius Randle had a big game. Here was Durant kind of acknowledging they did not play well.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's a game, man. We didn't play our standards up to our standards at all. We embarrassed the fans. We embarrassed ourselves the way we played. I want us to be better.
They embarrassed the fans. All right, not going good for sure. NFL-wise, you had the Rams and Matthew Stafford agree to this restructured contract on Friday. You had Deebo Samuel traded to the Commanders. You got a lot of rumors out there with the Jets apparently listening to offers on Devontae Adams. He goes where Rodgers goes, does he not? I mean, I know they're going to try and trade him, but...
Well, it all depends. I would think if I were Devontae Adams and I got released, I'm looking at Buffalo, I'm looking at Cincinnati, possibly going out to the Rams to play with Matthew Stafford. That's what I would look at.
I mean, if Devontae Adams goes to the Giants, he's not going to want to do that, or the Titans. He's not going to want to do that.
I mean, he may be the number one guy if he goes with him to the Titans or somewhere else. But I think if I were advising Devontae, I'd be like, man, get to somewhere, especially if the Bengals lose T. Higgins. If they lose T. Higgins, go right there. Or go up to Buffalo and be the number one guy up there with Keon Coleman. And,
is Amari Cooper not back there? Is he done? Amari Cooper?
Maybe.
Interesting. Mets Marlins today. You've got Kodai Senga. We'll get the first inning of this game and then head to the backfields to get some more work in. The Yankees have a night game against the Pirates. Max Fried on the mound for the Yanks. I think that's at 6:30, I believe. Played this earlier. Aaron Judge is talking about 2025.
Excited about the team. You know, we got a group here that's motivated, excited to be back. A lot of new faces, definitely. You know, it's around the whole, infield, even outfield. But it's a lot of guys that, wanted to be here in New York, wanted to play for the Yankees, and we're seeing some good results out of them so far.
I do enjoy these interviews while the game is going on. It's just funny. So that was on the Yes Network, as they will now continue. It is amazing. I feel like they've been playing games for a month, and it's only March 3rd.
Yeah. No real beard. We got any real beards going on yet? I haven't noticed.
I don't know the. I don't know.
Pushing the limits yet?
Well, it would be. Well, the closer they just got from the Brewers.
Oh, Devin Williams.
He would be the guy, right? Because he shaved when he first came here.
Yeah, wasn't happy about it.
You would think. So, and obviously you guys got the injury from LeMahieu over the weekend you talked about, yes?
Yeah, okay. Luis Heel, too.
And Luis Heel as well, exactly. All right, NHL, the Rangers taking on the Predators. They had the trade of VC and Lindgren to Colorado over the weekend for Calvin DeHaan and Juuso Parson, and the Rangers go out and beat Nashville.
And the feeling is, as he said, here's Panarin moving in, big drive, he scores!
And that was Sam Rosen on MSG. That made it 1-0. 4-0 was the final.
Huge game tonight between the Rangers and the Islanders.
Where's that, at UBS?
No, it's at Madison Square Garden. Interestingly enough, Jerry, you didn't bring up maybe the most attended sports.
Oh, the game at Ohio Stadium this weekend?
The sporting event this week. Yeah, the Blue Jackets had the Stadium Series game against Red Wings. 95,000 people showed up at Columbus, Ohio State.
Don't care.
Shut up.
People do care.
They do care.
People do care.
And Columbus has won like 4 in a row right now, and they're ahead of the Rangers and the Islanders in the playoffs right now.
And you did see the numbers for that Four Nations Championship. It was almost 10 million viewers.
Yeah. Killed it.
It was pretty good.
And almost killed their players.
95,000. How do you even see the game if you're in the upper deck?
Yeah, you don't.
It's a party. Get drunk. It is a party is what it is.
Well, it was definitely a party.
Stop saying that they're not watching. They're watching the game. Come on, Jay. Columbus is a hockey hotbed.
Yeah, I'm sure they're watching it on the screen. My point is,
you can't see the game.
It's got to just be it's a small ice rink in a gigantic stadium.
I know. I went to the first one between Pittsburgh and Buffalo up there in Buffalo. And it was packed. It was like 80,000 people that day. And I'll never forget, Pittsburgh came out with their light blue uniforms.
That's right, the baby blue.
That's right. So, yeah.
Snowing.
It was a beautiful day.
Going to overtime.
Beautiful day for exactly what they wanted.
Didn't they do that in Los Angeles, too, where they were actually able to keep the ice frozen? Didn't the Kings have a game at Dodger Stadium?
I do believe so. I don't know if it was that's a good question. Not sure.
All right.
Memorable.
What's this?
It was memorable. That was a real memorable outdoor game.
I feel like I remember it, but maybe not. Here was JT Miller. He scored.
I thought we had a good start, played a good first period. I feel like after we made it 3-0, we were pretty sloppy, but Wiki was unbelievable. Kept that game a lot closer than maybe could have been.
Oh, that's probably true. Yes, the Kings and Ducks, 2014 at Dodger Stadium.
Wow.
11 years ago.
A long time ago. Jeez.
Yeah, I would have thought a little more recent.
It's before Rob Conrad almost drowned.
Shut up. Timeout. I did not report that as just happening. They were recalling the story.
That's what George Karl was coaching the Kings.
I gotta tell you guys. But we're finished. No more creativity. We're just going to play Sheldon Keefe.
Jerry, stop doing that. You're going.
Here's Jonathan Quick.
What is it about
800th game.
What? What is it about that seat?
Yeah, they
immediately go into that like negativity aspect.
No, it's called self-defense mode.
Yeah.
That's all. If you want to trade one day, that would be phenomenal.
That's not my thing. That's your thing.
I did it. I did it one time. I was not good at it, and I've never done it again.
Because you only did it one time.
Yeah, but still,
anything one time is not good.
True, but I mean, I thought there would be like a little more natural ability to do it, and I didn't.
You'd be surprised. Not that hard.
Yeah,
that's like Eddie always talks about. Like he could never like do a show. Hey, the first time, probably not. Probably be a disaster. Give him some time. He'd be fine. He would be. Have you heard some talk shows?
No, I know, but where? Right, where are we doing it? Al could do it. Al never says he could do it. He could definitely
agree. Al could do it
if he found a way to like deal with the callers. He could do it. Eddie,
well, he did deal with callers the one morning. Went right to the callers when CeeLo walked out. He couldn't have given the phone number fast enough.
There's something between you and CeeLo, Al, because you fought with him when you were doing the warm-up show, and then last week he outed you having your fundraiser down at Bradley
Maybe that
Beach.
was him getting back at you.
Maybe.
No, he's not that smart. That would be way.
He's not that devious.
No. That would be like some crazy next level getting back type stuff. That's like some like Howie Mandel.
I wish I would have saw his reaction to this.
Mean, no, he was devastated. CeeLo was devastated that he did that to Al. Like he felt really bad. There's no way.
So really, it just kind of slipped out.
Yeah.
He even texted me later on in the day.
Yeah, that's how upset he was. Yeah,
he has to be totally anxiety ridden.
Tough.
Yeah, I see. I like in all situations like that, like when I could tell somebody's being emotionally affected by things, I tend to go after them more, which is not a good thing, right? Maybe it's a good thing as a talk show host, but it's not really a good thing in life. And I started doing it with my 7-year-old daughter, actually, because our dog, the second dog we got, Cash, was just golden doodles, it was fluffy, and we didn't want him to get cut all the way down, but this groomer cut him all the way down, so he came back, and I was telling Sabrina they gave us the wrong dog back.
Oh, God.
And she was like, Dad, they did? I'm like, yeah. I was like, she's like, I'm telling, that's him. I'm like looking at his ears. I'm like, I'm not so sure. It's
terrible. Are mean, man. That is terrible. That is terrible.
But at the end, she laughed and it was hilarious, and then she started pretending, like she learned how to bust balls. I'm teaching her a lesson.
Okay.
And she got a kick out of it.
You didn't make her cry.
No, if I really thought she was being upset, it was just it was just fun to do, and it reminded me of like when Peter Schwartz sits over there, it's sort of the same type of thing that I was doing. Stop that!
The Devils lost in Vegas 2-0, but more than that, they lost Jack Hughes with what looks like a shoulder injury and looks significant. Here was their head coach, Sheldon Keefe.
Real hard to see him go down. No update. It's going to have to be evaluated. Obviously, it didn't look good, and we're going to have to take our time to know the full extent.
It looked awful, especially that he was laid out on the ice.
I'll tell you what, he's lucky that he didn't hit it like head on, that he was able to turn his head and turn to the side and take it with his shoulder.
Yeah, scary stuff. Was it Eichel that got him?
I couldn't tell.
Not good. That's what we do know. And then in golf, Joe Highsmith wins the Cognizant Classic in Palm Beach Gardens. Time now for what we call Moment of the Day. And earlier, Boomer was asking Al about the talks he has given, specifically to college students. And then CBS Sports Network would show some footage of Al in action. And also, me and Eddie.
When you open your speech, you say, look, I just want you to know that I'm a boring guy, and I'm going to give you a boring speech, but pay attention because there's going to be a lot of good nuggets in there.
No, I do not give any expectations, good or bad, to start. I just right into it.
Okay.
We had the one day, me and you were there. I forget where that was.
Yeah, but you were like a sidecar.
Like a sidecar?
I mean, it's like you were there.
No,
support.
He spoke. Then I spoke.
Yeah, we were there as equals.
But see, that doesn't count as him speaking because you're compared to him.
Oh, there he is right there speaking. Look at that. Moving around in that chair.
That was at Colonia, I believe. Right?
Yes, Colonia High School.
In that case, I was a sidecar with Eddie. We went to support him.
You did support him, okay. But this other case, you guys both spoke.
Yeah, it was a paid engagement. We both had our time to speak.
To college students.
College students?
I believe so, yeah.
Where was it?
I think it was at St. Elizabeth University over there by the Jets.
Why would they show us eating? Isn't that
there goes Eddie. There's a corn dog here. There's a little salad there. Crunchy croutons. Crunchy croutons. The smile on his face when he was at that buffet was great. I mean, that smirk he had with those tongs in his hand was just perfect. I do the same thing.
There you go. Moment of the day.
All right, good stuff, Jerry. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday, okay. Boomer and Gio coming to you live at the Build Ford Tough studio.
All righty, college basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet does win. That's $150 of extra money to bet on everything from the conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the nets. Now, the favorites right now to win the tournament are Auburn and Duke. So if you think they can win it all, you can bet on them or any team you think will win right now. So if you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. We all love the app around here. It's safe, secure, easy to use. And when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Boomer to get in on all the college hoops action. Before March takes over, it's FanDuel Sportsbook. And they are the official partner of WFAN. 21 and older, please. Physically present in New York. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets to expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions to apply. See all the terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, you can call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
It's Evan and Kiki. Afternoons on the Fan 101.9 FM.
If Matthew Stafford is your guy, you're not sitting him down after the weekend.
That's my bushel. You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that. I don't need to see whichever young quarterback the Giants potentially bring in, because they might not even go that way. They might go some vet in Tommy DeVito. I honestly have no idea what those are.
Stream Evan and Kiki live or on demand with the Odyssey app and podcast the show wherever you get your podcasts.
From the 1010 Winds Traffic Center, I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com. Fan Highway Patrol. Still 30-minute delays on all NJT service in and out of Penn Station, New York. Long Islanders, the westbound Southern State has an accident at exit 39 for Deer Park Avenue, North Babylon. It blocks the right and center lanes. New Jersey, 280 is cleared. Thank goodness. Both ways at exit 12 for the Parkway. Accident and a vehicle fire are now gone. But the northbound Garden State Parkway at exit 129 for the Turnpike and Woodbridge still has a crash. That's in the left. We're down to 35 minutes in at the GW Bridge. The inbound Lincoln's 25. The inbound Highland Tunnel has got a 40-minute delay. Queens, the southbound Cross Island Parkway before exit 31 for the LIE has a crash. At least one lane's blocked. And in Brooklyn, the eastbound Belt Parkway at Flatbush has delays at exit 11. We've got an accident there, and we've got one lane blocked. We're sponsored by Betterment. Betterment is the automated investing app that does the work for you so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at Betterment.com. That's BETTRERMENT.com. Investing involves risk. I'm Karen Stewart with the SupplyHouse.com Fan Highway.
Getting on the network Brooklyn relies on is easy when you come into the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue. Come check out their latest deals on phones, accessories, and so much more. From shopping to support and everything in between, it's your one-stop shop to get it all. And when you switch to Verizon, you choose what goes into your unlimited plan and save on what you need. There's never been a better time to switch to the network Brooklyn relies on. Visit the Verizon store at 8524 Fifth Avenue to speak with a rep and save big today.
Step into a world of possibilities at Resorts World Casinos. Whether you're a seasoned player or trying your luck for the first time, our casinos offer something for everyone. Spin and win on the hottest slots and electronic table games at Resorts World New York City and Hudson Valley. Looking for live table game thrills? Head up to Resorts World Catskills to play blackjack, baccarat, roulette, craps, and so much more. Visit Resorts World Casinos today. Go to visitrw.com to learn more. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. Must be 21 plus to gamble with the Catskills and 18 plus to gamble in New York City and Hudson Valley.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger. Because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Power outage? No big deal. Unless you're into things like lights, functioning appliances, the internet, and, oh yeah, heat. That's why smart homeowners trust W. Danley to install a Generac automatic standby generator. When the power goes out, it kicks on automatically, within seconds, powering your home so you're never left in the dark. And with 0% financing for 18 months from W. Danley, staying powered is easier and more affordable than ever. Visit Danley911.com today. W. Danley. Stay powered, no matter what.
Hey, Boomer Esiason here, and I'm boom pot of my 4 grandchildren, and I hate to see them when they have nasal congestion. Their noses are all runny and stuffy. They are miserable, and that's why I'm so happy to see my trusted Navage nasal cleaner now has a baby aspirator to provide big relief for those little noses. Designed with a board-certified ENT, the Navage baby nasal aspirator uses gentle suction to help remove all that sticky snot and mucus. It is baby-safe, drug-free, and won't clog up, and is designed to last. You can find Navage baby aspirator at Walmart.
If reaching new customers is on your e-commerce brand's to-do list, ShipBob can help. Store your inventory and fulfill orders from over 50 ShipBob fulfillment centers across the U.S., UK, Europe, Canada, and Australia. Cut shipping costs and transit times, plus minimize cross-border shipping complexities with real-time inventory tracking and seamless integrations with major e-commerce platforms and tools. You'll have full control and visibility over your logistics. Go to shipbob.com for a free quote and take your brand global with ease.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The Morning Show with Boomer and Gio.
You know, I kind of feel like we're a place where Giant fans go. I know they come to me a lot.
Yeah.
My friends who are Giant fans. And I want to commiserate with them. I want to help them through the tough times. And they are tougher on themselves than I think either you or I could ever be on them.
True.
Because most fan bases are that way.
Indeed.
It's kind of like Joe Beningo with the Jets, maybe us with the Mets and the Knicks over the last few years. You know, I mean, like, you know, we're rougher on ourselves than really anybody else can be.
That's true.
And I just, like, the Giant fan friends that I have, it's a 50-50 proposition as to whether or not they want Aaron Rodgers or they don't want Aaron Rodgers. Because they know they're just in a really bad situation. And maybe if you look long-term, and I don't know, if they have another bad year, it'll be another coach, and maybe it's the first overall pick, and maybe that first overall pick turns out to be Arch Manning.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not, that's not going to happen. You know it's not going to happen. Now, it definitely won't happen. Here's the reason why it won't happen. Because they're going to do whatever the hell they can to win this year and win about 6 or 7 games at the very least. If they were going into this year thinking we got job security and we can suck again, then fine. But you also don't know if he's coming out next year.
Yeah, that's, you know, I mean, when you listen to what the family says, it sounds like he wants to really have the full-on experience at Texas, and I'm sure Texas will make it worth his while financially, and that if he gets started a year later than he normally would, maybe so, or maybe we just have too much expectations for him and too high expectations for him. But again, like Shedeur Sanders did what he did, and he went for 4 years of school.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I appreciate that Shedeur did that he's more mature. He's played at 2 different levels. He's played in all his games. I'm telling you, he expects to be good in the NFL. And that's a big part of, like, a young man coming into a very difficult situation and overcoming it and leading a franchise back to prominence. So I do give him that. I will give him that check mark in that part of the box.
Was not Arch, but was Archie and Archibald?
You know, I don't know.
And then was Archibald or just Arch?
I think it's just Arch.
But can you be Archie? Because is Archie on his birth certificate? I don't think so.
Why can't be?
That seems like, I don't know, back then, someone just name a baby Archie like that.
I would think it would be Archibald Manning.
I don't know why this is popping in my head, but this is the stuff I think about. Yeah, it's actually, you know what, his first name is Alicia. serious.
All right. Well, my first name is Norman.
Yeah, no, but his name is Elisha Archibald Manning III.
Well, there you go.
So that's where that comes from.
Elisha, how do you spell Elisha?
Elisha. That's Elisha, right?
It's got to be a family name.
And that's probably where they get Eli from, because it's Eli.
Yes.
Oof. At what point are they like, Elisha is now not a masculine name anymore?
Is it Elijah or Elisha?
I don't know. Elisha? You don't spell Elijah that way, do you? Elijah? You should know this. You're a quarterback. Don't you know all the names of the quarterbacks?
I didn't know it was Elisha. It sounds like Elisha the way it's spelled.
Yeah, because Elijah's with a J.
And then he went with Archibald, his middle name.
Yeah, and then he went with Archie. Yeah. And then he got Archie Manning. But I wonder if I think Arch Manning is an Elisha too. Let's see here.
Things you never knew. Reverse? Like a reverse?
He's just an Archibald. He's an Archibald Charles. So, and they call him Arch. But they don't call him Archie because that'd be confusing.
That's
they call
right.
him Arch.
Right.
So there you go.
Let's go to Cameron and met him. Greg,
what?
Man, why am I having a hard time? Cameron, what's happening?
Cameron from Mendham.
There you go.
All right. First-time caller, long-time listener. Saw my first Giants game when I was 9 years old at the Yale Bowl. So I've been a long-time Giants fan, season ticket holder since '77 when they built the new stadium in Meadowlands. And through thick and thin, I'm a glass-half-full guy. And as far as Aaron Rodgers coming to the Giants is concerned, I think there's another perspective that everyone has to consider. There are probably a minimum of 5 benefits to bringing Aaron Rodgers on. And I think the first one is he's a winner. He wants to win, and he's a Hall of Fame quarterback that we can get for a lot less than $100 million. Secondly, no one, I don't think, can really dispute the impact that he had on the locker room for the Jets. I think there have been plenty of players from the Jets that said a lot of positive things about him being part of the team and the impact that he had in the locker room. And right now for the Giants, that's super important. The third thing is we've got Malik Neighbors. He's a great young receiver, something that the Giants really want to stand behind and get behind. And having Aaron Rodgers on the team, now he's got a veteran quarterback who can get him the ball. And if we get Devontae Adams as part of the package, even better, because now we've got 2 high-quality receivers. We've got good young running backs. And
Cameron, you might have said this while you were talking, and I missed it, but are you also drafting a quarterback this year?
Yes, and and what you can do is, whether it's Cam Ward or Shedeur, it doesn't make a difference to me, but it gives them time to see what a veteran Hall of Fame quarterback can do. And then the fourth thing is it frees up money to go get offensive linemen that are going to be worth a damn. Pick up Mekhi Becton, who's obviously looks like he's going to be moved off of the Eagles. I know that's a stretch.
It is a stretch.
And then you can get the other defensive guys to help out Dexter, whether it be a lineman or edge rusher or some linebackers.
Yeah, Cameron, thanks for the call. I don't if it's Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback, then you have to draft someone because there's just no future at that point. But if it were Matthew Stafford, I would have used the pick on Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, whoever might have been there at 3. But at this point, you're going to have to do both. If you're bringing in Aaron Rodgers, you also have to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I think so too. But again, like the reason that I would advise against it is just because of the offense that the Giants run. And I'm sure that they could tailor it to help out Aaron Rodgers to do what he likes to do and what he does best. But it doesn't seem like a match to me. And then again, you also said earlier this morning, which I do agree with, I think that you got 2 really headstrong guys. And one is Brian Daboll and the other one is Aaron Rodgers. And there has to be discussions over there about every single one of these quarterbacks that are going to be available. That there just has to be. And that's maybe why Aaron Rodgers' name has come up with the Giants, and maybe he has reached out to the Giants, has been reported, and that's why we're talking about it. But there is there are reasons for it and there's reason against it. But the biggest thing, too, is you got to remember that Shane and Dable are fighting for their jobs.
Yeah, and that's why they were pushing so hard for Matthew Stafford. And Aaron Rodgers is going to have to be open to learning new things. He's going to have to be. I mean, you cannot bring that same, antiquated Nathaniel Hackett offense into the Giants and think that's going to work.
Well, they know if it's bump and run, he's throwing it to him. To somebody, because that's what he does, and he's very good at it. But unfortunately, it also makes it easier to defend. And by the way, the Giants don't have a bad offensive line. I mean, Evan Neal's not been great, but they went out and they spent money on that offensive line last year.
Yeah, I mean, once Andrew Thomas went down, they were bad. They didn't have a replacement for it. But if he's back and he's healthy and you got Illuminor in there, Runyon in there.
I mean, you got enough guys. It's not terrible. And the thing about it is that you can always add guards, and just like the Philadelphia Eagles did with Mekhi Becton. The last caller's right. And I don't think anybody is going to give Mekhi Becton a long-term deal. I could see a 2-year deal, but I don't see a long-term deal. And if it is a long-term deal, it would be one that they could get out of after 2 years. You know what I mean? Because hopefully
he's too big. He gets nicked up all the time.
But hopefully he's learned what it takes to be a pro, and I'll tell you what, he went right to the right team with the right coach there in Philadelphia, and hopefully he stays there.
All right, give him a Sports Minute. I'll hand it over to PT and Sal coming up next.
All right, Odyssey Sports Minute brought to you by my friends, your local Ford stores. This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. All right, folks, time to lower the boom on the Detroit Lions. I hate to do this, but according to WXYZ-TV Detroit, the Lions revoked the season ticket memberships of 2 loyal longtime fans for excessive resale activity. Turns out both patrons no longer live in Michigan. What's more, they've kept renewing during the team's seemingly endless down times. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Dan Patrick.
Welcome to the Dan Patrick Show.
3-ball. Got it with the buzzer sounding.
Hosted by Dan Patrick and joined by the 4 Danettes.
Anthony Slater, senior writer covering Golden State Warriors for The Athletic. How threatening are the Warriors?
Threatening, I think that's a good word, right? I'm not ready to say contender. Maybe we can call them fringe contenders, and I think that says more about the West under Oklahoma City. I don't think it's that strong. But we've seen Jimmy Butler with a lower seed in the East playoffs drag the Heat to 2 finals. We've seen Steph Curry in 2022. Those two, despite, Steph's 37, Butler's 35, Draymond's 35, their 3 best players are that old. I wouldn't want to face them if I was a 3 seed.
Broadcasting from the Milford Man Cave, this is Dan Patrick.
Hour 2 on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Gang's all here, ready to go. We'll check in with Peter Schrager, NFL Network analyst. He's been in Indianapolis for the Combine all week long. We will give you our best and worst of the weekend a little bit later. We'll head to Hollywood. Kevin Frazier, Nichelle Turner, Entertainment Tonight co-host after the Academy Awards last night, and Sean McVay, the Rams head coach, as well. Matthew Stafford is back, a fresh deal, 2-year extension, and the Commanders went out and got Deebo Samuel from the 49ers. And if I'm Washington, I do not stop there. I go all in for Myles Garrett, because if you don't get him, somebody else is in the NFC, and that could very easily be Detroit or Philadelphia. The Combine wrapped up. Basketball-wise, Lakers have won 8 of 10. Cavaliers have won 10 in a row. Poll question from hour 1, and what are we going to go with in hour 2, Seton?
Yeah, hour 1 we got up there. Would you rather have very small hands or very short arms?
Okay. So this is as a person, not as an athlete.
Or you could be an athlete who would also be a person.
Okay, Paul?
I think casually, no one would notice if your arms are short. No one day-to-day would grade you. But when you shake someone's hand, there's a quick judgment of size of hand and strength of handshake.
As Seton says, you're reminded every single time you shake somebody's hand. If your hands aren't big, every time you shake somebody's hand, you're reminded.
9 times out of 10, when you shake someone's hand, their hand is going to be bigger than yours. So, yes, it's a constant reminder of I have smaller hands.
How do you handle it? Handle it.
Nice.
And we're trying to, Marvin asked for a friend. Jalen Milroe, his hands have grown since the Senior Bowl. And Marvin is reaching out for a friend who might have small hands to see if that person could help Marvin's friend with his hand size. Yes, Marvin.
Yeah, definitely not for me.
No.
Yeah, I feel good about myself.
877-3DP Show. Email address dp@danpatrick.com. Twitter handle @DP Show. Good morning if you're watching on Peacock. Thank you for downloading the app. In fact, if you're watching on Peacock, Marvin, put your hands up to the camera and let them see your hands.
Don't cheat.
Those are massive. I remember when you told me that you shook hands with Rajon Rondo.
God. That was hurtful. I was like, you just going to disrespect me like that? He was like, I was just shaking your hand.
I remember shaking Dr. J's hands, and it's like my hand disappeared. It was just almost like E.T. had those long fingers, and you just were like, oh, my God. And I was in Philadelphia. This is at the end of Doc's career. He was sitting in the trainer's room, and he had his hands on his knees, but his fingers went down, it felt like, to the middle of his shin. And he just, it's one of those where you're seeing an athlete end his career, and he's just there. He's getting ready to put ice on his knees. And that image has stayed with me my entire career of him at the end and just the beating that his body took. But those hands were massive. They went on forever. All right. Poll question for hour 2 is going to be what, Seton O'Connor?
By the way, the results of that very small hands, short arms is an 81% would rather have small hands
than short arms.
Would you rather have long arms and small hands or short arms and huge hands?
Oh.
That's hour 2's poll question.
Okay, but are your hands bigger if your arms are shorter?
And when we say short arms, they're not like reptilian where they're just barely out. They're just an inch or two shorter than the average man.
Yeah, they were measuring some of these offensive linemen, and they talked about how they had short arms. I don't know how you come back from that. It's like you go home and your girlfriend says, "What'd they say?" I got short arms. What? Honey, they're long enough to put around me. Oh, yeah, Paulie.
So when they measure the arms, it's the wingspan. And I don't know how you can you cheat? Can you make it better? Can you stretch, have 2 bros pull on either side?
I don't think so.
No.
Now, you do find, wingspan is a big deal in the NBA. Because they're talking about short arms. They're not talking wingspan in the NFL. So it's a whole different coding system there. In the NBA, it's about wingspan. Because if you're 6'11", and your wingspan is for somebody 6'11", that's not necessarily good. Some of these guys, Victor Wembanyama, his wingspan has got to be crazy number. Yes, Eaton.
There are ways you see where people they hang upside down or something. You decompress your spine. All of a sudden, you're 1.5 inches taller than you were or something. I wonder if there's ways to do that for, I don't know.
Well, maybe we can
arms, legs, hands.
Ask Peter Schrager on how do you make your arms longer. Yes, Paul.
If you're Jalen Milroe, do you play the Joe Burrow card? Joe Burrow's hands measured 9 inches even at the Combine years ago, and it seems to have worked out well for him.
Yeah.
Also, another shorthander, Jared Goff, 9 inches even. Very good career, despite the shortcomings.
Stat of the day brought to you by Panini America, the official trading cards of the DP Show. Some of our more popular flavors available, Tailgate Moonshine, go to danpatrick.com. Different sizes available as a 4-pack as well. pumpkin spice, maple, cinnamon apple, peppermint bark, salted caramel, some of our favorites, danpatrick.com. All right, so Peter Schrager will join us on loan from NFL Network coming up. The Deebo Samuel going to the Commanders. Now, there's two stories here. The Commanders, I love what they're doing. They're being aggressive. And you look at the 49ers, now you got some salary dumps here. Because Brandon Ayuk, who I never would have extended, but they did, and he got injured. They'll try to trade him as well. I think the emergence of Pearsall helps, maybe, with those losses. You got a rookie contract, came back from the gunshot wound, and did he win comeback player? He didn't win comeback player of the year, did he?
Yeah, I think you have to come back from something the previous season. He was shot in the preseason.
Yeah, and I think he just came back right away. Because if I remember early in the season, he was their healthiest wide receiver, and he had only been shot 6 weeks earlier, and he was the healthiest wide receiver.
You got to time that out. You got to time that out.
You imagine? Who's your healthiest receiver? Ricky Pearsall. Wait, he just got shot. Yeah, he's our healthiest receiver.
Yeah, when you're looking at the depth chart, you're like, it's...
Yeah. But you can't win Comeback Player of the Year award coming back from something during the season.
I'm not sure about the language we're checking, but he was on the non-football injury list for the first 7 weeks and then started playing. So is he eligible next season? But he played well in the second half.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. It seems like we have really ramped up the attention for Comeback Player of the Year. But I think because of Damar Hamlin, that you would go, he came back from dying.
Two-time loser.
Yes. Yes, he lost twice. And as somebody said, he could have won posthumously. Yes, Don.
So moving forward, anyone who wins that award, there has to be a little asterisk because it's really not that impressive. Everything's going to be compared to someone that died on the field.
Well, I don't think you want to win it, but I think if you almost die or you do die, that you should win it. They should name the Comeback Player of the Year award after Damar Hamlin.
Hard to beat.
He came back from death.
Yes.
I mean...
I don't have Ricky Pearsall on any of the voting this year for Comeback Player of the Year. I'm looking through. Everyone got 5 votes.
He got shot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any sort of holdover or leftover from back in the Teddy Roosevelt days where they're like, almost died? We lost 15 guys a season, people dying playing the game. And this guy almost died? Big whoop.
Well, that was college. They almost outlawed football. It was so violent. Guys were dying. Yes, Marvin.
But Ricky Pearsall, he was a rookie, so he didn't play the previous season in the NFL. Isn't it for somebody that was in the NFL the previous year? So you're coming back from something in the NFL, right?
I would have probably changed the rules for Damar Hamlin. Just the fact that he did come back. He literally came back. The other guys, they didn't literally come back. Yes, Paul.
The new criteria by the voters given to the rest of the voters last year for Comeback Player of the Year, quote, players who have demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances that led them to miss playing time the previous season. Ricky Pearsall, not eligible.
All right. Couple of phone calls in here. Terzo in Des Moines. Hey, Terzo.
What's up, Danny? Hey, long arms, 10.5. Hand size. What's up, Marvin? Love you, my man. Hey, Dan, I got a couple things for you. I think the most promising team every year is the Dallas Cowboys because they're always promising to do something but don't. Just saying. Sorry, Shay. Next thing is, I want to talk about LeBron. I met him whenever I was 17 years old. He was a senior in high school. I was a junior. This was at the big-time tournament out in Las Vegas. My entire adult life, I'm going to be 40, come at me this year. He's always been a great professional. He has played basketball for this long. Let's just enjoy it. I want to say this to all of the haters of LeBron. He's not MJ. We don't need another MJ. All we ever do is need great players in the NBA. Like you always say, Dan, the NBA is great. We just need to change a couple things about it, but we just need great players. We need personalities. We need this. I love the game. Let's just enjoy it. Enjoy our players when we have them. Don't hate on them.
Yeah, but I want the game to be better. You know, I want baseball to be better. I want football to be better. But that doesn't mean I don't like it because I want it to be better. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't watch it. Plain and simple. But when I do watch, there are times when I go, this isn't a good product. But that doesn't mean I don't continue to watch it. It's just, if I have the chance to talk to the commissioner, then I do. Or, you know, Rob Manfred with Major League Baseball, talking to him as well. I saw where Rob Manfred, there's a report that he is considering, I guess, reinstating Pete Rose. And I guess this has nothing to do with President Trump saying that he's going to pardon Pete Rose. Now, Pete went to prison for income tax evasion. So this doesn't have anything to do with gambling because, you know, one's a baseball crime. The other one is, you know, income tax evasion. Yeah, Paulie.
So the genesis of this, in January 8th, Pete Rose's family petitioned Major League Baseball to have Pete Rose's lifetime ban reconsidered from the ineligible list.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we are right now. And Commissioner Manfred reportedly is considering looking at it. He hasn't even looked at the petition.
Oh, okay.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, because what's changed other than Pete died? Nothing's changed. But the president saying, I'm going to pardon him, he can only pardon him with the income tax evasion. But the timing of this is what kind of caught everybody's eye. Jerry in Austin. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Dan Ants, 6'2", sturdy 203. Thanks, awesome. Best and worst of the weekend, Michigan State getting the win over Wisconsin. That's my best. 5 wins in a row. Worst, though, my Red Wings losing to the Blue Jackets. Ouch. I did have a favor to ask from Seton. Had to work all weekend, man. Man, you give the best, fired up, let's go. We're going to let's go. Let's get this week started, man.
Did you follow that, Seton, of what he wanted from you?
I'm not sure. Does he want me to say let's go?
Oh, I think maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, all right, let's go. I'll find a good spot to throw one in there.
All right.
Yeah.
Jamie in Michigan. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, good morning, Dan and the Danettes. How are you?
Great.
I had a athletic comp for your Adrian Brody situation with winning the Oscars so far apart.
Yeah, 22 years apart.
Yeah, and I also had a good best of the weekend, but my player comp is Ben Crenshaw. He won the Masters in 1984 and then again in 1985, just after his coach, Harvey Penick, died.
Okay. Wait, you said 1984 and then 1985?
No, 1984, and then he won it 15 years later, or 14 years later in 1995.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Pretty good one.
Okay.
So that was my comp. And then my best of the weekend, I called a couple years ago. I'm the minister that did the worst of the weekend. I did Junior the Third at a funeral. And I'm sad to report I had to do another funeral this weekend, but I'm also happy to report he did have the word Junior at the end of his name, but I did not screw it up this time. I did not say Junior the Third. So
Jamie, what was the reaction when you said this poor person who died and you called them, you know, Tom Smith Jr. the Third?
So what happened is I'm reading the name because I'm reading the obituary, and I'm a huge fan. I've been listening ever since back to ESPN radio days. I listen to you guys every day, and I just never had the nerve to call. This is only my second time, but I read it, and it just came out, Junior the Third, and I stopped, and I immediately started to sweat, and I looked, and I don't really think anybody caught it. And then afterwards at the lunch, a guy came up to me, and he was like, "So you're a Dan Patrick fan?" And I go, "Yeah." "How'd you know?" Right?
Yeah.
And so we just had a good little laugh, but I was very awkward for the rest of the morning.
Thank you, Jamie. Yeah. Blaine McLovin, Robert Griffith Jr. the Third. And that was an accident by McLovin. He got RG3's last name wrong, and then he put in Junior the Third.
Robert Griffith Jr. the Third.
Other than that, he nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of sounds like he says Wobbert.
Wobbert Griffith Jr. the Third.
The more you listen to it, the more you can pick out something. Wobbert Griffith Jr. the Third.
Okay, what was better, that or when he doesn't know how to spell relax?
R-E-A-L-X.
And he slows down on the last two letters.
I think that's when he realizes that he's screwed up. Hey, as Aaron Rodgers says, R-E-A-L-S. And then he knows that will be there forever on this show. All right, we'll take a break. Peter Schrager on loan from NFL Network joins us next. Had a hand.
Why? What? How's that happen?
The trigger, my finger was coming back.
Good.
Yeah. So did you see when Bledsoe threw in here?
No, I didn't know Drew was here.
My God. It's
You could hear it. So
he was trying to put a dent in the wall.
These are he threw. I mean, Bledsoe's
It bounced all the
He's
way
huge. You wrap his hand around the ball.
Oh my
yeah.
God.
He can throw it as well as anybody.
Can you
First
look
of
at
all,
throwing
he can spin it.
Let's see.
Paulie, that's the Notre Dame ball.
It's okay. Okay.
Everybody hold the ball up here. We see if he hold up the. There we go.
See, you got to start here. He's got a little bit of space in there. See, you got a little daylight there?
Yeah, that's good, right? That's where you got to start. What do you got? You got daylight? No, you can't do it.
Too tight?
Yeah, too tight. There you go.
That's the story of my life.
There you go. All right. Now you're good. Southpaw.
How's that look?
I got to get under there and see.
T-bone.
I got to get under there.
A little daylight. A little daylight.
Kind of hard there.
That's pretty good. You're good.
Squeezing it too tightly.
Yeah.
You're ready to throw.
What next?
Now let's see it.
Just
Okay.
the finish.
Throw it up there.
Ooh.
Not enough back here. It's a little too in here.
Too much. What does that mean?
Show me one more time. Show me one more time. It was a good-looking ball. It was a good spiral. Let me see that. However, it was a little bit. If you gave yourself a chance to do more of that, come back a little bit, you can have more. Like you swing on a golf club, you start it here. If you come back here a little bit, you can start up in there.
You know who does that
Bledsoe?
really well is
Yeah.
Brady creates torque.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah.
throws it differently. So Brady's here and throws it like
Violent.
That.
Jay, you want to go? You got a great.
No.
You ever see John Elway throw a ball in person? It's
During
like-
a game.
That turn is like frightening. Powerful.
I mean, he whips it.
Coming back.
That was a little better.
All right, let's
Pretty
see it,
good.
Fritzy.
Yeah.
Bring some cheese. All righty.
Little
Something?
cheese. What just fell?
That's all right. Paul, thanks for coming by.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for going easy on us.
Didn't I break something last time?
You did.
Just parts.
Yeah. There you go.
The glass up there.
Always. Very appreciated.
As a former scout, what's the one thing, the most important thing you take away from the combine, and what's the most worthless part of the combine?
Well, oh gosh, that's a good one. The one thing you take away that has the most impact, which you won't see here, will be the medical grades, because it doesn't matter how good your grade is on a player. If the doctors won't let you take him, you can't take him. So that's an impactful thing. I always say on the field, workout wise, the corners, 40s. Look, you got to be able to run at that position. You can get away with a 4.6 kid at wide receiver. It's tough to play corner if you can't run. So that'll be the biggest test here. The overrated. Dan, if the quarterbacks if they want to like to bench, go ahead. They don't have to, but every now and then we'll get one guy that wants to show off and get in there and bench. And I always just, why are you doing this?
Yeah, but Saquon Barkley did that yesterday and put on a show.
No, running backs. I like my running backs to be strong and be able to bench. I don't really care if my quarterback can put up 225.
Okay.
If he puts it up 9 times or 14 times, it really doesn't affect his grade for me.
On this episode of Entertainment Today with Dan Patrick. Breaking Bad the movie. Will Bryan Cranston be left out?
Are you interested to play Walter White in the movie?
Reality check.
And you're all hopped up.
A new reality show coming soon.
Italian heat.
And a reboot of Athletes vs. Joes.
Seton eats pressure for breakfast.
As the Doc Itch Dan F feud goes another level.
Is meth legal in Connecticut?
That's next on Entertainment Today with Dan Patrick.
Take that, Kevin Frazier. The Big Ten Women's Basketball Tournament almost here after a season of big drama, upsets, nonstop action. Comes down to this. First round tips off Wednesday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, only on Peacock. He's Peter Schrager, popular co-host of NFL Network's Good Morning Football. Spent the past week in Indianapolis and joining us on the program after a week watching the Combine. Is it small hands or short arms? What's the most important thing to take away from the Combine here, Pete?
We don't even know if it's accurate. This year, the big discrepancy was the Senior Bowl and the All-Star games had guys with one hand size. They showed up at the Combine and their hands grew a foot. So I heard from a lot of scouts being like, I didn't plan on going to all these pro days, but I guess I have to because there's been major discrepancies in the measurements from just the college All-Star games to the Combine. The truth is, it's all about the interviews and it's all about the medicals. These guys got put through the ringers. And I interviewed Sean Payton yesterday on NFL Network at the Combine, and he was like, we didn't even think Bo Nix threw well. We weren't even into Bo Nix at this point last year. So we're just getting started, really. It's going to be a lot of investigations on these players. Moving on, that sounds negative. A lot of deep diving on these players over the next few weeks. But this was kind of the first introduction to a lot of these players, to a lot of the teams.
But we would, it felt like we were trying to make, or members in the media or shows were trying to make a big deal that Shedeur Sanders wasn't throwing at the Combine. And I reminded my audience, the quarterbacks taken in the first round last year didn't throw at the like it's not necessarily a big deal. You throw at your pro day. Cam Ward, the same thing. What about those who did throw at the Combine? Did anybody stand out for good or bad reasons?
Yeah, Jackson Dart threw well. He's probably going to be the third quarterback taken. Last year I was at the Combine and Caleb Williams didn't throw and he didn't do any of the workouts, but he was like the hype man for the group and he was around and he was present. And everyone that I spoke with was like, you see Caleb at the Combine? He didn't throw, but gosh, I love that about him. He's up and down. I was there on Saturday on the field and Cam Ward is not throwing or running, but Cam Ward is talking to all the different quarterbacks, hyping them up. And then when Xavier Restrepo, his wide receiver, was about to do the wide receivers drills, Cam Ward starts throwing him passes. So it's almost like he is warming up. He's not doing it. And Shador Sanders was electric also on the sidelines. The truth of the matter is Quinn Ewers threw well. I said Jackson Dart threw well. Tyler, I can't get his name right. It's out of Louisville and Texas Tech. It's Kyler. It's pronounced wrong. Scug. I don't know how it's pronounced fully, and maybe that's why I'm kind of behind the 8 ball on it. But he was a guy who bounced from Texas Tech to Louisville. He threw really well and ran the 40, and that was really well appreciated that he actually ran the 40. I was like, I'm going to go for it. But no one at the quarterback position solidified their spot or jumped a huge amount based on their combine workout.
I like Jackson Dart a lot. I watched probably 2 full games at Ole Miss. You got, a coach who knows how to develop quarterbacks. I just don't know. He might be the 3rd quarterback, as you said. I don't know what that 3rd means. It feels like the difference between the 2nd quarterback and the 3rd quarterback could be beginning of the 1st round and at the beginning of the 2nd round.
Absolutely. And I think that's the gap. I think Cam Ward is solidified right now as the number 1 quarterback in this draft. And I have to make sure that everyone hears this and that Dion hears this. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback in this draft. He will be the first quarterback selected in this draft. And that's how it's looking going into pro days and free agency and the rest. Shador is likely 2. Jackson Dart is likely 3. And then we don't know where that 3 is. Is that as early as 7 to the Jets? Or is that 34 to the Giants? We don't know. As we do know in the history of the draft, quarterbacks and their values go up and up and up until the fact that we have 6 taken in the first 12 like we did last year when heading into the pro days and the free agency stuff. Bo Nix was looked at as an early 2nd round pick, and Michael Penix wasn't considered a top 10 selection. So their values get higher as the free agency and roster development forms, and you see that teams have massive holes at quarterback. It's the most important position in sports. If someone doesn't check that box, Jackson Dart's stock can go up skyrocketing because the team gets desperate and says, well, we need a quarterback, and he's the guy.
And we do focus in on the quarterbacks, and rightfully so, but sometimes you get these GMs who show up at the combine, and they're talking about other things than what we're watching on the screen. This is where deals get done. I don't know if Debo getting traded was something that, got done at the combine. I know it was announced at the combine. It feels like Aaron Rodgers to the Giants is a possibility here. So give us sort of fact or fiction here of some of these other ancillary things that are dangling.
I can't stress this enough. The combine drills go on from Thursday to Sunday, and it's on NFL Network, and it's Rich Eisen and Daniel Jeremiah, and that is the sizzle, that is the steak. But what's really going on, and really the importance of the combine, is that you've got representatives from all 32 teams. Even if the head coach didn't show up this year, there are a bunch of 49ers people there, and there's conversations happening all week because everyone's in the same place at the same time. This is where deals are done, and guess what? Every NFL agent is there as well. So I talked to a GM and I said, well, what do you think of this workout? I couldn't really watch the workouts. We'll watch the tape. I had meetings with agents from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And that's every agent. From the biggest agent, you could talk to Joel Siegel and Drew Rosenhaus, or from the smallest agent who has one player who might be an undrafted guy. They take the meetings there. So their dance card is full. And that's where a lot of these deals are at least discussed and get the value. And you can't make a deal. But what you could say is, hey, here's what we're hearing. This is what our player is likely going to be getting. If you're interested, let us know when the legal tampering deal starts happening. Now, you add in the fact that there's media members, and it's when we get to get our rumors and our stuff. But I'll say it openly because I was publicly with them, but I had breakfast with Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, and Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants. And we didn't meet in a suite in a Marriott somewhere and quietly with the phones plugged out. We met at a breakfast spot called Patachu, and there was 100 other people in the media there, and there was 100 different GMs there, and everyone sees us all talking. And Eric DaCosta's having breakfast over there, and Howie Roseman's having breakfast over there. And this is how it is. It's everyone's talking. We're all getting our information, but we're also trading information and just seeing people we don't see during the year.
What do you think happens leading up to the draft? Any moves that are made?
I think free agency this year is really interesting because you've got a bunch of these quarterbacks and a little bit of a carousel, but I don't know necessarily the market is there for Sam Darnold. If you had told me week 17 that Sam Darnold was going to hit free agency, I'd say there would be a line out the door. I don't know Sam Darnold's market right now. In fact, it went from being, no doubt Minnesota has to bring him back. Those 8 days where they had the season finale on Sunday night against the Lions and then lost on the Monday night 8 days later to the Rams. Like, I don't know. That could have cost Sam Darnold millions and millions and millions of dollars. And I don't have a team for him right now where it's going to be, let's spill over ourselves and give Sam Darnold that $100 million contract. Once Stafford was taken care of, I think Darnold's the next piece. I think Rodgers is an interesting piece. I think Justin Fields is going to have a market. Young quarterback, did well in Pittsburgh. I think Fields might have multiple teams vying for him to be their number one. And then you have this next tier of like, what do we do with Russell Wilson? Where's Kirk Cousins going? And then it's guys like Jared Stidham and Taylor Heineke. Like, they can play in this league. That's what's next coming out of the combine, because we have a lot of teams that are going to be looking at 2 quarterbacks, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, up there in the top. So, like, there's only so many teams that can get those guys, and you've got these other veterans that might be able to fill that hole right now and might give those coaches and GMs a better chance to win than taking a rookie in the top 5.
Talking to Peter Schrager, co-host NFL Network's Good Morning Football, NFL on Fox Insider as well. If Matthew Stafford doesn't go back to the Rams would do what?
I think the Rodgers talk was real. I think Rodgers was real. Yeah, there's some connections there. A, you've got him living in Malibu. B, he and McVay have met each other before at events, and they have a similar kinship for each other as far as the work that they've done. I think Rodgers was a very legitimate option. The other one was Jimmy Garoppolo, who, whether or not you want to believe it or not, Sean McVay, you'll have him on the show, you can ask him, has a great fondness for Jimmy Garoppolo. Garoppolo showed a lot this year, and in a meaningless Week 18 game against the Seahawks, Garoppolo was dialed in with backups and gave Seattle everything they can handle, and that went a long way. So they held the leverage in that situation. They would love to have Stafford back, but at the end of the day, they felt comfortable that if they had to move on and the numbers didn't make sense and Stafford really wanted out to go explore what he was worth on the open market, they were going to be okay. And in the end of the day, cooler heads prevailed. And I wouldn't be so bold to speak on McVay's behalf, especially when he's a guest on your show coming up later today.
If I gave the Bears a do-over, would they still have taken Caleb Williams?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They were so convicted last year. I mean, they didn't meet with any other quarterbacks. Like, they were in on this thing, and I think that they failed Caleb in year one with a lot of different ways, and they have done everything in their power to surround him with the right coaching staff and organizational moves that he should have great success in year 2.
What's Brock Purdy going to get?
Good money. Good money. It is
great money.
I think good money. I don't know if he's going to break the market. His agent, Kyle Strongen, was around during Indy making the rounds, and this is not like it's a machine where it's CAA or it's WME or it's Rosenhaus. This is an agent that, like, Brock Purdy is his guy, and he had him when he was coming out of Iowa State, and Brock Purdy's been loyal to him. I think they are rational thinkers, though, in this thing. They're going to get Purdy top starting quarterback money, but I don't know if Purdy's going to blow out the market in a way where we're talking like, oh, that's the new standard. So it's got to be this sweet spot. But, San Francisco went all in last year, didn't win, and Deebo Samuel's gone. There's going to be a lot of different moves for San Francisco, cutting salaries. They know they've got to pay Brock Purdy, and that's a priority for them.
Yeah, we talk about window of opportunity all the time. That the Niners' window of opportunity, it feels like the window of opportunity is closed. When you look at the Eagles, you look at the Lions, the Niners were that team. Now, all of a sudden, Trent Williams, what's he got, another year? Can McCaffrey even play anymore? Ayuk's probably going to be gone. Your best receiver might be a guy who got shot last year. So, the window of I always say win now. Like, whatever it takes, win now. If I'm Detroit, all in on Myles Garrett. If I'm Washington, all in on Myles. Like, win now. None of this, hey, we're set up for the future. We see what happens with that. Win now.
Well, win now covers up a lot of potential. Hey, wait a second. What was that? Like, people forget the Niners in Lynch and Shanahan's first draft took Solomon Thomas, number 3 overall, over Mahomes and whoever else, and then they took Reuben Foster in the 20. Like, we don't talk about, wow, they really missed on that draft with the 3rd overall pick. They took Solomon Thomas. They traded 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. Like, we don't talk about that. We talk about the wins and the success and the ability to find Brock Purdy and to find George Kittle and to get all these moves to get Christian McCaffrey there, I have no doubt they don't regret going all in and paying Ayuk his money last year and paying Debo, because they were 3 points away from a Super Bowl. And if they don't receive the kickoff, who knows what happens in that Super Bowl, where that's an organization. And Jed York, since he took over the organization, has knocked on the door so many times for that Lombardi that they were going all in last year. It just fell apart in historic fashion, and they didn't even make the playoffs. They're going to feel it this year. They will. But Brock Purdy, it's not on him. I think he actually played really well, and they respect the fact that he stood in the pocket, he took the hits, and he had a good season last year despite a lot of shortcomings for that team.
The tush push came back to life as far as let's outlaw it. It felt like that was the topic of conversation, or one of the big topics there. It's cooled off a little bit, it feels like, but I don't know if it's cooled off enough that we go, yeah, let's table this until next year. But I don't know, like, what's your general consensus of where are we headed with any changes to this play?
I think behind closed doors, people don't like it, and away from the microphone, people think it's not a pretty play. It's, you know, you saw the health and safety data came out that there's been 0 injuries from the tush push. So a lot of that is a little window dressing. They're like, oh, it's not a safe play. I just think people don't, it's like kind of gross to watch it. It's not fun. It's like, all right, here we go. It's a formality, almost like the extra point. That said, there's this masculinity and there's this machismo amongst the NFL where if you're out there, and Raheem Morris was out there, he's like, I don't like it. And people were like, "Oh, well, if you don't like it, then you got to stop it." Like, there's this like testosterone-filled thing where you know the Eagles do it, and you're not going to take it away. I can't imagine they remove it. The injury data's not there. It is a play of skill in a lot of ways, and the fact that Jason Kelce retired, Cam Jurgens filled in, and they were able to execute it at the way they did, it does feel like you're penalizing the Eagles if you're getting rid of it. But from an aesthetic standpoint, call me an artist, if you will, or a poet, or someone who's into, you know, the beauty of the game. I don't like watching it. I don't think a lot of people like watching it, but it is a certain play, and it hasn't been stopped, and one team excels at it. You can't get rid of it based on that. You got to get rid of it based on, hey, there's players getting hurt at a higher rate, and that's just not the case right now.
I still think that they would be extremely successful with just a quarterback sneak. You took away the lineman behind Jalen Hurts. Given his ability to do, he's unique. This is really, he does something, you know, when you're going to squat 500 or 600 pound, whatever, like he has an advantage that I think that they would still be very successful. You know, J.J. Watt joined us last week and he said, look, the play's unstoppable. So here, 3-time defensive player of the year said, you can't stop it.
I mean, we had fun. We had fun with Frankie Louvu from the Commanders jumping over 3 times, yes. And Hockley being like, "We're going to give it." That's not what John Facenda wanted to be, you know, doing NFL Films highlights over. I promise you that.
Good to talk to you. I know you had a busy week. Thanks for making some time.
You're the best. You know, they pushed our show from Good Morning Football back a little bit, and I haven't been able to come on all season. It's a thrill for me to be able to do it today.
Okay, we're going to be at Lambeau for the draft.
Yeah.
We would love to be able to see you up there. I mean, I know you'll be important. We're just a little show.
When I wear a suit and tie, I'm a different guy. Here, casual, I love being with you. It's
okay,
great.
so if you have a suit and tie on, do not approach you.
Don't even bother.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. That's it. Yeah, thank you, Peter. That's Peter Schrager. Yeah. I was the same way at Sports Center. If I have a suit and tie on, don't bother me. Don't make eye contact. I got work to do. Peter Schrager, NFL Network. When we come back.
Don't make eye contact.
No, don't.
It's one of the first things I was told when I got to ESPN.
Yeah.
Don't, if Dan's in a suit, don't make eye contact.
I put on that suit at the very, 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 very last minute of my day.
Yeah.
I never wanted to have it. And then I had like warm-up pants on. Whatever it is, I didn't want to put on that damn suit and tie. Yeah, Paulie.
It was funny because you'd do radio with us, and you'd be pretty casual. We'd all be pretty casual. Then you'd run over to do the 6 o'clock Sports Center, and you sometimes had to come back and record something or grab some notes. And you had the IFB in and the script in your hand and the full suit and tie.
Ugh. I'm done. I'm done.
We were leaving.
I'm done wearing makeup. Well, maybe not makeup, but I'm done wearing a suit and tie. All right, we'll take a break. Our best and worst of the weekend after this. It is only going to be the first hour where it's cold. All right. Well, you were a tight end, so you can't throw a football, can you?
I normally throw, every time I throw without the laces. So.
You know, I do too.
Really?
Yeah.
Kurt Warner said he did something like that. He didn't like laces.
Oh, will you stop?
I live in Arizona now. This isn't chilly.
All right.
All right, what do we got?
Well,
whatever
one you want.
You don't just get to choose them both. You got to pick one.
Well, then do the top one. Right. Do Kelsey up here. Right, Antonio Brown down. Oh, I don't think you want to see my arm.
Oh, no. That had heat.
Paul, you almost got smoked.
Yeah, that's all right.
All right.
Oh, wow. Whoa.
That's a walk-off. That's a walk-off.
What happened to throwing pies? I miss those days.
We stopped doing.
I miss those days.
We said
the wheel of death.
You hit the wheel of punishment. Seton got hit. You smashed him in San Francisco.
I ended the wheel of punishment.
That was the last one.
I
want to work on my pocket skills. I don't want to actually throw. Kind of a Case Keenum type.
Real low. You got a real wide base.
This is not
a real wide base.
But I'm going deep though.
No,
see, I gotta.
How deep? Could you?
Can I get it to the field?
Could you get it to the field?
This is gonna slip.
Can you get it to the field?
Yeah, you could get it to
No. He probably can't.
If you can't get it to the field, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
This is gonna fly because it's slippery.
Oh, here we go. The old slippery.
Oh no! Oh.
That's good.
Yeah, you're gonna feel.
Break this off.
You're gonna feel that.
That's a icy hot.
Where's the other ball? Oh, it's here. All right.
We gotta go back to work.
All right.
Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
See you
One
soon,
for
man.
one.
Yourself.
Thank you.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Just
Congrats on the
one
baby.
for one. If anybody else does one for one this week on that tire, then I'll come back and do a repeat.
I don't know what quarterbacks we got coming.
Having a good so far?
That's not fair.
Good ask you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
There's a great drill at the combine that the linebackers do and the defensive linemen.
Yeah.
It's actually my favorite part of the combine.
The Dan Patrick Show players are ready to reenact it for you.
Wow.
You have these like gigantic, like 300-pound dudes, and they're doing like all this footwork and like agility drills.
Yep.
But they all end up doing like this really weird movement, like where the guy's like, all right, you're gonna move side to side, and then go backwards, and then these huge dudes all going.
It's like a video game character.
Ran it through.
What? I like that guy. That guy looks good. He looks good. Yeah, that guy.
Space Invaders.
I don't know about the arms, so.
That's what it's all about. The arms.
Oh. Because I remember they used to always do that. They'd be like.
Yeah, and then he's going back.
You can get it.
Oh, look at his face.
Yeah.
Run it out, kid.
What happened to this?
They're like, oh my God, O'Connor's all over. Chrissy. Oh wait, that might be my dog.
Most cars on the road, like Fritzy, could use a little TLC. At Maaco, they bring your car back to life. Affordable paint jobs like collision repairs. Get a free estimate today. Better get Maaco. We were just talking about Juju Watkins, who to me is going to be an all-time great player. She can't go to the WNBA if she wants to. With the men's basketball, you can go after your freshman year. The WNBA restricts players in the United States from going into the draft either before the year they turn 22 or graduate early. Watkins turns 20 on July 15th, so she won't be eligible to be drafted until 2027. But might be great for her to establish a brand. You're in Los Angeles at USC, and you're going to be the face of the sport. Hidalgo at Notre Dame is a sophomore as well. She's a whole lot of fun. She's only 5'5". I mean, you watch her, she's a handful. But Juju Watkins could turn out to be one of the all-time, and I'm talking about not just college, but I'm talking about the WNBA as well. All right, we'll do best and worst of the weekend. Let me get to Kyle in Pennsylvania. Hi, Kyle. What's on your mind today?
I was just calling in. I had a couple things. Marv, I want to thank you for reaching out and trying to find out that information for me regarding small hands. And the second thing is I had a comp for you guys for Adrian Brody. It was Rajon Rondo winning in 2008 with the Celtics and then not winning again until 2020 with the Lakers.
Oh, okay. Adrian Brody, Rajon Rondo comp, of course. Adrian Brody won in, 2002, 2003 for the Pianist, and then he won last night for the Brutalist. I think anytime there's an ist at the end, that's when you got to watch out for Adrian Brody.
Very perceptive.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Todd. Paulie came up with the great comp of Macaulay Culkin is Bobby Hurley, Kieran Culkin is Danny Hurley.
Try that out for size.
Yeah, it's like Macaulay Culkin and Bobby Hurley had a lot of success a long time ago, and then their brothers come along in their shadow, get out of their shadow, and create their own shadow. Kieran Culkin wins for a real pain, which I did really like the movie. Thought it was well done. Emilio Perez, I did not like at all, although Zoe Saldana did win the Best Supporting Actress. Not surprised there. And I liked Honora. Mikey Madison, who won the Best Actress, I thought she was spectacular. And really, the movie, you can tell it's an indie film. It's low budget. I don't know how they pulled it off. I think they shot it for $5 million, maybe less. And there's no big names in it. But all of a sudden, you're watching and you're going, all right, this is interesting. And then it gets at a pace where you're like, damn, slow down, movie. Yeah, Paulie.
Pie to the face bet. This is long term. In the next decade, Macaulay Culkin wins an Oscar for either Best Actor or Best Supporting Actor.
I'll take that bet.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll take that.
All right.
Yeah.
See you back here in 10.
Okay.
I'll take it also.
All right.
By the way, you and Fritzy still owe me pies.
Sure do.
You owe America pies. American pie. We need to do this when the weather gets warm. Okay, what's the temperature that it needs to be before you can take a pie to the face? I'm going to go 49 and a half. 49 and a half degrees, Todd.
I was going to say 59 and a half, but then we'd have to wait a little while.
That's a little while longer than we need to. We'll check in with Kevin Frazier and Nichelle Turner, the co-host of Entertainment Tonight, top of the hour, and Sean McVay next hour. Yes, Marv?
49 and a half degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes. Come on.
It's a little brisk.
Don't be afraid.
Oh, I'm not afraid. I'm just soft. I don't really do the cold weather with pies in the face.
Let's see. Todd, best and worst of the weekend.
Best of the weekend, Warriors-Sixers Saturday night featuring a rare dunk by Steph Curry with Allen Iverson looking on. That was cool. Also, Quentin Grimes of Philly, 44 points, 6 boards, 3 steals in a home win over Golden State. That was fun. Worst of the weekend, though, after a home loss Saturday to Texas Tech and a poor performance, Kansas's Zeke Mayo, target of racist comments and threats of violence on social media. Can we stop the nonsense already? Sorry your team didn't win, or maybe you lost a bet, but enough of that garbage.
Man, oh, man. Seton, best and worst.
My best of the weekend, Michigan got punched in the face by Illinois and lost by 20. That was great. I loved seeing that. My worst of the weekend, I watched a lot of the Combine this weekend. And for most of the 40-yard dashes, they're like, wow, this isn't really that important because we know this guy can fly. We know this guy, whatever, this and that. But but for some people, it was super important. Like Tez Johnson from Oregon. They basically set up his whole performance by being like, look, this dude, he's like 5'9" or something like that. He's pretty small, but they're like, he's here because he's super fast. And that's really the main reason that people are looking at him. And he unfortunately ran 2 not great 40s that he came up far short of what not only was expected of him, but what everybody knows he could do. So hopefully that doesn't cost him too much and people still look at him. But there's a lot of hype around. Like, let's see, is he going to get 4.2, sub 4.2? And ooh, maybe not.
Marvin?
Best of the weekend, the Celtics losing a 22-point lead. I only say the best because they were talking a whole bunch of junk after going up by 22, saying get the Cavaliers out of here. And the Cavaliers, they handled business at the end. My worst of the weekend, John Cena turning heel in the second biggest heel turn in the Elimination Chamber that only streamed on Peacock. Right after Hulk Hogan, this is the worst or the second biggest heel turn ever.
I like that, these sports websites are carrying this as if it's the NBA Finals or the Super Bowl. John Cena turned heel. And why was Travis Scott there? Yes, Marvin.
And heel turn means you went from a good guy to a bad guy.
Thank you.
So baby faces, good guys. Heels are bad guys.
Final hour on the way. If I allow you one trophy on the mantle of any of your trophies, what do you have on that mantle?
The Academy Award.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What the hell am I doing there?
It was one of those where I'm looking at all the nominees and I went, wait, Kobe's up for an Academy Award. I'm like,
yeah. And
then you won, and I go, damn, Kobe's getting an Academy Award.
Right, like what the hell? Like I'm sitting there with my wife when they announced Dear Basketball. I was kind of looking at like, what the? Can you believe this? This is, you know what I mean? Like what the hell? Like I just wanted to write something to the game, and then once I went through the process of making an animation film, and I called Glenn and then I called John. I was like, oh my God, Glenn's going to do it. Oh my God, John is going to do it. And then we kind of start putting the process together, the pieces together. Animation's amazing. Then John's music, and you're like, whoa, this is pretty cool. Nominations come out, and you're like, whoa. And then we win it, and it's like, wait a minute.
Where is the Academy Award?
It's sitting in my office here at the house. And I have it sitting there right next to the Annie Award. So we have the Annie Award and the Oscar, and it's I look at it every morning before I leave to go to the studio.
How nervous were you that night?
It's a different kind of nerves because, like in basketball, you're competing directly against someone, so you have an impact on the outcome, right? When it comes to the arts, you don't know what films are being created in the world, right? So there's no direct competition, so you have no room to really think about that. You just think about creating, finding the nature of the piece and trying to have the piece live up to its fullest potential. It's like it's truth, right? And then when you're sitting there at the Academy Awards, it's already been decided. Like it's out of your control, right? So it's a different kind of nerve.
Come on and ride with the tide. I will be right here by your side. We can be free like the sea, 'cause we have nothing left to hide. We will run like water from the river to the sea. I will be the author of our destiny. You and me, we will fly like falcons from the mountain to the trees. I will be your stallion, baby, faithfully. You and me, song of the whales.
Dan Patrick.
Welcome to the Dan Patrick Show.
Three ball, got it with the buzzer sounding.
Hosted by Dan Patrick and joined by the four Danettes.
Anthony Slater, senior writer covering Golden State Warriors for The Athletic. How threatening are the Warriors?
Threatening, I think that's a good word, right? I'm not ready to say contender. Maybe we can call them fringe contenders, and I think that says more about the West under Oklahoma City. I don't think it's that strong. But we've seen Jimmy Butler with a lower seed in the East playoffs drag the Heat to 2 finals. We've seen Steph Curry in 2022. Those two, despite, Steph's 37, Butler's 35, Draymond's 35. Their 3 best players are that old. I wouldn't want to face them if I was a 3 seed.
Broadcasting from the Milford Man Cave, this is Dan Patrick.
Final hour in this Monday. It'll be busy. Sean McVay, Rams head coach, will stop by. We'll head to Hollywood. We'll talk to the co-host of Entertainment Tonight, Nichelle Turner and Kevin Frazier, after the Academy Awards wrapped up last night. I had not thought about Conan O'Brien for a long time, and next thing you know, it's Conan O'Brien hosting, and he did a great job. But we kind of got familiar with Jimmy Kimmel doing it, but Conan O'Brien did it last night. Adam Sandler had a little cameo there. And I don't know if they're really big surprises, because I don't know if we got invested in the movies like we normally do. There'll be 1 or 2 where you go, man, which one's going to win? I don't know if you were going, which one's going to win, Honora or what was the Covenant, or what was the Ralph Fiennes movie?
I think it's Covenant.
Is that what it is? Yeah, I don't know.
But it's not like blockbusters. Didn't Saving Private Ryan get shut out or something years ago?
Yeah.
Big blockbuster movies.
That's when Shakespeare in Love won. Boy, did I make a mistake. I had 2 after parties to go to. I was taking my wife to the Academy Awards. And I'm thinking, Saving Private Ryan's got a lot of stars in it. It's going to win. And so my wife goes, what about Shakespeare in Love? I go, it's not going to win. Gwyneth Paltrow, Shakespeare in Love. And the winner is Shakespeare in Love. And we went to the after party. It was like going to a wake. I remember Tom Hanks came in with his Academy Award, and that was it. I mean, there was no joy in Mudville. Oh, my God. My wife goes, do you want to just go home? We went back to our hotel. There was more. It was livelier in the hotel bar than it was when we went to the Saving Private Ryan after party. Yes, Paul.
Do you think it's like the Super Bowl loser after party? Because they book it. They do it no matter if they win or lose.
Yeah, that's probably a good analogy there, where they were ready to win. And there were a lot of big-time celebrities in that movie. But congratulations to Gwyneth Paltrow and Shakespeare in Love. It's a Premier League weekend on NBC and Peacock. The top 4 hopefuls, Aston Villa. It's not Ashton Villa. It's Aston Villa and Brentford. Then Sunday, it's Arsenal, and they hate Manchester United. The Premier League weekend on NBC and streaming on Peacock. We'll get to more phone calls, best and worst of the weekend, what you saw that you liked or didn't like. 877-3DP Show. Good morning if you're watching on Peacock. Download the app if you haven't done so. And Sean McVay, Rams head coach, will join us in about 20 minutes from now. Kevin Frazier, Nichelle Turner, the popular co-host of Entertainment Tonight. And it's a tradition unlike any other when they join us on very little sleep. Always great to see you, especially you, Nichelle. I got a great. We've been trying to do comps with the Academy Award winners and also sports guys. So here's one for you.
Easy.
Here's one for you. Okay. Macaulay Culkin and Kieran Culkin Bobby Hurley, Danny Hurley. So
Okay.
So Macaulay Culkin, a lot of success young. Bobby Hurley, a lot of success when he was younger. And then both brothers, Kieran and Danny Hurley, come out of the shadows, and now they're having their moment.
I love that.
Thank you.
I would say I would go even further back, Dan, and I would go the Van Arsdale's brothers.
Oh boy.
You know, I'll
Going to
take you
think.
all the way back to Van Arsdale's, and that's where I would even that one out.
Wow.
See, and I was about to say, like, the Curry family are like the Skarsgårds.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got Del. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's three of them. There's three of the Currys. Like,
Okay, I can give you that.
yeah, you can give me that?
I can give you that one.
Okay.
That was quality. That was quality.
Okay, what about Demi Moore, Matt Ryan?
Ooh, so close. That was, you know what? That I would say that, or you could say Russell Wilson or anybody from Seattle who came so close, but they won.
They
Russell
did win,
Wilson won
yeah.
one.
Yeah,
And so that's
yeah.
why Matt Ryan is a great
That's
one.
a very good one. Or like a Charles Barkley, even maybe. Like, you know.
Did you ever really think Charles was going to win that finals when they were with the
stop
Suns?
it.
You really thought they were going to win that
We're not
finals?
going to do that to my friend Chuck today.
Nobody thought that they were going to win that finals.
I looked at it more like Demi will go down in the Hall of Fame. She's had an incredible career, a long career. We know her. We talk about her. We're going to be celebrating her for a long time, like we do Chuck.
Dan Marino.
There you
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, what about Adrian Brody, 20-plus years in between wins?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is there a sports comp for somebody who won and then came back and won again 20? Maybe
Wait a minute.
Jack Nicklaus at 46 winning the Masters?
That's got to be the closest. I'm trying.
But Jack had
to think.
so much success
did. He
beforehand.
did. Okay.
Adrian has done those two things,
I know.
and that has been it. I mean, that role is his role.
Yeah.
And when he plays it and he kisses Halle Berry, he wins an Oscar.
That is very true. That is very true.
Kevin,
It's
what would you rather do, kiss Halle Berry or win an Academy Award?
Oh, come on.
I mean, that's not
That's
even
a
close, Dan.
no-brainer.
I mean, that's a no-brainer.
That's a no.
I mean, you could pick up an Academy Award down on Hollywood Boulevard, right? Nobody.
I was thinking about this though, Dan, when I knew we were coming on to talk to you, and because there's such this conversation about who's going to be the new face of the NBA and who would like to be, and I was thinking, who will be the new face of Hollywood? It has to be Timothée Chalamet, right? So is he like the Anthony Edwards of Hollywood right now, like the young,
or Shea,
talented?
more like Shea.
But, you know, Anthony Edwards doesn't want to be the face of the NBA.
Right.
Does Timothée
But
Chalamet want to be the face of Hollywood?
Do you believe that Anthony Edwards really doesn't want to be the face of the NBA?
Timothée Chalamet is SGA.
You think he's a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander?
Maybe in the way they dress.
They dress alike. They have that flamboyance. They both say, "I want to be the best.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
going to be the
Well,
best."
yeah, I mean, but I look at it like Anthony Edwards is that guy too. He'll come and tell you in your face, "I'm gonna bust your behind." He's gonna tell you. He told President Obama, "I'm the truth." Timothy Chalamet got on that stage at the SAG
Said,
Awards
"I'm
and said,
the truth."
"I'm the truth. I'm chasing greatness. This is what I'm gonna do." And so that kind of is why I make the correlation there. And I don't believe for a second that Anthony Edwards does not want to be the face of the NBA. Don't believe him for a second.
Talking to Kevin Frazier and Nichelle Turner from Entertainment Tonight. I don't buy into it, but sometimes you hear this, somebody's too young to win. Right? Was Timothée Chalamet too young to win?
No.
No, that wasn't the problem.
Adrian Brody won for The Pianist when he was 29. So no. And
Okay.
Timothée Chalamet was also the lead, think about this, Dan, the lead of 2 of the top 10 movies of the year, 2 of the Best Picture nominees. He was the lead of Dune 2, the lead of A Complete Unknown. The kid is talented. He's got some business with him.
I think the problem is that Bob Dylan was invited to perform and also to appear or at least present, and Bob Dylan didn't want to say a word about this movie, and I think it would have helped get him over the hump. I thought it was the best performance of the year, what Timothée Chalamet did. and he brought a new audience to Bob Dylan's music. I wish Bob Dylan would have supported him a little bit, and I think it could have helped maybe push him over the hump a little bit.
I think we're all better that Bob Dylan didn't perform, Kevin. I'm just saying. Somebody had to say it, and I'm going to say it.
You said it.
Although it would have made Timothy sound even better if
He
they
would have, right.
But I thought he was great. Here's the problem I had with the movie is Dylan has spent an entire career wearing a mask. We don't really know who he is. The movie didn't tell you who he was. It just chronicled a time that was really important in our history, certainly music. So
Maybe that's why it was called A Complete Unknown.
Yes.
Because you didn't know anything.
You still don't know who he is. But it feels like we know him because we've grown up with his music. But, you know, I saw Adrian Brody portray somebody, and I thought I knew more about the person he was portraying than I did Timothy Chalamet with Bob Dylan.
But have you seen Adrian Brody play a similar role before?
Yes.
Yes, you have. And he is really, really good at that. But I thought it was a great performance in a great movie, but it was something of a little bit of a redo.
I mentioned that I went to Saving Private Ryan after party with my wife because I got to pick between that or Shakespeare in Love, and I told my wife, I said, "Hun,
Dan,
Saving Private Ryan is going to be incredible. They're going to win all the awards."
It's like last night. Would you have taken the invitation to the Honora party or the Wicked party?
Well, I still would take the invitation to the Wicked party.
Or the Conclave party,
I still would take the invitation to the Conclave party, yeah.
Really? The Conclave party?
I love me some Stanley Tucci. I love me some Ray Fiennes. I love me some John Lithgow. John Lithgow was the breakout of the Oscars last night.
And look, you love that movie too.
I did. I loved the movie.
And we must say, let's be honest. We are two of the people who did not really think Honora would win.
No, and Dan, you know, I will tell you, one of my producers had been saying to me for weeks, "Girl, open your eyes. People loving this movie. They're voting for this movie. There's this big swell for this movie." And I kept saying, "Okay, I liked it. I didn't love it. Give me Pretty Woman over Honora any day of the week."
Yeah, if striptease meant Animal House, you'd have Honora.
Not Animal House.
You know, I mean, really, literally. That's what surprised me.
Well, Kevin and I both said it's the Players Club.
That's
like
Lisa Ray McCoy
edition.
better go get her. Better go get her Oscar. Yeah. Her and Ice Cube deserve some credit now.
I thought it was. I loved it, but the pace of it made me exhausted. I mean, it was just a frenetic pace. But you couldn't take your eyes off of her. That's one of those.
Of what? Of what, Dan?
Of her. Of her, Kevin.
Right.
She was in every frame of that movie.
Yes.
Every single frame of that movie. That was a true lead actress type of movie. And that, actually, thinking about it, may have hurt Demi Moore a little bit because Demi was in 50% of that movie.
Yeah, that's
you
true.
know?
That's a great point, but I still thought this was her night and that Hollywood was going to love her up,
too.
And it was going to be her moment. And if you look at the video of just as they're about to announce the winner, you see her heart beat, and you're like, oh God.
And I know, Kevin, you've never had that feeling when you're waiting to get your name called for an award. I have. And, oh, my God, it's just, and you got to be nice. And she's on camera. And
that's the problem.
She's been told by everybody, you're going to win. You're going to win.
Yeah.
It's your night.
Yeah.
You're dressed up. I mean, she's ready to go. It was heartbreaking for me. No, I felt so bad for her.
I did too. And think about this. She's 62. She's been in over 60 films. She's had almost a 50-year career in this business. Mikey Madison's 25. She's been in less than 10 movies.
Yes.
And she's just getting started. And I'm not one that says give those Lifetime Achievement Oscars or career Oscars, but I do think that this was material that Demi got her hands on, that she may not get her hands on material like this again.
Yes.
And this was the moment for her.
Two people deserved Oscars last night. Demi Moore and Diane Warren.
Oh, poor
Diane Warren. Diane Warren is 16 in.
She's got to write a song about losing the Oscar. Like, let's just come out and spoof it and write a song about why do I keep losing this damn
She should be
thing.
on Saturday Night Live this
100%.
week. On Saturday Night Live singing that song.
All right, I'll leave you with
100%.
this. Who had a great night without winning an Academy Award? Who would stand?
Conan O'Brien.
Okay.
Halle Berry.
Yeah. Well, she has a great night. When
Anywhere
wakes
she
up.
goes, she has a great
she
night.
wakes up.
Do you
That
think
dress
Conan
was
comes
incredible.
back next year?
Yes.
I hope so. I thought he was great. I really did. I thought he was effortless. I thought he was great. The only bit that I don't think worked, I thought they should have just brought the first responders and firefighters out and gave them applause. I don't think the bit landed when they were giving the jokes. I don't think it landed.
I think Conan is back if, Dan, you don't want the gig. If you turn it down again.
I'm voting for Dan Patrick.
Yeah, I turned it down again. I'm the Diane Warren of turning down the Academy Award. 14.
I can't. Adam Sandler's there and you're not. What is happening in the world?
Get a cameo and you weren't next to him.
Wait a minute. Let's get an ET exclusive right now. Are you in? And what part do you have
in
for the new
Gilmore
Happy Gilmore 2?
I'm in Happy Gilmore 2, and I play a sportscaster. It's a stretch, but I'm kind of the Adrian Brody of Happy Gilmore 2.
I love that. You 20 years apart, and it's what makes the movie. Well, I love that Adam Sandler also had on the Steph Currys last night.
Oh, I know. Wearing those shoes.
Yeah, he had those S-dots on last night.
Thank you guys again. Always great to see you.
It's a tradition like no other.
Thank you.
I'm just glad to be invited to the party. I'm choosing the Dan Patrick invitation over Wicked and Nora, all them.
Nichelle, you are the party. You are the party. That's Nichelle Turner, Kevin Frazier, Entertainment Tonight co-host. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk to the Rams head coach, Sean McVay, after this. Why is it comedies don't win Academy Awards?
It's a very good question. I think there's been plenty of comedies that are deserving, and I think that
like Meet the Parents, to me, was De Niro was brilliant in there.
Yeah.
I mean, just the cameos in there.
Yeah.
But I don't know why people would. And it's so hard to do comedy.
It is hard to do comedy. I don't really know. I suppose for most people, I think most people don't look at acting as being all that hard anyway. And if they're going to look at something that looks hard, the thing that's going to be hard is going to be crying or an accent or losing weight or gaining weight.
Yeah,
or,
absolutely.
those things. But just being funny, they don't think that's hard.
How great is Ben Simmons, though? Nobody talks about him being the next Magic Johnson. He's not LeBron.
Big shot the other night. And, he hit a big J the other night.
And you're not used to that. Yeah.
Once he starts hitting big J's, everybody's in danger.
Is he right-handed or left-handed when he shoots?
He's left-handed, I believe. But, he hit a big shot the other night.
But he could be right-handed and doesn't know it.
He might be. Dude, the Sixers look unbeatable.
Yeah, but you're not when did he become a Philadelphia fan?
I'm not a fan of the Sixers. I'm just a basketball fan.
Okay.
And I'm like, look at this team. I feel the youth.
You got a microphone.
Yes. I feel that there's a team that's actually running a system.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They feel well coached.
Yes.
They feel even keel.
You don't want to say slightly young for this
They're very young,
championship?
but you know what? Shaq and Kobe were young. You know what I mean?
They were.
You know
That's
what I mean?
true.
It's like,
They
Are you done with
rolling.
the Knicks?
I love my Knicks.
Yeah, he'll
I
stay
love my
with
Knicks.
those guys.
I'm never going to be done with the
He
Knicks.
can't turn his back on them, or he gets beat up in Brooklyn.
You're not going to get beat up because you like the Sixers.
Right now the Knicks, unfortunately, aren't playing. Fortunately, we have our pick, so hopefully we do the right thing with it.
But are you a LeBron fan?
LeBron is the greatest player, next to
You
Jordan.
are holding up a premiere.
Okay, no, I'm bad.
What are you doing?
I didn't know Rock was going
Who's
to
better, LeBron?
I didn't know
What's
Rock
the
was.
matter with you?
Okay.
LeBron's the best player in basketball.
Yeah, you got
By
a
far.
movie going on.
Okay. What time does
Who's
this thing
better
start?
than
It started.
What role do you play in this?
I don't know.
I didn't even see you in the movie.
He's in it.
I know he's the star.
Look who's
Did you
not.
guys ever fight?
Look at this guy.
Never had a fight.
You should fight Schneider. Hit Dan Patrick.
Whoa! Why does Schneider get dressed up?
He always dresses nice.
You don't have to. All right.
Danny, you're
All right,
very
okay,
good
go
in
ahead.
this movie.
Go ahead.
People are going to
Wait,
enjoy
did you cut
watching
anything out from my scene?
Everything you did is in this movie.
Everything.
Everything. Everything. You're going to be very satisfied.
This is 16 movies. Oh, no, we're not doing that anymore. This is 16 movies?
We've done it the most.
Do you know what I get? I get. Wait, where's my picture there? I handed out the trophy. I handed out the trophy.
We have a movie to go
Okay,
into.
by the way, next movie, I get a car.
Yes,
Hey.
I said next movie.
He
Because
told
he's
me
done so many.
next movie, you got a car from him.
I got a car.
Yeah.
I drove it the other day. It
He
was
still
lovely.
drives it.
You got a car
Thank you.
from him.
I got a car.
Yes.
I got
Where's
one.
the enthusiasm? man?
Yes.
What am I getting when I do the? So you and Aniston in Italy.
Yes.
What do I get?
The
First
Leaf.
of all,
the Ford Leaf.
we're shooting that sometime.
In
Well,
the summer?
I think so.
Come by and see
You damn right you will.
I'm told, like
Yeah.
somebody with a thing in her ear said, "Wrap it up."
Wrap it up.
Yeah, I know.
You'll get your car, man.
I know.
I'm going to Italy.
Now he's talking about Italy.
Wait, how's he getting invited?
He just shows up, man.
You, me, Aniston. We'll sneak in a couple of phone calls, best and worst of the weekend. 877-3DP shows. We wait for Sean McVay, the Rams head coach. Paulie, your best and worst of the weekend. We forgot about you.
I will go best of the weekend, not just that St. John's basketball is good again, but Rick Pitino brought out the white suit the other day, and that means they're back. You bring out the white suit. The game should have been called when he walked out with the white suit. There's really no chance of beating him with this white suit. Worst of the weekend, Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball commissioner, to even consider Pete Rose for reinstatement. Here's why. It's faux. It's fake. It's you could have reinstated him many times over the years. There's nothing to reinstate. He can't work in baseball again. And there's nothing has changed with what he did or didn't do. It's a lifetime ban. To do it now is just fake platitudes or fake nice guy. Stick with what you did.
But wouldn't you accrue more goodwill by doing it when Pete was still alive?
Right. He didn't. If he does it now, it's because he knows Pete Rose cannot work in baseball again. and he could not give a speech at the Hall of Fame.
Well, that might be right there that he's not going to give a speech, because Pete giving a speech at Cooperstown would certainly be interesting, what he would say. But from what we're told, this is just a coincidence of baseball reconsidering reinstating Pete Rose, and Donald Trump saying that he's going to pardon Pete Rose, that it's separate things. You know, Pete went to prison for income tax evasion, and I think that's what. Now, President Trump was also talking about Pete should be in the Hall of Fame as well. Yeah, Paulie.
And the other thing is, another reason Manfred shouldn't do it, then you have to change the rule. The rule hasn't changed. It's a lifetime ban, and nothing changes because you pass away.
I just think there's a lot more to the Pete Rose story, and there's probably, let's just say, I'm aware that there's a lot more to the Pete Rose story, but does it see the light of day? And there's part of me that hopes that it doesn't, from what I've been told, but I'll leave it at that. I know it's purposely vague, but I think there was a lot more that was going on with Pete Rose than what baseball had to acknowledge. Let me put it that way. Seton, what was the poll question for the final hour of the program?
We have a quick update on would you rather have very small hands or very short arms. That has come back to a lot closer. Before it was a runaway small hands. Now small hands is sitting at about 65%. Okay. The short arms movement is making a big comeback.
Okay.
A huge comeback.
Okay.
And then most promising team in the NFL right now, recency bias, but Commanders running away with that one out of the Texans, Chargers, and Broncos are other options.
Okay. From DraftKings, over-under touchdown passes for Jaden Daniels for next season after they just acquired Deebo Samuel. Paul, I'm going to start with you. Jaden Daniels over-under passing touchdowns next season.
27.5.
Todd.
25.5.
Seton.
29.5.
Marvin.
24.5.
22.5.
Dang.
That's surprising.
That's called motivation right there.
Aren't they screaming for you to take the over there? He had 25 last year. Things that make you go, 22.5 passing touchdowns for Jaden Daniels. And once again, as I said in the first hour, we forget sometimes how you get to your win total. They went to the NFC title game. Did we check? Did they win 6 or 7 games in the last possession, the last minute of a game? And while I love seeing that, certainly from a rookie quarterback, I don't want to be in that situation, because the odds are you're not going to be getting that number of wins, on a semi-regular basis. Sean McVay, 8 seasons, Rams head coach, and won a Super Bowl champ. I got a story for you. This is 52 years ago.
Yeah.
My dad worked with your grandfather at the University of Dayton.
Yeah.
So your dad was grandfather was the coach. My dad worked in computer science at the University of Dayton. He says to your grandfather, give me all of the information, give me all the tendencies of the opponent you're going to play. I'm going to put it into a computer, and I'm going to give you this. So my father was one of the first people to ever do this.
No kidding.
Yeah, so he was helping your grandfather. And I always wanted to tell you that story, that he spoke very highly of your grandfather, and the fact that he would listen to some guy in the computer science department at the University of Dayton giving all this information, and my dad would say, here's tendencies of 3rd and 8, 40-yard line, or what they did in the, inside the 20. So I always wanted to tell you that.
That's incredible. My grandpa was the most humble, just good man. He's a reason why. That's an amazing story. I can't believe I didn't know that, and that we haven't connected before to hear that. But he has afforded me opportunities, Dan, that I would never have gotten otherwise, because of the way he treated people, the way that he always was so respectful, so humble, so willing to listen. I always talk about, he was I'm going to listen, learn, then I can lead. And he was the best. He was so steady. And man, I know this. I would never be in the position that I'm in if it wasn't for the McVay family name and legacy that he set. And you want to work as hard as you can to make him proud.
But where we are 52, 3, 4, 5 years later with analytics, can you be too analytical from a head coaching perspective?
I think so. I think it's a portion of it. And I do think that part of the really good coaches, they use that as a portion to make decisions. And then there are certain things where the feel for the flow of the game, the enemy has his say. There's some different things that you have to understand that are going on that maybe, okay, this is different than what we had planned. There's 22 moving parts. And so I think the best coaches use that as a part of their process in regards to the decision making. And then the best ones, I think they have a feel for the flow of the game where it's either confirming or, oh, this is a little bit different than we anticipated. And how do we show the flexibility and the fluidity to be able to adjust and adapt in game?
Why didn't you go to the combine?
I didn't go to the combine because really we've got such trust in our group of scouts to be able to do the vetting. And ultimately, the tape is the biggest measure for what we evaluate. And so as coaches, our scouts are a little bit more ahead in terms of evaluating the game tape. They do such a great job with the vetting process, using the numbers. And similar to analytics, Dan, this is a portion of the evaluation, but ultimately we're asking them to play football. And so we want to be able to know the human being, and then we ultimately want to be able to see what kind of football player they are and what kind of vision do we have to be able to bring them in our environment and atmosphere to help them be at their best. And so there's a lot of trust that we have in our scouts, but I do think that there can be some misleading feels that you can get in some of these 15-minute increments that aren't necessarily conducive for getting to know the total human being. And that's where there's that trust in terms of the vetting process that our scouts go through.
How close did it get to you losing Matthew Stafford or trading
It never
him?
did. It never really got close. I think the important thing, Dan, was at the start of this process, and I've been pretty open about some of the communication and the clarity that was deserved. And I had some growing up to do when we ended up making the move to acquire Matthew for Jared Goff, to acquire Matthew and move Jared Goff. And so wanted to have clear, open, and honest dialogue throughout that process. But the end goal in mind was always to be able to get him back. And I realized how much I wanted to get that solved when I've been sleeping so much better over the last couple of nights than I was the previous couple weeks.
Take me back to the game against the Eagles. Yeah. I truly thought you guys were winning that game. It just felt like, but give me the play that you're running through your mind of second-guessing yourself at the end of that game.
Well, it's funny because it could have worked out. So the 3rd and 2 sequence when we're on the 13-yard line with, a minute 13 left, we ended up having a little bit of a miscommunication up front. They were in a man coverage where they were doubling Nakua. We might have had a chance if we ended up blocking it up right to be able to hit Higbee on a little whip route or maybe a second window on for Kupp from a slant route from the backside. We ended up going negative, and that put us in a 4th down situation. But not that you just hated the call, but you said, okay, if you had that over again, what would you do? Knowing that we had 2 downs, probably could have run it, moved down some more clock. You're really a little bit less risk averse in terms of what ended up occurring right there. So that sequence will stick. But ultimately, I was proud of our group, Dan. I really was. And I thought Matthew played excellent. Our guys competed. I thought we got better throughout the year. And obviously, Philly's a tremendous team. They went on to convincingly do their thing in the next 2 games. But that one will sting, but I think it'll sting so much because of the growth. I don't know that I've ever been a part of a team that I felt like grew as much through so many challenging circumstances throughout the course of the year. And then obviously something way bigger than football with the fires that we dealt with the previous couple weeks.
We're talking to Sean McVay, the Rams head coach. We had a bet around here. If you've already had your morning pump in your morning lift. Todd, you said what? That Sean had already done his morning lift? Yes or no?
Yeah, I believe he has.
All right, Seton?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, Marvin?
Yes.
Yeah, Paulie?
8:30, no doubt he got a lift in.
Yeah, I'd say.
Oh, you're damn right I did.
What are you benching now?
Oh, I don't know what I'm benching. I just know that I get up. I actually go and work out with Andrew Whitworth. He's got a gym, and so I'm not lifting the same as him, but he's keeping me in shape both mentally and physically. And so we do that at 6 a.m, 4 days a week.
But I'm trying to think who I spoke to recently, Kevin O'Connell, and I said, if we do a combine for coaches, he put you up there at the top. He thought you being competitive, that going through all 3-cone drill, of course. I don't know what you ran. What was your best 40-yard dash time?
Well, I mean, this is. I think my dad had the handheld when I was in the 4.5s. They say 4.4. High. Let's put it this way. If I ran on an FAT at Indy, I'd be lucky to be in the 4.6s at my best.
Okay. But Dan Campbell would dominate you in the bench press, I'm guessing.
I'm not messing with Dan. There's no disputing that.
Who takes credit for Puka Nacua?
I would say this. I think, I'll tell you who was a huge fan of his. Obviously, Les was a huge fan. James Gladstone was a big fan of him before anybody. I know that I can remember when Mike LaFleur and I were really watching him and watching some of the different things that we like to evaluate in terms of aggressive hands. Really, we were looking for somebody that brought the element of toughness, competitiveness.
Explain aggressive hands. What's aggressive hands mean?
I think one of the best ways that you can evaluate aggressive hands, where you're stepping to the football when somebody's running in-breaking routes. Do they stay flat? Are they friendly? Are they coming back on negative angles? Are they staying grounded through the catch? Are they able to catch it away from their frame and then immediately get up the field? I think that's where you see some of these special players that have those aggressive hands to go attack the football, as opposed to when you'll see guys running in breaking routes, they might drift up the field because they're not as confident to step back to it. That was one of our favorite things about Puka, the competitive toughness. At BYU, he was catching a lot of bubbles and running jet sweeps. And so a lot of the run after the catch was something that was enticing. And if you said, did you think he'd be this good? We had a vision. We thought he would be good. But if we knew he was going to be this good, we'd be silly to say we were going to wait till the 5th round to take him.
What does the Cooper Kupp situation hinge on?
Yeah, honestly, he's been so instrumental to our group for the 8 years. His rookie year coincides with my first year. Dan, this guy means a whole lot to me. He's been instrumental in setting the culture, establishing a legacy that is already cemented as one of the all-time Rams. I think the hard part is you have to be able to make decisions where you say, all right, where are we going? What does it look like for the collective? And how are you putting this puzzle together year in? How are you putting this puzzle together year in and year out? And so we're in the midst of finding a trade partner for him. And if we're not able to do that, then we'll see what the next steps are. But that's kind of the process that we're in, working with himself and Ryan Toner to find a trade partner.
How has fatherhood impacted your coaching?
I tell you, it's given me a purpose and a perspective. Some of the things I used to get worked up about, Dan, it's just, you're just reminded of who you want to be when you see that little boy smile at you, how you want to treat his mother, how you want to interact and respond the right way to show him what a real man is. I've said this before. I can remember went through some challenging times in the 22 season, and we were 5-12. Man, it really tested a lot of the things that revealed a lot of insecurities that I had. And you're thinking about walking away from coaching. And the one thing that I think always resonates with me is that I would have never been able to look at my son and say, hey, do as I say, not as I did when adversity hits. And so you talk about making you better in every form of your life. And man, just bringing a joy and a perspective. He doesn't care about those bad play calls that I make on Sundays. He's just happy to see dad. I said that to Whit and Fitz when I went on their podcast, and Fitz said, yeah, not yet. Once he's old enough, he'll be criticizing you for those calls.
Can you change a diaper in the time of a play clock?
You know what? I think I can. I got to make sure I get the wipes ready if this is a number 2, though. But if this is a number 1, I can do that pretty efficiently. I think I can do that out of a clock stoppage with 25 seconds.
Good to talk to you. Congrats on last season, and nice to be able to connect with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you having me on, Dan.
That's Sean McVay, 8 seasons as the Rams head coach, and I thought they were going to win that game against Philadelphia. They score a touchdown. But, once again, here's a guy who coached Aaron Donald. I got to make sure I know where Jalen Carter is. And Jalen Carter, he disrupted that quickly. And then all of a sudden, that changed the next play call. Yeah, Paulie.
If you were listening to that on radio, Coach McVay, when you told him about his grandfather and your father, his face was transfixed. He was just loved hearing about his grandfather back in the day.
I wanted to tell him that story because my father was one of the first to do analytics, if you want to call it. He was just trying to help the University of Dayton football team. And that fact that Sean's grandfather was the head coach, and my dad thought you can put information in the computer, spit it out, and give you tendencies of what the opposition is going to do. And I just remember those computers were huge. They were the size of your desk when you were in grade school. I mean, it was larger than that. And he kept telling us, and this is 1969, 1970, and he said, this is the future. And I remember my family, all 6 of us, were like, we're not part of the future if that's the future. But we didn't see, we saw the computer, the actual computer. We didn't see what the computer could do. But my father thought, you can get that information, put it in, and, he would get all the plays from, the opponent. And I remember they were going to play Butler, it felt like, and he got all of their plays that they called that year. And when they called them, what was the yard down in distance? And he was trying to help Sean McVay's grandfather, John McVay, legendary coach, went on to coach the New York Giants. But I don't know how much it helped, but I know that he thought that there was something there. That's a long, 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 long time ago. Take a break. Last call for phone calls. What we learned, what's in store tomorrow. Fritzy, great job with the guest list today. Peter Schrager, certainly with Entertainment Tonight, folks, and Sean McVay. We'll take a break. We're back after this.
Hey, Jerry in Pittsburgh. Do you think this is Jerry in Pittsburgh? We hope so.
No, there's no Jerry in Pittsburgh.
I believe in you, Jerry. I believe you exist. Jerry in Pittsburgh figured out the scoreboard for Monday, 22 and 63 for 22. Who's the bossy? Who's the bossy?
Tony Danza.
On March 3rd, 1992, Islander great and Hall of Famer Mike Bossy becomes the second player in team history to have his number retired, that being 22. Key member of the group that won 4 straight Stanley Cup titles in the early 80s. 63, Bulldog birthday, carry a cake his way. Bulldog birthday, carry a cake his way. Someone 63 years old, a great Georgia running back.
Herschel Walker, 63.
He won a Heisman carrying the football for the Georgia Bulldogs. It was part of that wild trade that sent him from the Cowboys to the Vikings. Herschel Walker celebrates birthday number 63 today.
Okay. Did you say who's the bossy?
Who's the bossy? Like Mike
Bossy.
Bossy.
I just heard who's the bossy.
Who's the bossy?
Yeah, I would have gotten Mike Bossy.
I think you would have. So there you go. Mike Bossy.
Thank you, John.
Herschel Walker, Jerry in Pittsburgh.
There's no Jerry in Pittsburgh.
Jerry, I know you exist. Good job.
But there's something pretty cool about this that I think gets lost on people because we do notice the cars. We notice the women. We know the action. But the diversity in the movie is kind of rare to see a blockbuster like this with this much diversity.
Well, diversity is kind of this big, huge thing that everyone is focusing on. Corporate America, just all across the board, diversity, which is great, obviously, as a black man that would love as many opportunities as everybody else get. However, we've been on this diversity kick for 15 plus years. I mean, Fast and the Furious has always been diversified, and I think it's one of the bigger reasons why it's successful, because you get to tune in and see someone from your country or someone that looks like you, which makes this franchise even that much more relatable. So it's beautiful, and I think at the end of the day, not every movie or TV show has to focus on diversity. If it organically makes sense, then do it. But otherwise, to purposely leave out anybody is just, it's a little whack, especially these days.
Let me just tell you how much money Prince had. He rented my house for him basically a little over $1 million for the year. He moved all of my stuff of an 18,000 square foot fully furnished house in storage, redecorated the entire thing the way he wanted it, wired me $500K to ease my mind, moved all that stuff back out and put my stuff back in like he was never there. And that's how much money Prince had. Incredible.
Did you ever play hoops with Prince?
Yeah, so on the rooftop, it was a tennis court. I turned into a basketball court. So the day that
Wait, on the roof of the house?
It was like a rooftop terrace. Crazy.
Wait,
crazy.
you had a tennis court on the roof?
Yeah. So the house was owned.
You got too much money, man.
The house was owned by someone that was in the entertainment business. So he had a lot of entertainment. He wanted he built the house. Anyway, so we shot the first day that he came to.
Last call for phone calls, what we learn, what's in store for tomorrow. LeBron James had 17 points last night. I bring this up because if you have the combined regular season and postseason, LeBron James has now scored 4,999 career points. I don't know who's the second highest scoring active player.
Active?
Active.
Kevin Durant, all time, including everything, regular and postseason, is at 35,191.
I don't think he's going to catch LeBron.
15,000.
I know. Yes, Todd.
And how confident are we in those tabulations? I don't want to do the Debbie Downer thing, but for all we know, he passed 50,000 a few games ago. Do they really have it exact to the 49.99? I know we have computers and things.
Wait, this isn't like Little League or
I just
grade
wonder
school.
sometimes
It's
that
like people have jobs.
He may be 12 points away. He may have broken it 2 weeks ago. He might be at 50,000.
No. If this was ESPN and they were going to celebrate the 50,000th Sports Center, it would always be on a Sunday night. Every anniversary show I did, it'd be like, oh, it just happened to be on a Sunday night. The 25,000 Sports Center. Oh, it's on a Sunday night. Go figure. This day in sports history, all of that coming up. Sean in Oregon. Sean, thanks for holding. Best and worst of the weekend.
Thanks for taking my call, Dan. I got to go with the NFL Combine for being the worst of the weekend. I just think this is way overrated. When I listen to people talk about hand size, I think, well, is the football bigger in the NFL than it is in college? If they can hold on to the football in college, they should be able to do that. I'd like to see them, speed. When you talk about fast guys, it's nice having a fast guy on your team, but when is the fastest guy in the combine been the top receiver? Football is your toughness and how you react after catches, and I'd rather see them throw grease footballs to these guys and see if they can catch them.
I'm with you. This is filler, but it's the NFL, and what else are you going to watch? And you may know some of these names and other ones you're being introduced to. But I agree. I want somebody who's quick, not fast. The NFL is getting from point A to point B, getting off the line of scrimmage, hitting the hole. You're a pulling guard. You get from point A to point B. I want to know what you do in the first 10 yards, not the next 30 yards. Hey, did you see the guy who weighs 350 pounds? He ran a 4.940. Great. How many times will that guy be running 40 yards? Yes, Marvin.
I'm glad nobody fell for that with John Ross.
Yeah, John Ross, he was one of the fastest guys in the world. The Bengals fell for that when they drafted him. Was he top 10 pick out of Washington?
Yep.
Dang. Brian in Cincinnati. Hey, Brian. Thanks for holding. What do you have?
Hey, Dan. Thanks for calling me. Drew Brees, 5'10 and a half, hard 195. I wanted to say, worst of the weekend, Xavier Musketeers fans. They're the worst people in the world. I went to the Xavier game just because we got free tickets, and I wore my UC stuff because I love University of Cincinnati. And I got roughed up even in the bathroom while I was waiting in line. People were sitting there trying to fuck with me about the fact that I'm wearing.
Easy. You know, you're on a roll there.
Not happy about it, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Not happy.
It's a shame that it's been to that point. It didn't get to that point. It is at that point where if you're going to an away game, you can't fly your colors. You just can't. Certain places you cannot, unfortunately. Alex in Utah. Hi, Alex. What's on your mind?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I probably just had my worst of the weekend just about an hour ago. For years, I've been laughing alongside you guys about Marvin's hand size, but I finally busted out the tape measure. And Marvin, if you could go ahead and send me the information once you get that about the hand stretching guy. Anyway, so I was reflecting this weekend about the NBA with all. I guess the allegations about the media is the reason that ratings are down. But I was coaching 14-year-olds the last couple of months, and there were friendly games, and they were jacking up threes, not playing a lot of defense. But then in the last minute or so of each of these games, if it was close, then the defense started ramping up. They started doing more cuts and more screens, and the game was a lot funner in the last minutes. And I realized, if you're jacking up threes and not playing defense, I think that's a symptom that you just don't care about the game. And I think that that's what's going on in the regular season. It's hard to care when 10 teams from each conference are making the playoffs. So that's my 2 cents. So, thanks for the show today, and look forward to hearing more from you guys the rest of the week.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Yeah, you can be critical of something, but that doesn't mean you don't like it. And I do talk about positives. Well, I don't need to defend myself. Other people, their approach, they may have alternative motives there. I just want the games to be better. And if we can tweak them, if we see an opportunity to do something different, then great. Is the three-point shot here to stay? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's the game. Nothing I can do about it. Hopefully there's other things that continue to make the game enjoyable. Because there's a lot of great players, a lot of great talent there. This day in sports history, Paulie.
1959, Dan, the San Francisco Giants named their new stadium Candlestick Park. I still call it that because I can't keep track of the different sponsors.
It was always a phone company.
Yes.
I think.
Pac Bell.
Pac Bell, yeah.
Also on this date, I love this one. 1982, Wayne Gretzky of the Oilers scored goal number 76, 77, 78, and 79. He scored 4 goals in a game 8 different times in his career. He scored 5 goals in a game 4 different times.
Overrated.
Silly.
How about this one? 1983, Terry Bradshaw admitted to a hospital in Shreveport, Louisiana for surgery to repair his throwing elbow, and he went in under the alias Thomas Brady. You can't make that up. Thomas Brady. Let me see. Mike Tyson, 1987. I was at this fight. Unanimous decision over James Bone Crusher Smith. Caitlin Clark on this date, 2024, surpassed Pete Maravich to become the NCAA Division I all-time career scoring leader. Stephanie in Ohio. Hi, Steph. What can I do for you?
Yeah.
Hi, Steph.
Hi.
Hi.
First time, long time. 5'2", and nobody's business. Hey, I wanted to give you a best and worst of the weekend. The best by far, the NHL Stadium game. It was held at Ohio Stadium at the Shoe on Saturday night, 94,000. It was the Blue Jackets winning 5-3 over Detroit. Really cold. They honored Johnny Gaudreau.
Yeah.
So it was a great, great game.
Yeah, photos were great with that stadium rivalry there with Ohio State and Michigan. So you got Columbus against Detroit. So I like it. Those are fun. A lot of people showing up. Let's go around the room what we learned on this Monday program. Todd, what'd you learn today?
Even though many of us saw very few or none of the Oscar-nominated films, we somehow think we know who deserved to win and who got snubbed.
Seton, what did you learn today?
Your father and Sean McVay's grandfather collabed back in the day.
Yes, they did, back at the University of Dayton, back in late 60s, early 70s. Marvin, what did you learn today?
If you're in a suit, don't make eye contact with you.
No, I'm all business. Paul, what did you learn today?
We're on Oscar watch for Macaulay Culkin.
Todd, what did I learn today?
For those unaware, USC's Juju Watkins is the real deal, a great two-way player, just different than everyone else out there.
Yeah, and that's not a shock. That's not headline worthy or a hot take. She could turn out to be the best player I ever saw. Not impactful like Caitlin Clark. There's a big difference in that. But she does not have a weakness. What we learned brought to you by Rapid Radio's official walkie-talkie of the DP Show, offering national LTE coverage, no subscriptions ever. A great alternative for your kids or parents. We use them on the show. Go to rapidradios.com for 60% off free shipping. Have a great Monday, everybody. Look forward to talking to you tomorrow right here on the Dan Patrick Show. The Commanders quietly acquired Deebo Samuel from the Niners yesterday. The Commanders were a wonderful story. Went to the NFC title game. But I think they won maybe 6 or 7 games on the last play or the final 30 seconds. It doesn't always happen that way. And this is where I think that they have to get better. But I like what the Commanders did. Be aggressive. The window of opportunity, go for it.
I think Cam Ward is solidified right now as the number 1 quarterback in this draft. Shador is likely 2. Jackson Dart is likely 3. And then we don't know where that 3 is. Is that as early as 7 to the Jets? Or is that 34 to the Giants? We don't know.
Was Timothy Chalamet too young to win?
No, that wasn't the problem.
Adrian Brody won for The Pianist when he was 29. Timothy Chalamet was also the lead of 2 of the top 10 movies of the year.
I think the problem is that Bob Dylan was invited to perform and also to appear or at least present, and Bob Dylan didn't want to say a word about this movie, and I think it would have helped get him over the hump. I thought it was the best performance of the year, what Timothy Chalamet did.
I think Coach McVay, in addition to the talk about his grandfather, was really excited to be asked about lifting already this morning. He was glad to talk about it.
Yeah, he was already turned up to 10. Yeah, that fella. Yep.
6 a.m. lift.
You know, it's funny, too, because before the show, we were talking about, man, when's the last time we had Sean McVay on, and a bunch of us were like, man, it's been a while, and you were like, I don't think it's ever been. I don't think we've ever had him on. And now I know why you know we've never had him on, because you never told him that story about your father and his grandfather.
I know.
And it sounds like he's shouting, but I think he's just really an intense guy.
Do you and your family deserve a Super Bowl ring?
No, we didn't have anything to do with him.
His origins,
if his grandfather had won a Super Bowl, then maybe.
Yeah, but
maybe. But I think it would be a stretch to ask. I mean, a playoff share would be nice. Maybe not a ring. Yeah, look, I'm happy for him. If any way, my father helping in the computer science department at the University of Dayton helped them win even one game.
Here's another question. Since we've now all experienced Sean McVay or hung out with him, kind of, do any of us get a coaching job opportunity in the NFL? We all have.
He does have that tree. You would think at least one of us would
the
get
McVay tree.
Yeah. Senior quality control coach.
Yeah, we could. It certainly helps.
Right?
It certainly helps.
General manager of a.
Yeah. Even so, something a little further on down the coaching tree. I didn't have to start. I'm happy to work my way up.
Yeah. Graduate assistant.
Great guest, though, today. It was fun. Good people. And I got a little bit of a crush on Michelle Turner.
Nothing wrong with
I'm
that.
crushing on her a little bit.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just saying. Because just sit and talk sports. That's all. Dan Le Batard Show with Stu Gatz and Mike Ryan are up next. Thanks.
Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the walking. Just too sharp with the prize. White girls better tell me I'm awesome, Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch my please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the sheets. You can't go out, man, forget my peace. You take the west, I'll take on the east. I'ma put them in the cage, never let out the. I hear him chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, not so tough, but lines keep walking, Just too sharp with the prize, white girls, better tell me I'm awesome, Hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch my please use caution. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that.
I didn't like last night, Cody, that I realized while watching the Oscars how much my viewing habits have changed, where Conan O'Brien to me is one of my idols. I can't explain how much I admire the way that he's reinvented himself so that he can do in his 60s an award show that would be self-aware. Like comedy self-aware, because he really is a comedy giant. So I just want to watch him, but I don't have 3.5 hours of that in me. And Adnan and David eat it up. They were up late into the night eating up every morsel of information on the Oscars. And I realized while watching it, I don't even have the stamina for what has become an old person's show.
Why wouldn't I love it then, if it's an old person's show?
I would think that you would love it. You didn't love it?
I didn't see a single one of the films. It's a weird thing about me, and I must get this 10 times a week. They're like, you were featured in a major motion picture, Absence of Malice. How can you not be?
You don't get that 10 times a week.
How can you not be a movie
You
fan?
do not
Well,
get.
let's hear 'em out, yeah.
There's no way you get 10 times a week. There's just no way.
I'm sure there's some weeks where it's like 8 times.
Well, yeah, I am.
On
But then there's the 12 weeks, so then it averages to 10.
Okay, I am exaggerating a little bit.
You're saying you get approached daily on your star turn being in a newsroom in Absence of Malice 50 years ago.
Not what he said. You're putting words in his mouth. Sometimes there's a day that he could be approached like 9 times in a single day.
Yeah. I mean, everybody wants to know, what was Paul Newman like? How was Sidney Pollack to work with?
Ooh, I've always wondered.
Yeah, and he was great. I tried to stay away from him. I'm a young actor at that time. I'm in my late 20s, I think. But it was a great experience. But, all this time later, the movies have left me behind. I just don't feel involved. I don't go to theaters. I don't like the theater experience. I've been to one film in the
But
last
you heard
5,
what they
7
you
years.
heard what they were just saying on status of the industry, where the theater experience pays for everything. Like if you care about art instead
Right.
of commerce, and I know both of those are inextricably linked. What's happening in Hollywood right now will kill the movies unless the theaters keep it alive.
Right. And what the Oscars need to do is recognize that and resuscitate the whole theater experience by making theatrical releases their own category. Like, I think movies that come out on Netflix or any other streaming service should be in a different category than movies you can only see in a theater. And that would prop up the theater releases as something special.
None of this would get you out to the theaters, though.
That's right.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though. You want me to get to the theaters, make a movie worth going to the theater.
Right. Like, I'm going to watch it on TV.
Right.
You know, like, my wife, yeah, I'm a big Bob Dylan fan. So my wife just told me that film will be available in my home viewing audience soon, and I'll watch it.
It's just curious to offer up solutions to save an industry when you yourself say that won't be enough to actually get you to participate in the change
But
that you see.
look, this is why he's the Hall of Fame columnist that he is. He's built an entire journalism career atop that particular fraudulence.
Are you a Hall of Fame writer?
I am not.
Okay.
No, the only Hall of Fame I'm in is the Orange Bowl Media Hall of Fame.
Are you saying that he has a baseball Hall of Fame vote?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mike. I didn't think I needed to make this clarification in the local hour. A Miami Herald legend, Greg Cody is for all time in the local hour a Miami Herald Hall of Famer.
No, but they don't actually have. Do they have one?
No.
All right, so he is not. All Hall of Fame? Do we have a Hall of Fame?
I'm not. Look, Greg Cody is absolutely a 20-year anniversary Le Batard show with Stugatz Hall of Famer. That's not up for dispute.
But that's not a Hall of Fame either. We don't have a Hall of Fame.
Is there a Greg Cody Show Hall of Fame? You should make one.
If there's a Theater of Mind Hall of Fame, then I guess.
I tell you, Billy, man, he's on the mark.
Wasn't your fantasy football league going to start a Hall of Fame?
My fantasy, the regular PFPI, not PFPI fantasy, is toying around with the idea of a Hall of Fame.
Really?
You know, as it is, by the way, speaking of movies, the Dad's Dynamics Cup PFPI Championship Trophy weighs almost twice what an Academy Awards Oscar weighs.
Fascinating. Wow.
Like 8 pounds to roughly 14 pounds. So I correlate that with, you know, what's got the heft. You know, what do you want to hold?
Some would say it's more prestigious, right? Because less people have won a Dad's Dynamic Cup than have won Academy Awards.
That's right. No question about that. But to Mike's point, yes, I'm a proposer. I am proposing a solution to help resuscitate movie theaters, but I'm an idea man. You know, I'm not going to participate in saving the theater, but I'm going to suggest how it might be done.
Billy, it's crowded in here today.
Yeah.
And I'm going to need a little better from you than that's why they call me Mark. Okay? Just a little.
I'm on the mark.
Just a little.
You can refer to me as Mark
But
today.
no one calls you Mark.
Some do.
No. I'm going to
They
need.
have.
Listen to me. It's crowded in here today, and I need you to be better.
Wow.
I'm trying. I'm just coming there. Can I ask you a question?
Do you like the Oscars? Because I've got a room here that I'm dealing with today where I think that Jessica's the only one who actually cares about the art of what we're talking about. I don't think any of you actually care about the Oscars at all.
Well, the good thing about the Oscars, right, is that they basically tell you beforehand, this is what we're going to talk about today, these movies, right? I didn't see any of those movies, so I don't need to watch the Oscars today because what do I care who wins an award amongst movies I didn't watch this year?
Am I failing that miserably to project that I like movies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little too much, though,
I
Mike.
feel like
Talk about Nosferatu
It's a little too much,
like if
yeah.
you scan the room.
Such a good love story for an eternal love story.
I've lost one. I think you missed the point. Yeah, I like movies. I watch the Oscars. Watch the whole thing. Also, how do you not have a stamina for a show that's aging older? Like you said that.
Yeah, I'm confused about that too. Because you said that you feel like you're aging out of it because it's a show for old people. But wouldn't you be aging into it?
Right. Well, what I was watching, I said that off air, not on air. What I was watching.
But your takes are soaked
But you sort
in
of
this
said
virus.
it like 10 minutes ago too when we started the show.
What I was watching last night, okay, because of my changed viewing habits on I'd rather have, and this happened to me accidentally, I didn't expect it. Don't give me a 3.5 hour movie. Give me 8 1-hour shows, and I might binge right through it. I might go 8 hours instead of 3.5, but don't tell me beforehand that something's 3.5 hours, because I don't have the attention span for this anymore. But as I'm watching it with all the pageantry and all the dancing, I'm like, I can see how this would appeal to a certain demo over 45 that has a romantic relationship with the movies and what the movies mean and what an award show about the movies mean. And I'm telling you that even with all of that as backstory, I'm tuning in because I want to see Conan, and not even he kept me there.
You said that he was one of your heroes. What's the appropriate age gap to have a hero?
Think
Because
they have
you
to be
guys are
older?
similar in age. He's a little older than you, right?
Can
But,
you have a younger hero?
Yeah,
I
can you
think
have
so.
a hero that's younger than you?
Cool. I show speed. You're my hero.
He is 61 and I am 56, but I'm just saying that I'm watching through his entire history and evolution, how he fought through the late night wars and was more authentic than any of them, more self-aware about being consistently funny and amusing about himself and being likable enough that at 61 he hosts the Oscars, and I'm guessing he boosts their numbers merely by putting his particular imprint on it because he reaches across 30 years.
Well, I thought he was really funny, and that his whole premise of "I'm not going to waste your time," it worked. He didn't waste our time, and it didn't run late because he was just bullshit in the middle of the show. It ran late because they did a random 10-minute ode to James Bond that probably
Not random.
Yeah, not
Wait,
good.
what did I
probably
miss?
didn't need that.
Dude,
Not random.
this whole 007 thing is weird. It's almost as if everyone just kind of put to bed the notion that 007 movies are going to be interesting anymore because the ownership officially changed hands, and now it's in the hands of Amazon. So, everyone's saying goodbye to 007, not because it's going anywhere, but because there's just going to be more of a saturated 007 market now because they're going to churn these out. It was weird.
I honestly assumed it was like SpawnCon. It was like, hey, remember James Bond? You're going to watch it now on Amazon.
Well, I wonder, as we cheapen the movies, because 007 and that entire franchise, you can make the argument whether you want to go Mission Impossible, Bourne, or any of the others, John Wick, it can be argued greatest action franchise there's ever been in the history of the movies. When Daniel Craig is asked, when he's asked 6 or 5 Bonds in, what do you care? What do you think about what they're going to do with the character next? He says, I don't care, because they're going to cheapen the bleep out of this.
You know what? Shut up. You died. You ruined the whole thing. You
Daniel Craig said
died.
that? Yeah.
James Bond's not supposed to die. Could do without you telling me about the rest of the franchise when your film is part of the problem.
Worst James Bond ever, by the way. If we're going to be honest, you know why?
That's a bad take.
Why? Because he died.
He died.
None of the others died.
That's not his fault.
It is his fault.
It's not his
All
fault.
of the others
Did you
figured out a
watch
way
the
to
movie?
not die.
Did you watch the movie?
Yeah, I watched the movie.
He died and
Yeah.
he didn't come back.
Exactly.
When Ethan Hunt dies, he at least comes
Thank
back.
you.
He's died twice.
Guy gets it.
Disavowed.
And it looks like he's going to die a third time from the looks of this trailer.
But we don't know.
No, definitely gets disavowed, though.
How many James Bonds have there been? Can anybody name them all? Because I stopped watching after Sean Connery.
No.
I think all
No.
the living James Bonds should get the
No,
vote
come
on who the next James Bond
it's
is.
Dalton, it's Pierce Brosnan, it's Daniel Craig. There haven't been that many.
Yeah, there've been too many.
Okay, but that's now they're going to be
And none
more.
of them have died except one. You
Well-
know who died multiple times and come back? Jason Bourne. Dude, that guy's drowned 7 times and still keeps coming back somehow. He's not a quitter. He says, you know what? I'm not giving up on you guys, the fans. Daniel Craig, quitter. Gave up on us. Decided, you know what? I'm going to be selfless and I'm going to sacrifice myself and I'm going to die. Blah, 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 blah. Get out of here.
Loser.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys are not, again, respecting yet another giant franchise. This happens so much around here where things that have earned 50, 60 years of prestige, you guys yawn and spit in the face of because we're better than 007. You tell me he's died. How many times has Bourne died? You said that Tom Cruise has died twice.
Ethan Hunt has. Tom Cruise can never actually die.
Ever heard of No Time to Die, James Bond? That's what all of them had, except him, apparently. He had plenty of time to die.
So there have been 25 official 007 films. There's 2 that are in the unofficial category, but they're satire. So 25 official 007 films.
You're not okay with the Bond franchise resuming with the plot twist? Oh, he wasn't actually dead in the last one. Here's the plot twist.
I don't know how they're going to dig themselves